professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Sarutobi Hiruzen's surprise. On the 5th day after returning to Konoha, Miyu went to the ninjutsu hall to select ninjutsu. After receiving the certificate, he could choose any 10 ninjutsu. If he chose well, his strength would be greatly improved. He didn't have many good ninjutsu to use in public. He usually used ninjutsu that could be traced back to its origin. The Great Dragon Fire and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet were given to him by Danzo, and the Vacuum Ball was rewarded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, he also legalized some common ninjutsu through various opportunities. For example, when he taught Asuma, he used the Water Array Wall Water Dragon Bullet. Because he was watched by the 3rd generation or the Anbu, these 2 ninjutsu would be recorded in his record. He also used a Water Rush Wave in the battle with the Tailed Beast. However, this method can only be used for ordinary ninjutsu of the general public, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would not care if he knew this kind of ninjutsu. Konoha's control over ninjutsu is mainly advanced ninjutsu and forbidden ninjutsu. After becoming a ninja, it is not difficult to learn ordinary ninjutsu. Moreover, in battle, ordinary ninjas really can't use a few ninjutsu. Most of them rely on physical skills and ninja tools to cause damage. It is useless to learn too much because there is not so much chakra. If Miyu used the water break wave, it would be bad, because this is an advanced water escape developed by Senjutsu Bairama, which ordinary people cannot learn, even root members. Miyu didn't know if the ninjutsu hall had Obirama's water break wave. If so, he would definitely choose it. Water break wave is very difficult to learn. If he could learn it, it would prove his talent for water escape. At first, Miyu thought that the ninjutsu hall would be hidden in a hidden place and guarded by a barrier. After going there, he found that it was not on the ground, but built underground, and there were ninjas guarding the entrance. Miyu showed the certificate, and the guard took a closer look and nodded to open the door. There was also a middle-aged ninja on duty inside the door, and Miyu handed him the certificate. You can choose any 10 ninjutsu from all the ninjutsu regardless of the level, but I suggest you choose some ninjutsu that suits you, instead of just looking at the level of the ninjutsu. The middle-aged ninja took the certificate and reminded him, generally, few people can get 10 opportunities to choose in one go, and he saw that Miyu was very young, so he reminded Miyu in particular. The level of ninjutsu is not determined by power, but by the difficulty of learning ninjutsu. Therefore, the higher the level, the harder it is to learn. If you choose a bunch of advanced ninjutsu, whether you can learn it and how long it will take to learn it are all problems. Of course, it is not to say that advanced ninjutsu is not powerful. In fact, advanced ninjutsu is generally very powerful. The reason why it is more difficult to learn is that it adds difficult nature changes and form changes, and various advanced ninjutsu knowledge. Therefore, the power of advanced ninjutsu will not be bad. The main problem is that it is difficult to master and may waste a lot of time. Thank you for the reminder, Miyu replied with a smile. Although this suggestion does not apply to him, it is more appropriate to say thank you in the face of others' kindness. Miyu glanced at the entire ninjutsu hall. The layout here is similar to that of Konoha's library, but it is much smaller. The 2-meter-high bookshelves are filled with various ninjutsu scrolls. There is a small sign in front of each ninjutsu scroll with a brief introduction to the ninjutsu. Miyu first went to the nearest water escape ninjutsu area. There are 5 basic properties. At present, he can use wind, fire and water. These 3 will have a slightly higher priority. Miyu looked through it for a while, and he really saw the water break wave in it. The small sign directly marked that it was extremely difficult, and it was not recommended for ninjas who were not proficient in water escape and skilled in controlling the changes of form. Miyu took down the scroll of water break wave directly, and then continued to look through it. He also saw other water escapes developed by Tobirama, but Miyu did not choose any of them. He took a water break wave and walked out of the water escape area and entered the fire escape area. Muyu looked for it and found that there was no head escape here, so he went directly to the wind escape area. His open fire escape was enough. Maybe the wind blade is unique to the sand village. Muyu did not see it here, but he saw the cyclone and picked it up directly. He had brushed the cyclone twice during class. This is better than the big breakthrough, whether it is used for combined ninjutsu or alone. Then Muyu picked a thunder escape thunder, and then chose a earth escape earth flow wall, and then also chose a series of ninjutsu such as palm fairy technique. It was quite important for him to be able to use the palm fairy technique openly. He didn't have to be sneaky when treating his disciples, and he could get close to Tsunade as a medical ninja. After choosing, Muyu went to the door to register with the ninja on duty. Looking at the 10 ninjutsu selected by Muyu, the middle-aged ninja was a little overwhelmed. Among the 10 ninjutsu, there were 6 different chakra nature changes, and all of them were advanced ninjutsu of level B and above. Are you sure you want to choose these? You can still change them now. If I register, I can't change them. The middle-aged ninja finally reminded him. Sure, thank you for your trouble. Muyu smiled and nodded. Seeing Muyu nod, the middle-aged ninja didn't say anything else and helped Muyu complete the registration. After choosing the ninjutsu, Muyu went to the south border forest to continue teaching his disciples. In addition to teaching his disciples, Muyu was also practicing the water-style waterfall technique given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In order to better establish his image as a genius ninjutsu ninja, he would go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask for ninjutsu, and then use the ninjutsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him in person. Maybe it was because of the change in the nature of the water-attributed chakra at the master level, and because there were many memories of practicing water escape in his mind. Muyu's progress in practice was quite fast, much faster than the original owner's practice of fire escape in his memory. It took him almost a week to master the Great Waterfall technique. At 7 o'clock in the evening of the day of mastering, Muyu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Teacher Muyu. Asuma immediately smiled and greeted Muyu after seeing Muyu. Teacher Muyu, why are you here? You shouldn't be here to teach at such a late hour, right? Asuma asked curiously. He hadn't practiced with Muyu for a long time, and he missed her a lot. Muyu should have come to ask me for advice on ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting on a chair, said slowly. Without waiting for Muyu to answer, Asuma looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with suspicion and said, "You are here to teach Muyu? Really? What are you going to teach?" Feeling his son's distrust, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He was the famous Sandaime Hokage in the ninja world and a professor of ninjutsu who mastered thousands of ninjutsu secrets. It was more than enough for him to teach Muyu, a young jonin. The Sandaime-sama is going to teach me the Shrike Shadow Clone technique and the water-style waterfall technique. Both are A-level ninjutsu, both are powerful. The Shrike Shadow Clone technique was created by the Sandaime-sama himself, Muyu said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Asuma, and his eyes seemed to say that even the teacher you respect respects me so much. Asuma immediately felt unhappy and said, "Is this Shrike Shadow Clone technique really that powerful? I have never heard of it." The wood release technique developed by the first generation is so powerful that everyone in the ninja world knows it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. It was definitely not comparable to the wood release technique. It was just an attack ninjutsu developed based on the Shadow Clone technique. How could it be compared with wood release? It is definitely not comparable to the wood release technique of the first generation, but you will know how powerful it is later. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to teach Muyu and give Asuma a chance to learn more. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought the two to the backyard and threw a shuriken into the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a seal after the shuriken flew out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The shuriken split into 2 and then split into 4. In the blink of an eye, one shuriken turned into thousands of shuriken, all of which were fiercely stabbed into the ground. Thousands of shurikens fell to the ground, and the ground immediately splashed with a lot of green grass and sand. The ground was also full of shurikens. How is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and looked at Muyu and Asuma with a smile. This ninjutsu is his masterpiece, and it is very powerful. The shurikens thrown by ninjas are not at the same level as the hidden weapons thrown by ordinary people. For ninjas of his level, the shurikens thrown can penetrate boulders, and the shuriken shadow clone technique can turn such shurikens from 1 to 1,000 or 10,000, making it difficult for the enemy to dodge. It's really powerful. Asuma had to admit that this ninjutsu that didn't sound very good was indeed quite powerful. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Muyu, have you read the ninjutsu scroll I gave you these days? Seeing that his son was shocked by the power of his ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction and asked Muyu, well, I have started to learn it and can use it initially, but I am not as skilled as you, Sandame-sama. Muyu thought for a while and replied, can you use it already? Then show me how to do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. The shuriken shadow clone technique is more difficult than the multiple shadow clone technique, because it is more difficult to create a shadow clone with a substance like a shuriken than to create one's own shadow clone. It is considered a difficult one among the A-level ninjutsu. If Muyu could learn it in half a month, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be very impressed. But after only a week, Muyu could use it, and it was hard for him not to be surprised. Muyu took out a shuriken, threw it out quickly, and immediately gathered chakra to start making hand seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The shuriken quickly split into clones, and soon became dozens of shuriken, and then stabbed into the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled wisps of white smoke from his mouth, and looked at Muyu with more and more appreciation. He originally thought that it was useless to keep talents in the roots, but he didn't expect to accidentally discover a ninjutsu genius. It's amazing. You learned it in a few days. You are worthy of being teacher Muyu, Asuma said with a happy face. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, was choked by Asuma's words. He was just okay when he could divide thousands of shurikens, but Muyu was amazing when he could divide dozens of shurikens. Whose son is this? Asuma, go back to the house and take a shower, with the idea of out of sight, out of mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen drove Asuma back into the house. Teacher Muyu, come on, come and teach me when you learn it. The old man doesn't know how to teach people at all. Before leaving, Asuma cheered Muyu up and slandered his old father. Muyu, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead with a headache and said to Muyu with helplessness. He was a dignified professor of ninjutsu, but his own child told him that he couldn't teach. Children of Asuma's age are more rebellious and say one thing and mean another. He should still respect you in his heart, Muyu said with a smile. In fact, according to Muyu's judgment, it was almost inevitable that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma would have a disagreement when they were young. There were too many inducements. The conflict between Asuma's own personality and Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality, and the pressure brought by the identity of the third generation's son, would lead to too many points of disagreement between the two sides. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a good politician, but his performance as a father is actually quite average. I also know that he is still young, so I don't care too much. When he grows up, he will understand everything I have done for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and smiled. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen began to teach Muyu the secret of the shuriken shadow clone technique to steadily split more shurikens. Muyu, what do you think about working in a ninja school? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked Muyu. If you don't want to work in the ninja school, I can make you a guiding jonin, and the students can remain candidates for the internship team. Now Muyu has shown the strength to defeat the hunting, and also showed an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the idea of focusing on training Muyu. Compared with attending classes in the ninja school, the teaching time of guiding jonin is more flexible, and you can decide the teaching time of the disciples by yourself, so that you have more time to improve your strength, and you can get a lot of money to buy training resources by completing the commission tasks. Muyu shook her head and rejected the kindness of the third Hokage, and explained with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, third Hokage, but I really like the feeling of attending classes in the ninja school, and I also like the students in the school. I feel very relaxed and happy in the ninja school, But don't worry, third Hokage, I am also seriously improving myself after class. The more knowledge I master, the better students I can teach. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say that you don't need to be so good to teach students in the ninja school. But when the words came to his lips, they turned into encouragement. After all, this was Miyu's own choice. He guessed that it might be because Miyu saw too much darkness when she was in the route, so she liked the ninja school full of innocent children. Danzo, you almost destroyed a genius. After being glad that he had pulled Miyu out of the route, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that the control over the route should be strengthened after the war. In addition to demonstrating the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique that he had learned, Miyu also asked Sarutobi Hiruzen some questions about the Great Waterfall technique to pave the way for the next demonstration of water escape. The next day at noon, after completing the morning training, everyone began to rest. Miyu selected some questions from Shisui to explain, and asked all of the students to come and audit and learn. 4K, maybe because I have been staying up late to code recently, always writing until 1 or 2 o'clock. I am not in a good state today, and my brain feels very slow. I probably won't write 10,000 today, maybe around 7K, to prevent sudden death. Chapter 252 Uchiha, From the Warring States Heroes to the Extinction of the Clan. Material 1. There were two powerful ninja families during the Warring States period. One was the Senju clan that valued love, and the other was the Uchiha clan that valued strength. The two clans fought for their lives and hated each other. Once both sides heard the surnames of the other clans, they would immediately attack. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, and the patriarch of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, had a special friendship. After several victories, Senju Hashirama finally moved Uchiha Madara, and the two clans finally reconciled and worked together to establish Konoha. Senju Hashirama supported Uchiha Madara to become Hokage, and Uchiha Madara himself also wanted to become Hokage. When the Hokage was elected, all the clans and residents of Konoha supported Senju Hashirama to become Hokage, and finally Senju Hashirama became Hokage. Based on the content of the material and the history you have learned, analyze why Uchiha Madara was ultimately defeated and the reason for Senju Hashirama's success. Miyu looked at all the students and asked after reading it. Even Shisui, who had already done the questions, showed a thoughtful expression, because Miyu did not give him many points. Obito scratched his head, feeling that this question was more difficult than any history question he had ever done. Because the textbook didn't talk much about Uchiha Madara. He only remembered that Uchiha Madara was very bad, and he defected and brought great damage to Konoha. Is it because Uchiha Madara defected? Obito suddenly had a thought in his mind. It was reasonable that a defector couldn't become Hokage, but Obito didn't say this, because he thought that maybe it was the Hokage election, because the Uchiha clan worships power and has no good reputation. Everyone supports the beloved Senju clan. Kakashi thought for a while and answered. Not only in the Warring States period, but now the Uchiha and Konoha is almost the same image, except for this guy Obito. Kakashi silently added in his heart that Obito is indeed an outlier among the Uchiha. What do you mean by worshipping power and having no good reputation? Kakashi, you are slandering me, Obito said with an indignant look. Is there a possibility that you are not a normal Uchiha, and I am just answering questions? Kakashi said lightly. You can only say one thing is right. I can give you 4 points out of 10. Miyu scored only 4 points. Kakashi continued to think, because Senju Hashirama's youth burned more fiercely than Uchiha Madara's. After a while of thinking, Might Guy said his answer, 0.5 points. Miyu gave a point for hard work. Obito and Nohara Rin also said their answers, but their scores did not exceed Kakashi. Kakashi's answer is correct, but it is not complete, not only because Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan have a worse reputation, but also because the Senju clan and Senju Hashirama are the winners of the war. Uchiha Madara reconciled with the Senju clan in the war he lost to the Senju clan. In essence, the Uchiha clan had already been defeated. This is different from other ninja clans that actively join Konoha. One side is the winner and the other side is the loser. Naturally, everyone is willing to vote for the winner with a good reputation, Even if Senju Hashirama wanted Uchiha Madara to become Hokage, his followers would not agree. Miyu gave the complete answer. This question is actually quite simple in Miyu's opinion, and it doesn't require much knowledge. Why is it like this? Aren't they reconciled and become partners? Why do you still care about the previous victory or defeat? Obito asked with a puzzled look. He could understand that Hashirama Senju was supported more, but he didn't understand why everyone supported Hashirama Senju, even though Hashirama Senju himself supported Uchiha Madara. Even if Uchiha Madara regards others as partners, others may not regard Uchiha Madara as partners, and the interests of various families are also involved. Miyu patiently answered Obito's questions. Obito's kindness is very good and Miyu likes it very much, but Obito should not think that others are as kind as him. When it comes to the benefits and impacts that Hashirama's becoming Hokage will bring to various families, Obito is even more confused. He can understand the words, but he can't understand them together. Miyu scanned some of it, and only Kakashi and Shisui could barely keep up. Kakashi was more mature, and Shisui was more involved because he was Uchiha. Miyu didn't care, it was good enough for him to perform like this at his age. He continued to talk about the next question. After the death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, his younger brother Tobirama Senju became the second Hokage. In order to prevent the next Uchiha Madara from appearing, he integrated the Uchiha clan and created the Konoha Police Department, which was responsible for maintaining the village's public security. He handed over the Konoha Police Department to the Uchiha clan, allowing the Uchiha clan to have the right to manage public security. Not long after the establishment of the Konoha Police Department, some Uchiha clan members tried to rebel and seize the position of Hokage, but they eventually failed under the attack of the Anbu. Since then, the Anbu began to monitor the Uchiha clan. At the same time, the reputation of the Uchiha clan became worse and worse, and they were disliked by many ninja clans and the public. Through the above materials, analyze the impact of the Konoha Police Department on the Uchiha clan, and the reasons why the Uchiha clan was disliked by the public. Miyu also explained the functions of the two departments because he was worried that some people would not understand the Anbu and the Konoha Police Department. So everyone doesn't like Uchiha. I don't feel that at all. Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. He felt that he was quite popular. Those grandpas and grandmas were very enthusiastic towards him and always wanted to stuff food for him. Because everyone doesn't hate every Uchiha equally, Obito, your kindness is loved by the villagers. Miyu said with a smile. Yes, Obito is very popular with the grandmas. It seems that everyone likes Obito very much. Nohara said with a look of agreement. Obito's face turned slightly red after being praised by two people who cared about him at once, and he laughed and said, everyone is too enthusiastic. Shisui was deeply touched by this. Obito was indeed the only Uchiha he had seen who was popular among the villagers. Shisui admitted that he was not as good as Obito in this regard. Kakashi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then answered, the Konoha Police Department gave the Uchiha clan great power, so they became arrogant and wanted to gain more power, so they rebelled. The Uchiha clan's reputation became worse because rebellion was disliked by everyone, and the Uchiha clan with bad personalities who were engaged in law and order maintenance work might further cause dissatisfaction among residents. Shisui, do you have any new ideas? Miyu did not rush to give Kakashi his score, but looked at Shisui and asked, it's roughly the same as Kakashi, but I have a different opinion on the rebellion. I think the rebellion will happen because of Uchiha Madara's previous defection. Uchiha Madara is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan after all, and can influence many people. Shisui thought for a while and answered. Miyu nodded, then looked at the other students. I feel that the Konoha Police Department has allowed the clan members to contact less with outsiders. Before, someone from the Uchiha 8th generation said that he wanted me to enter the police department directly after graduation. As for why I am not liked, I don't understand. Obito answered. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. Obito, you answered well this time. Miyu nodded with a smile. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Obito really hit the point this time. Obito immediately smiled and felt that his theory could still be saved. After listening to the answers of all the students, Miyu announced the answer. This question was much more difficult than the previous one. This question could be said to be the core problem of the Uchiha clan. Because of the power brought by the Konoha police department, the Uchiha became inflated. At the same time, because a large number of clansmen joined the police department, the Uchiha clan became more closed, and the communication with outsiders was greatly reduced. A single family controlled the entire department, which caused fear and suspicion from other families and residents. The more closed Uchiha would make the clan members more arrogant. Managing public security in this state would breed more troubles. Therefore, there were more and more negative news about the Uchiha, and the rebellion also made the Konoha high level more vigilant against the Uchiha. In the end, the contradiction between the Uchiha and Konoha expanded, and the reputation continued to deteriorate. In fact, there are some things that Miyu hasn't said yet, such as arranging a large number of Uchiha to the police department. The more comfortable environment can reduce the production of Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan, and weaken the overall strength of the Uchiha clan. But this is a bit too conspiracy theory, and it has to be done step by step. Miyu really feels that Tobirama is a genius, except that his strength is not as good as Hashirama. He is full in other aspects. Relying on the Konoha police department, the Uchiha people happily received their lunch boxes. The more Shisui listened, the more frightened he became. After careful thinking, he found that everything Miyu said was right. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, came to him in person and said that he could use his power to transfer him to the police department to study in advance. This Konoha police department that made the Uchiha proud actually brought so many troubles to the Uchiha clan. Shisui really felt terrified when he thought about it. Did the second generation consider this result at the beginning? Or was it the Uchiha's own fault? Shisui couldn't help but think, it's so complicated. It turns out that the questions you usually do are so difficult. Obito sighed. Huh? Don't you do questions like this? Shisui was stunned, and then asked. He thought Obito always did questions like this. Of course not, Obito replied, and then took his test paper to Shisui. Looking at the questions on Obito's test paper, Shisui didn't understand a little. Isn't this the question for the ninja school exam? This kind of question is not something you can do casually. Although it's the same training, I will set questions according to your different levels. Miyu explained. His teaching is different for each person. Even the speed of the shadow clones chasing Obito and Shisui is not the same. Of course, after Obito graduates, the questions will become the same as Shisui's, because at this time he must grow. Miyu talked for a total of 1.5 hours, and then let the students rest for half an hour before starting afternoon training. This chapter is 3K, and I was originally going to write a paragraph about Miyu explaining the questions to them to improve their knowledge. But in the end I still wrote it in detail. I think this kind of transformation is very important, otherwise the character setting will feel torn. Good night everyone. I hope I can fall asleep early today. I'm already having a headache. Chapter 253 Konoha, victory is in sight. On an ordinary day, Miyu walked towards her home in the main city after finishing training with her disciples. On the way, Miyu found that Konoha's official newspaper was actually on sale today, so she bought one. Konoha has its own official newspaper, which was founded when Senju Tobirama was the second-generation Hokage. However, this newspaper is not a daily or weekly publication, but a random publication, which means it is not issued at regular intervals. Generally, it will only be issued when something big happens, such as a war. Konoha has achieved some gratifying results in the war, or a new Hokage has been appointed. At this time, the circulation of the newspaper will be particularly large. After returning home, Miyu sat in a chair to check the content of the newspaper, because the purpose is not to make money. Basically, the publication means that there is a big event and it is worth reading. The front-line troops have defeated the Iwagakure ninja troops twice in a row, and victory in the war is in sight. Miyu saw the conspicuous big words on the headline at first glance. Obviously, this newspaper is mainly about the war. The Iwagakure ninja troops premeditatedly launched an unprecedented raid on our front-line positions, and sent out the 4-tails Jinchuriki and the 5-tails Jinchuriki at the same time. Among the ninja troops, There were also elite ninjas such as Hunty from the Iwagakure Blasting Corps. Faced with a sudden attack, our ninjas fully exerted the spirit of the will of fire, and the commander of the frontline troops, Jiraiya, personally led the elite team to fight against the Jinchuriki. The first part was about the raid that Muyu encountered when he was carrying out the food delivery mission. The main part was how Jiraiya exerted the will of fire to protect the frontline ninjas and successfully inflicted heavy damage to the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. The secondary part was how excellent the outstanding Konoha ninja Minato Namikaze was, what results he achieved in the war, and why he was called the Yellow Flash. After reading the newspaper, Muyu learned that not long after they left, Konoha and Iwagakure had another battle. This time, Konoha took the initiative to attack and drove the Iwagakure troops to the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass. Muyu also saw his name in the newspaper, but it was at the end. Muyu in the newspaper is also an inheritor of the Will of Fire. Although he was only carrying out a sea-level grain transport mission, he resolutely chose to step onto the battlefield to fight in order to protect the village. In the battle, he defeated the powerful Bukitan hunter and participated in the battle to repel the Jinchuriki, playing a significant role. In fact, Obito and Kakashi were also on the newspaper, but they did not have names. The three of them were summarized as members of the team led by Muyu. I will no longer be a nameless special ninja in the future. Muyu put down the newspaper and thought to himself, as the official newspaper of Konoha, and every time it is issued, it must report major events. The sales of this newspaper are still good. Ninjas basically buy it, and ordinary people who care about the situation in the ninja world will also buy it. Although it was only mentioned later, there are not many people whose full names appear in this newspaper, and those who understand know the value of his record. It is difficult to become famous in Konoha directly, but it can still set off a wave of discussion in the ninja circle. Being famous is a good thing for Muyu. Sometimes you really need this to do things. However, it is not completely without disadvantages. For example, Danzo, who did not pay attention to him, might remember that he had a subordinate who was taken away because of this report, and now he has become quite strong. But fortunately, Muyu was well prepared, and he had no flaws in all aspects. Danzo could not ask him to go back to work in the route again, because Sarutobi Hiruzen would tell Danzo who is the Hokage. This newspaper did not have much impact on Muyu's life, because his original body maintained a 2.1-line life, either teaching disciples in the southern forest or learning sealing techniques or developing breathing techniques at home in the main city. However, it did have some impact on his shadow clone who was in class at the ninja school. Some teachers who saw the report were shocked to find Muyu's name on it. They may not know what kind of strength the explosive hunter active in the battlefield of the grass country has, but they can understand the value of this sentence that plays a significant role in the battle to repel the Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki is the trump-card combat force of the 5 major ninja villages and the most terrifying existence on the battlefield. This is the impression of most ninjas on Jinchuriki, and Muyu could actually play a significant role in this level of battle. For a Chunin teacher, this was too extraordinary. Mr. Muyu, you actually went to the battlefield to fight off the Jinchuriki with Master Jiraiya, Kimura Shanran said with a look of shock. If one day Ikigami Iko told him that he was pursued by a beautiful girl, it might be as big a shock as this report brought to him. Although Kimura Shanran knew that Muyu was different from them, she was valued by the Hokage for her strong teaching ability and became the deputy monitor of the teaching class within less than a year after entering the ninja school. But Kimura Shanran only thought that Muyu had strong teaching ability. In his heart, although Muyu was a special jonin, she was not much stronger than them in terms of strength. Kimura Shanran once thought that it was just a ninja with the same name and surname as Muyu, until he asked casually during the lunch break and got a positive reply from Muyu's shadow clone. No wonder you took a leave of absence for a while not long ago, because you were on the battlefield and didn't have time to replenish the shadow clone? Weta I guessed. Muyu nodded. In order to prevent too much fatigue from accumulating, the shadow clones he placed in the ninja school were removed regularly, and basically maintained in a state where the memory flow would not be affected too much. Sometimes the mission was long, so he had to ask for leave. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, It is reasonable if it is teacher Muyu. Ikami Yong was also surprised at first, but soon felt that there was no problem. After all, Muyu is a ruthless person who teaches interns and uses shadow clones to teach students. Although shadow clones are indeed a very convenient ninjutsu, no one would want to use shadow clones to do double the work, because it is really tiring, and oxen that plow the land are not used in this way. Muyu is so hard-working, it is reasonable for him to be stronger. The only doubt is why Muyu is so strong and wants to take classes in the ninja school. Actually, it's nothing. I just assist Master Jiraiya in fighting. The main person who contributes is Master Jiraiya, Muyu said modestly with a gentle smile. That's nothing. The opponent is a Jinchuriki. The battle must be very dangerous. Kimura Shanron sighed. If he had such strength, he would definitely not be a teacher in the ninja school, but would choose to be a guiding jonin. With such merit, I guess you will be promoted to a formal jonin soon. Witnessing a colleague younger than himself from a chunin to a special jonin and then to a jonin, Kimura Shanron did not feel a trace of jealousy in his heart, because he really couldn't do it if he was asked to do it. The gap was too big. Moreover, Muyu has a good personality. Although he is already a senior executive of the ninja school, he has always stayed in this small office and has always maintained the original appearance with ordinary teachers like them. He has not changed because of his status. Facing such Muyu, Kimura Shanron is embarrassed to be jealous, and only has blessings in his heart. Curiosity comes and goes quickly. After all, Muyu is someone they can see every day. The teachers were excited for a few days, and then it was the same as usual. Muyu's meritorious service on the battlefield did not have an impact on the student group, because no student would buy newspapers to read. Although newspapers are not expensive, wouldn't it be good to have the money to buy some snacks? Unless it is spread very widely and many villagers are discussing it, it may let the students know. But Muyu's performance this time obviously did not reach this level, because even Minato could not do it. The protagonist of this report was Jiraiya. When Muyu walked on the street, he could hear many people discussing Jiraiya's defeat of the two Jinchuriki. There were also people who were not ninjas who seriously discussed the strength of the three ninjas and the Jinchuriki. Some people even quarreled about this, which was quite like the scene of netizens in his previous life discussing the combat power of various characters. The report was one aspect that could cause such an impact. Another aspect was that Jiraiya himself had a high reputation in Konoha and was one of the three ninjas of Konoha. Although the three ninjas of Konoha were given the title by the enemy after the defeat, this did not mean that this title meant shame, because the person who gave it was Hanzo of the Salamander. Although he was not the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages, Hanzo had a very high reputation in the ninja world with his strong strength. He was recognized as a top ninja. Some people even thought that Hanzo might be stronger than the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages. Such a title given by a strong man is naturally not a shame, but a recognition from the top strong men in the ninja world. Compared with Jiraiya, Minato is naturally a little less interesting now. In the eyes of most people, he is just a young man with a promising future. Why are they all talking about Uncle Toad? I feel that teacher Muyu is also very powerful. During the training break, Obito, who had not read the newspaper but felt the atmosphere in the village, complained. Obito, are you talking about Master Jiraiya? Why do you call him Uncle Toad? Nohara thought about it and felt that Obito was talking about Jiraiya, and asked curiously. Because he said he is a Toad sage, but I don't think he is a sage, so he is called Uncle Toad. Obito explained aloud. Obito believes that to be called a sage, one must have some abilities that others do not have, such as the sage Fukasaku and the sage Shima who lived a long life, and the sage of 6 paths is a mythological existence. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. You didn't read the Konoha newspaper, right? The report on teacher Muyu is at the end, and the discussion is certainly not comparable to that of Master Jiraiya. Kakashi said lightly. What is Konoha newspaper? Obito didn't even know it existed. It's a newspaper published by Konoha, and it records all the major events that happened in Konoha. This time, it's about the war in the land of grass. Kakashi explained briefly. Wouldn't that include us? Obito's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested in this Konoha newspaper. If you insist, then it does exist, but it's... Without waiting for Kakashi to explain, Obito asked, "Then Kakashi, do you have it with you? Let me see it." Seeing that Obito was a little anxious, Kakashi didn't explain and threw the folded newspaper to Obito. "Lin, you haven't read it either, right? Let's read it together and see what it says about me." After taking it, Obito quickly trotted to Nohara-rin and sat down to invite her. Yeah, Nohara-rin, who was a little curious and had never read it, nodded in agreement. Obito put the newspaper on his and Nohara-rin's legs, and then lowered his head to read the contents carefully. "As expected of our Konoha," Obito said with a smile, looking at the biggest and most conspicuous victory in the war. But soon Obito could not laugh anymore, because he found that most of the first part was about Jiraiya, and then how the Konoha ninja troops persevered and defeated the enemy through the will of fire, and then Namikaze Minato. He saw Miyu's name at the end. "Kakashi, you didn't buy it and didn't read it, right? There is no name of ours on it." Obito, who wanted to pretend, asked indignantly. "So it's a bad habit to interrupt others. What I want to say is that we exist, but there is no specific name." Kakashi walked over and pointed to a paragraph and said. Obito looked at Kakashi's finger, and then subconsciously read it out. In addition to Hanyu Miyu, the members of his team also did their part for the war. Their entire team understood and practiced the will of fire. Obito was confused. When did he understand and practice the will of fire? Why didn't he know? He always lost points when he was asked about the will of fire in the exam. "You wrote it. Why didn't you write our names?" Obito asked with a puzzled look. "Take a closer look at the content and see how many names you can find in it," Kakashi reminded calmly. Obito took a closer look and found that in such a large newspaper, only 5 names of Konoha ninjas appeared, and 2 of them only appeared once. Although Miyu was at the back, the amount of description was not bad, and she could be ranked 3rd. "This newspaper is like this. If it is not an important person, the name will basically not be written." Kakashi took the newspaper back and folded it and said, "Sooner or later, I will be written about in it." Obito thought of Jiraiya, who was described in a long paragraph, and he had the idea of replacing him. "If you practice hard, you can get everything." Miyu, who had finished practicing the Great Waterfall technique, came over and said with a smile, "Your graduation exam is coming. There are only 2 weeks left. There is no theoretical exam this time, so use your strengths." Miyu patted Obito on the shoulder and said, "The graduation exam of the ninja school does not test theory, but selects one from the basic ninjutsu to test. As long as there is no theory, then I will definitely have no problem." Obito patted his chest and said confidently. Miyu nodded, feeling that he could get 3 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls in this exam. Those basic ninjutsu were simple. With the help of the upgraded professor, Might Guy could master them to a good level, and there was no problem in dealing with the ninja school exam. After teaching his disciples, Miyu returned home as usual, but today he met an acquaintance on the way home. Minato, who was talking to his teammates, also found Miyu, smiled warmly and greeted him. 4K, my stomach seems to be too fragile. I got up and drank a bottle of mineral water that I opened yesterday, and it has been giving me a very subtle discomfort in my stomach. It's not painful, but it just feels wrong. Recommend a friend's book, Konoha, starting from the Hyuga Experiment Introduction. Konoha 54 years. The Third War has ended, the 4th generation has passed away, and Orochimaru has opened his mouth. As a Hyuga experiment created by Orochimaru when he was born, Kagura Hidezawa, who has become a thug of the root, looked at the system tasks and fell into deep thought. A few years later, Danzo let out a soul cry, "I'm not dead yet, why are you crying?" Chapter 254, The Thoughts of the Human Version of a Tailed Beast Ball. Hearing Minato's words, Takei and Amasohai beside him also greeted Miyu. They didn't know each other before, but fighting against the Jinchuriki together was also a fight for their lives, so they formed a good friendship in those days. "Minato, you are back. Is the war on the front line over?" Miyu asked with a slightly surprised expression. "It's not completely over. Iwagakure has not surrendered and signed a peace treaty, but the troops of Iwagakure have been driven out of the grass country. The war is over and my mission is completed. Teacher Jiraiya asked me to come back first. Minato explained with a smile. It's only a matter of time before they are completely defeated. We are still stronger in Konoha, Decay said with a smile. The several great victories over the Iwagakure gave him enough confidence. I see, it's really hard for you to successfully stop the enemy from the Fire Country. Miyu nodded and praised. Just as Miyu imagined, the war with Iwagakure has come to an end for the time being. If nothing unexpected happens, Minato will become the instructor of Obito and others. Haha, Miyu, aren't you also one of the hardest working ones? The battle with the Jinchuriki was all thanks to you. Decay laughed and patted Miyu on the shoulder. Decay was deeply impressed by Miyu's ninjutsu. He almost injured the careless Five-Tails Jinchuriki with his fire escape, and was able to resist the Four-Tails Jinchuriki's melt escape for a short time alone. It was all thanks to everyone's joint efforts that we succeeded, Miyu said with a smile. Hey, isn't this Minato? You're back. A young female ninja with a single ponytail and a very lively look suddenly felt bright when she saw Minato, and greeted Minato with a cheerful face. There were two female ninjas of about the same age next to her, and they also smiled and greeted Minato. Well, hello, Minato greeted with a smile. Although they were not very familiar with each other, he had to respond to others' greetings. Minato, you are so awesome. I saw the latest Konoha report. You and Jiraiya-sama defeated the Jinchuriki together. You are really a hero of Konoha. The ponytail girl looked at Minato with admiration as if there were stars in her eyes. It's not just me and Jiraiya-sensei. Many people contributed. Minato corrected. Not only Miyu, but also Decay and Amasohi faced the Jinchuriki together with them. Hey, who are you? One of the three girls with long black hair noticed Miyu's appearance. So Minato, you have a brother. Who is the younger brother and who is the older brother? After comparing the smiles of the two, the black-haired girl asked curiously. My name is Hanyu Miyu. I am neither Minato's brother nor Minato's younger brother, because we are not real brothers, nor are we distant relatives. Miyu explained skillfully. He got used to it after so many times. Minato looked normal and was no longer surprised. Hanyu Miyu, isn't that the ninja who fought against the tailed beasts with Lord Jiraiya in the newspaper? The girl with a ponytail heard this somewhat familiar name and immediately remembered it. Looking at Miyu with a surprised face, it is indeed that Hanyu Miyu. Miyu smiled and nodded to confirm. You must be very tired after coming down from the battlefield. How about we treat you to a meal? The girl with wavy curly hair put her hands together and invited Minato and Miyu. The girl with straight black hair and the girl with a ponytail gave a thumbs up to their good girlfriends behind their backs. You did a good job. Thank you for your kindness, but I have something to do later. Miyu smiled gently and declined. If it was really just a meal, he actually didn't care where he went. But if he went, it would definitely not be a simple meal. It would be mainly chatting and supplemented by eating, and maybe drinking or something. In short, it would be quite a waste of time. He is not a person without desires, but he is not in the mood at this stage. There are a lot of things to do. If it weren't for the shadow clone, he would be too busy. That's me too, but thank you. Minato also smiled and declined. Compared to the restaurant's meals and cooking by himself, he was used to Miyu's food. He had just finished reporting the mission and was about to go to Miyu's house and then take Miyu's food to find Kushina. He didn't have time to accompany a few unfamiliar female ninjas. That's a pity. Let's have dinner together next time we have a chance. The curly-haired girl showed a regretful look on her face, but didn't say much. The three girls and Miyu and Minato waved goodbye and left. That Hanyu Miyu looks pretty. Why didn't I have an impression of her before? Yes, she looks pretty, but I still like Minato a little more. It's a pity that he didn't agree. I think Miyu-kun is more beautiful. She is also gentle and sunny, but she feels more intelligent and intellectual. Decay and Amasohi stared at Miyu and Minato with death eyes. Alas, I shouldn't stand with you. Otherwise maybe I would have girls to chat up with me. Decay sighed. There were clearly three girls just now, but no one paid any attention to him. They were all chatting with Miyu and Minato. When have you ever been approached? I was really affected by these two. Xiangshan Shuping put his hand on Dekai's shoulder and said, "He has fair skin and regular features. He is definitely handsome, but he is just ordinary when standing next to Minato and Miyu. It is not necessarily a good thing to be approached. If Minato is approached and Kushina sees it, she may get angry if she is not explained properly." Miyu and Minato talked about the previous chat between Kushina and him. Kushina once asked Miyu about the situation at Minato's house when she was away, and whether there were any girls who came to see Minato. Minato was glad that he was a person who knew how to say number. When Kushina was angry, it would not only be difficult to appease her, but also make him feel distressed. After a brief chat, the four of them separated. Minato and Miyu walked in the same direction because they were neighbors. Minato returned home and created a shadow clone to clean up, and then went to Miyu's house to help cook. "I've been really bothering you all this time," Minato said embarrassedly while washing vegetables. He couldn't come to eat, and he had to trouble Miyu to pack and take away. Just thinking about it, Minato felt very embarrassed. "We are friends, so let's just help each other. After all, you have helped me a lot in the sealing technique, and Kushina has also taught me the four symbols seal during this period." Miyu smiled nonchalantly and said, "After I learned it, I realized how powerful this sealing technique is. If it weren't for Kushina, I would have found it difficult to obtain this level of sealing technique." Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar published this novel for the first time. The value of the technique lies in letting people learn it. Miyu, you have this talent, and Kushina must be very happy when she teaches you. Minato broke the vegetables one by one and said seriously. He was a little surprised at Miyu's progress. She had even learned the four symbols seal, which was already a top-level conventional seal technique. To celebrate Minato's return, Miyu specially made Kushina's favorite braised pork, but this took a long time, so the two chatted while waiting. Compared to us humans, the tailed beasts are really blessed. Not only do they have extremely huge chakra, but they can also use the tailed beast ball, and ninjutsu with extremely terrifying power. Miyu sighed. Tailed beast ball. Miyu's words brought Minato's thoughts back to the battlefield again. The dazzling white light of the explosion and the deep pit caused by the explosion were still vivid. The reason why Minato's battle memory with the tailed beasts was so profound was not because the tailed beast ball was too strong and left him with a psychological shadow, but because his girlfriend Kushina was also a Jinchuriki, and the tailed beast in her body was the strongest tailed beast. The nine tails. Minato would sigh when he thought of such a terrifying monster living in his girlfriend's body. Once the war gets tight, the Jinchuriki will definitely be sent to the battlefield. Minato was very worried. Don't think that Konoha is hiding Kushina tightly now, but this is just to let Kushina control the tailed beast faster and turn it into a controllable fighting force. Minato knows the significance of Jinchuriki to the ninja village. Jinchuriki is not used to take good care of it, but to deal with war. In this extremely chaotic situation, Minato dare not guarantee that Konoha can continue to be strong. Maybe one day Kushina will have to go to the battlefield, and Kushina's opponent will definitely not be anyone else, either Jinchuriki or the top strongmen of the other ninja village. It would be great if there was a ninjutsu with the same power as the tailed beast ball. Thinking of this, Minato sighed. The power of the tailed beast ball is so strong that even if his teacher Jiraiya activates the Sage mode, he can only avoid its edge. If Kushina encounters a Jinchuriki who can release the tailed beast ball without mastering the tailed beast ball, she will suffer a great loss. Then why not develop a ninjutsu similar to the tailed beast ball? At this time, Miyu said with a smile. Hearing Miyu's words, Minato was stunned. If you want to have the same power as a certain ninjutsu, it would be fastest to imitate it and develop improvements. Of course, I'm just saying it casually. The tailed beast ball is definitely not something that can be imitated casually, Miyu said jokingly. Minato's eyes lit up, and he said to Miyu excitedly, I think your idea is completely feasible. Miyu, they are all ninjutsu. There is no reason that only the tailed beast can use them. We can completely develop a human version of the tailed beast ball. It is theoretically feasible. Miyu nodded. The tailed beast ball is spherical, and it doesn't look like the nature change of the 5 basic attributes. Then we can make an ordinary chakra ball to imitate it. And then, Minato suddenly burst into inspiration, and felt more and more that it would be no problem for humans to rub the tailed beast ball with their hands. The dishes have been packed for you, send it over early. After Minato fell into deep thought, Miyu packed the dishes and handed them to Minato. Minato then realized that he had to go to Kushina's place, and hurriedly thanked Miyu and left Miyu's house. Today is also 7K. I won't drink mineral water tomorrow morning, but hot water. Chapter 255. The disciples also want to win Miyu's favor. One afternoon before the graduation exam, Obito, Kakashi and others who had completed their training did not go home, but gathered together at the dumpling shop. I think everyone wants to eat, right? Obito asked before ordering. Seeing that everyone nodded, Obito and the boss ordered 5 dumplings, and then found a seat near the inside of the store and sat down. You know what we are doing? Obito looked around and said in a serious voice, yeah, I know, it's for that. No Harlan nodded and answered softly, oh, that's it. Might Guy also whispered, isn't it just to discuss how to hold a thank you party for Teacher Miyu? Is it necessary to look like you are carrying out a confidential mission? Kakashi couldn't help but complain, because Obito and others are about to graduate, they will have less time to meet Miyu, and although Kakashi has already graduated, he will join a new team because the team is disbanded, and he won't be able to see Miyu every day like this in the future. So they discussed for a while. In order to thank Miyu for her teaching and help, they held a thank you party for Miyu. Although Shisui has neither graduated nor been in the internship team, he will definitely participate in this kind of thing. Seeing Obito so serious, I thought of cooperating with him. No, Harlan explained with an embarrassed smile. I thought they wanted to integrate confidentiality work into their daily life to exercise. Might Guy said that he misunderstood. Aren't you worried about running into someone who knows Miyu teacher and Miyu teacher knowing it in advance? Obito believes that it is important to stay vigilant. How can it be such a coincidence that we just happened to run into each other at the dumpling shop and were heard? Kakashi was speechless. He felt that Obito's seriousness was misplaced. It would be better if he had this vigilance when performing the mission. Obito wanted to say something, but Shisui on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said, these things don't matter. Let's discuss the specific content quickly. He understood Obito and Kakashi. Generally, if the two started to argue, they would not stop for a while. With Shisui as the middleman to mediate, both of them gave Shisui face and did not continue to argue. Although Shisui is 2 years younger than them, his excellent performance in all aspects makes Kakashi and Obito unable to regard Shisui as a first-year student. How about choosing the day after the graduation exam? Obito asked everyone's opinions. I think it's good. If you pass the exam, the teacher will directly issue a forehead protector. You can wear the forehead protector to thank Miyu for teaching us. No, Harlan clasped her hands together and said with a smile, that's what I think. Obito nodded and laughed. He was originally at the bottom of the class, but he graduated with excellent grades under Miyu's teaching, and then wore the forehead protector to thank Miyu. I have no problem. Kakashi nodded slightly to show that he had no objection. For him, the choice of time is not particularly important, because there is no special day. It feels good. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Might Guy couldn't help but shed tears of emotion just thinking about it. Okay, Shisui agreed. He didn't have a better time to choose, so he agreed directly. After confirming the time, the next step is the specific content of the thank you meeting. We definitely need to give gifts, but do you think it's better for everyone to give one together or for everyone to give one? Obito asked. Kakashi looked thoughtful, but Shisui quickly gave a perfect answer. Why do we have to choose? Can't everyone give one alone, and then give one together? Shisui thought that if there was no conflict, they could all give one. Shisui, you make sense. Obito thought about it and found that he was indeed in a blind spot. There was really no need to choose. They could all give one together. What he wanted to give was a personal privacy, and there was no need to discuss it. But what the 5 of them should give together was indeed a problem. You can start with Miyu's preferences. You have known Miyu for a longer time, so you can talk about it first. Kakashi gave a suggestion, and then looked at everyone quietly. Although he had a good impression of Miyu, Kakashi and Miyu had only been together for more than 3 months. He thought that Obito and the others might know Miyu better. As the first person to know Miyu, Shisui fell into thought. Miyu liked to watch them become stronger and grow, but this obviously could not be a substantial gift. He recalled the details of his time with Miyu, trying to find something from it. The most obvious hobby is calligraphy. Shisui once heard that Miyu practiced calligraphy in the office at noon, and occasionally Miyu would give them her calligraphy works. But Shisui wanted to dig out something deeper, so he tried harder to think and recall, trying to analyze what Miyu would like from his memory. But when he tried to analyze it, he suddenly found that he couldn't analyze it at all. In his memory, Miyu always taught them with a gentle smile, not only ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also solved them in time when they had bad emotions. Because they were the ones being helped, they didn't know much about Miyu, they just knew Miyu's personality, and they didn't know much about many other things. Maybe I can find more when I grow up and become stronger, Shisui thought in his heart. If Miyu encountered difficulties of his level, Shisui would definitely not be able to help now. Teacher Miyu likes calligraphy and likes to teach students, Shisui finally said. Now he can only say these two, and he doesn't know the others. These two are indeed the preferences of teacher Miyu, but has no one come up with a more hidden one? Obito scratched his head and asked. Many people in the ninja school knew that Miyu liked calligraphy. It was a very obvious hobby of Miyu. He had also given Miyu a brush, but Obito felt that the gift prepared by the 5 of them must have taken more effort. It seemed a bit perfunctory for the 5 of them to buy a brush together. I remember that teacher Miyu seemed to say that she liked egg dishes. How about we make a dish for teacher Miyu with eggs? Might Guy said, touching his chin seriously. He might not remember the names of unfamiliar people, but he usually remembered Miyu's words very clearly. Can you cook? Obito felt that this idea seemed okay, so he asked. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Shisui and Kakashi nodded. Although Shisui was young, he was able to solve his own eating problems very early because of special reasons. Might Guy shook his head. He just proposed an idea. He couldn't cook at the moment. Nohara Rin also shook her head in denial. Both of her parents were still in school, so it was not her turn to cook. Therefore, she had not yet mastered the skill of cooking. I can't do it either. Then it's only Shisui and Kakashi. Forget it. We can't just let them do the work. Obito finally decided to give up this seemingly good proposal. Then Obito kept recalling every bit of his time with Miyu, trying to get inspiration for a gift. Then he found that it was really hard to think of. After thinking about it, calligraphy was the most reliable choice. In fact, I don't think we need to go too deep. Maybe teacher Miyu doesn't have any other hobbies. Nohara Rin thought for a while and said, just convey our gratitude to teacher Miyu. And there is still a week. We can also ask other teachers or friends of teacher Miyu. Nohara Rin smiled softly. That's right. Listening to Nohara Rin's words, Obito's originally impatient heart calmed down. There are still 7 days left. They can ask teachers who are familiar with Miyu. If they really can't ask, they can just do their best and convey their feelings. While the few people were chatting and discussing, the boss also brought 5 portions of dango to the table one by one. Hello, Shisui. You met teacher Miyu when you first went to school. Seeing Shisui, who was always as steady as an old dog, Obito picked up a bunch of dango and stuffed it into his mouth and said with some envy, if he could meet Miyu earlier, maybe his strength would be much stronger than it is now, and he could spend more time with Miyu. Shisui's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled and comforted, although you have graduated, you are all disciples of teacher Miyu, you can still come to teacher Miyu to practice. Obito naturally knew this. If he graduated, he would have no chance to see Miyu again. He might have to deliberately fail and delay graduation for a few years. Kakashi, are the newly graduated genin busy? Obito looked at the only official ninja present and asked. He wanted to compare the life and internship with the official ninja. It's similar to the beginning of your internship. You practice every day, and you can't do missions above D level. Kakashi replied. In Kakashi's impression, Ninjas are like this, they either practice or carry out missions every day. Of course, it depends on the arrangement of the instructor. Kakashi added, I hope we can have a teacher who doesn't care about things, so that I can practice with teacher Muyu like before. Obito clasped his hands and prayed. In Obito's heart, Muyu becoming his instructor is the best solution, but he has already asked Muyu, and Muyu said that he has no intention of being an instructor for the time being. No way, if that's the case, I can't be an instructor, and teacher Muyu also has to go to class. Kakashi poured cold water on Obito. Everything is possible. You really have no dreams. I feel sorry for your future teammates. They have to practice and complete tasks with a boring person like you, Obito said with an indignant look. Even if Muyu's real body is busy, can he not split a shadow clone to teach him? I feel sorry for your future teammates. They have to complete tasks with you who are always daydreaming, Kakashi retorted. 3K. The typing state is not good, it's stuck when writing. Chapter 256, Minato to become a teacher. Because he got some inspiration when chatting with Muyu, Minato decided not to accept any missions for a while and concentrate on developing ninjutsu. But just when Minato was thinking about how to imitate the tailed beast ball, a ninja came to inform him that the Hokage had summoned him. So Minato quickly went to the Hokage's office. Knock, knock. Minato knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside. Minato then pushed open the wooden door and walked into the Hokage's office. Sandame-sama, do you have any mission for me to do? Minato asked directly without any nonsense. This kind of direct notification is either someone has designated him to complete a mission, or the Hokage has a special mission to give him. It's not a mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe, exhaled white smoke and said with a smile, Minato, you have been a jonin for a while, do you want to be a mentor? Sarutobi Hiruzen admired Minato very much, because Minato not only has excellent ninja talents, but also has a very good personality. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache. His 3 disciples were all strong in strength, but they all had flaws in character. Tsunade was addicted to gambling and had already started to give up. Because of her hemophobia, she could only be responsible for treatment and could not fight on the battlefield. Orochimaru was cold-hearted. Except for a few people with whom he had a special relationship, he basically didn't care about his so-called companions. He would do anything to achieve his goal. Compared with the 2 of them, Jiraiya was normal, just a little bit lustful, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think it was a big problem. If he had to choose one of the 3 disciples to become Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose Jiraiya. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Minato fell into thought. Minato's instructor was Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya often showed lust and various unreliable scenes, Minato believed from the bottom of his heart that Jiraiya was also an excellent teacher. Jiraiya rarely put on the teacher's airs with them, except when they were training. They usually got along more like friends. Moreover, Jiraiya has always been very reliable in carrying out tasks and teaching training. Jiraiya's unreliability is more in daily life. Whenever Minato sees Jiraiya showing a serious or earnest expression, he can feel full of security. Minato believes that Jiraiya has contributed to his current strength. Then Minato thought of Muyu again, and recalled the warm scene when Muyu got along with his disciples in the camp. The child named Uchiha Obito dared to refute even Jiraiya, but obeyed Muyu's words. Yes, Minato smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen and replied, he also wanted to be a teacher, to cultivate excellent ninjas like his teacher Jiraiya, and to have several outstanding and lovely disciples like Muyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded with satisfaction. As Jiraiya's disciple, he is so outstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Minato has the opportunity to become the 5th generation Hokage. And if you want to become a Hokage, cultivating successors is also a skill that needs to be mastered. The 2nd generation cultivated him and Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also cultivated the 3 ninjas. The graduation exam of the ninja school is about to begin. There will be a new batch of genin soon. You should be responsible for these 3 students at that time. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed 3 documents to Minato. Although the exam has not started yet, The 3 students he prepared for Minato are all sure to pass the exam. Moreover, during the war, in order to increase the ability to deal with the war, the graduation standards of the ninja school will be lowered, and basically there will be no situation where someone cannot graduate. Minato nodded and took the information. After seeing the avatar and name on it, he was stunned. Hatake Kakashi, Chunin. Looking at the white-haired boy with a mask on it, Minato was a little surprised. He remembered that this was a member of the Muyu team. He went to the battlefield with Muyu last time. At his current age, his strength can be said to be very good. Muyu is just leading an intern team. It will be disbanded after the interns graduate, so is it reassigned to me? Minato thought of the reason in his heart. Muyu's main job is still a teacher at the ninja school. As long as Kakashi does not follow Muyu to the ninja school as an assistant, he can only change to another team. What an excellent kid. It's a pity that Senior White Fang didn't. After reading Kakashi's profile, Minato sighed in his heart. When Minato saw the second profile, he was a little confused. He only saw Akaya Bita written on it, and the photo was a black-haired boy wearing goggles and smiling foolishly. He also knew this person because he was also Muyu's student. Minato still remembered that when he was eating at Muyu's house, Obito complained that he and Muyu looked like twin brothers, and he even took photos for him. When Minato saw Obito's mission resume, he was shocked. Obito, who was a student of the ninja school, actually had a record of 2 A-level missions and 1 S-level mission. You know, many Chunins don't have a record of completing S-level missions. Even if Muyu led the team, he wouldn't let the intern go on such a level of mission, right? Minato was a little confused. He could guess that the S-level one was because of the sudden war, and Muyu mixed up an S-level, but he couldn't guess the 2 A-levels, and there was also a B-level, but there was no C-level mission. After reading Obito's resume, he had to admit that this was an unprecedented student in the ninja school, and there might not be one in the future. This resume was too amazing. When Minato saw the third student's information, he breathed a sigh of relief, because it said no Rin, not Might Guy. If the third student was Might Guy, I'm afraid Minato would have to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen what was the meaning of this arrangement. 2 of the 3 students were Muyu's disciples, and Minato was ready to have a good chat with Muyu during dinner. Minato, you need to pay special attention to the disciple named Hatake Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the jar in his mouth and said with a puff of smoke, you should know Hatake Tsukumo. Of course, Lord White Fang is so outstanding, there will be no ninja in Konoha who doesn't know his name. Minato replied. After seeing Kakashi's surname, the first person he thought of was White Fang. Kakashi is his child. After that incident, Kakashi changed completely and turned in a bad direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he talked about Kakashi's experience, from a ninja school Chunin to a cold-blooded teammate who was not liked. Thanks to Muyu's efforts, Kakashi seems to have returned to his previous state, but I don't know if this is temporary or permanent. I'd like to trouble Minato to pay more attention. The huge changes in people can be seen with the naked eye. When he saw Kakashi in the mission hall before, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he had changed, and the whole atmosphere of the person had changed. In order not to waste Muyu's efforts, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito, who had a good relationship with Kakashi, to be Kakashi's teammates. I will, Minato said solemnly. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen did not remind him specifically, as long as he found that there was a problem with his students, he would solve it, otherwise he would not be worthy of being called a teacher. In the evening, Minato went to Muyu's house, ready to talk to Muyu about Obito and the others, and to have a meal. By the way, read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 +_. It's not that he is too obsessed with eating for free, but because if he goes too early, Muyu will not be at home. Muyu is at home except for mealtime and evening, and basically teaches students at other times. Minato skillfully helped Muyu wash the vegetables, and then smiled and said, Muyu, I will also be a teacher in the future. Although I am not teaching in the ninja school, the instructor should also be considered a teacher. The instructor is of course a teacher, and you have been my sealing technique teacher for a long time, Muyu said with a smile. It's more Kushina who is doing the work, Minato said modestly. Although Minato's sealing technique level is not as good as Kushina, he is also a master in sealing technique, which is of great help to Miyu who has just learned sealing technique. The third generation showed me the information of the disciples in advance, and 2 of them are your disciples, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Speaking of this, Minato's expression was a little subtle. That means you have a lot of faith with them. Miyu showed a surprised smile. They are lucky to meet a mentor like Minato. I know your strength. Among the Jonins of Konoha, only the 3 Jonins are stronger than you. Miyu glanced at Minato's panel. After several months of experience on the battlefield, Minato's strength has been greatly improved. His chakra has reached 55,000. His proficiency in Flying Thunder God has also increased a lot, and his proficiency in other skills has also increased significantly. It can be said that his overall strength has been strengthened. Miyu feels that Minato has now surpassed a lot of Konoha Jonins and is considered half of Konoha's top combat power. There are still some Jonin seniors who are not inferior to me. Minato heard Miyu say that he was second only to the 3 Jonins, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone has his own strengths. Miyu, your ninjutsu is actually more powerful than mine. But if you can't hit the person, it doesn't make sense to have a big power. Minato, your Flying Thunder God is too fast." Miyu made a wave of commercial mutual praise. Generally, 3 students form a class. Who is the other one? Miyu asked out of caution. Although the original work shows that Nohara Rin, Obito, and Kakashi are a team, after all, now that he is here, it is not impossible that Sarutobi Hiruzen sees that Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy get along well and arranges them together. If Nohara Rin and Obito are not together, then Miyu will have to speed up the development of water breathing. If teammates are not strong, then she needs to improve her own strength more. It's a girl named Nohara Rin. Minato handed the washed vegetables to Miyu and replied, "This is not the information of a secret mission, so there is no need to hide it." That's really a coincidence. In fact, Nohara Rin is also my disciple, Miyu said with a surprised expression. In the past, he hid it because his strength was not strong, and he still had the identity of the root on the surface, which was not convenient. Now his strength on the surface is a powerful ninja who can defeat the Buketon Hunter, and the target is Minato, so there is no need to hide too much. Miyu, don't you have another disciple named Might Guy? Minato asked with a puzzled expression. I conducted a special training for the 4th grade of the ninja school before. During the special training, I discovered the potential of Nohara Rin, so I accepted her as my disciple to train her, Miyu explained. Minato showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then he felt strange in his heart. In this case, his 3 disciples were all Miyu's disciples. Miyu, why don't you become a mentor directly? That way you can teach them all the time, Minato asked. He felt that with Miyu's strength, it would be better to become a mentor, and it would be more flexible and could also train himself. I prefer to teach more in the ninja school, and after they graduate, I can also provide guidance during extracurricular time. Miyu smiled and replied, with his current strength, he would gain more from attending classes in the ninja school. According to the previous mission rewards, disciples who perform missions with Minato will also receive rewards, but there will be no additional bonus, which is about 1/3 less. Then Miyu, when you have time in the future, come and teach me how to teach students. You are better in this aspect, Minato said with a smile. Miyu's educational ability was praised by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. 3.4K, today it is less than 7K. I am furious. I will try to hit 10,000 tomorrow. I can't let this go on. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Shadow Clone performs a great service. After discussing for a while at the dumpling shop, Obito and the others still couldn't come up with a gift for the 5 of them. So they decided to ask other teachers in the school and Miyu's friends before making a decision. After the group dispersed, Obito went home for dinner first, and then returned to the streets of the main city. In fact, before this party, Obito had thought about giving Miyu something, so he had already had an idea of his personal gift for Miyu. Although Obito didn't know much about calligraphy, he would ask. By asking the bookstore owner, he learned that calligraphy brushes, ink, paper and inkstones are very particular. Originally, he wanted to make a brush for Miyu by himself, just like Miyu made ninja tools, but later he found that making a brush was too difficult and he was not that kind of material, so he temporarily gave up this idea. He chose to make an inkstone, which was relatively simple. In Obito's opinion, an ordinary inkstone is a hole dug in the stone, and a more complicated one is to carve something on the stone, which he thinks he can do. After asking many grandpas and grandmas, Obito finally got 3 stones for making inkstones from an old man who likes calligraphy. Obito was very happy and gave the money to the old man. Then he went to the bookstore to buy an inkstone, and then he started to think about how to make the inkstone at home. Obito didn't start right away, because he hadn't even thought about the shape of the inkstone yet. Obito took out a piece of white paper and a pen, and wanted to draw the pattern he wanted first. 20 minutes later, Obito looked at a not-so-round circle in a rectangle and a bunch of black lines next to it, and his expression was a little distressed. The idea was good, but he couldn't draw. Obito felt that the dragon pattern kunai that Miyu gave him was very handsome, and he also wanted to make a similar dragon on the inkstone, but let alone carving. Obito didn't know what he was drawing on paper. Damn it, drawing is so difficult, it feels harder than ninjutsu. Obito sighed and lay on the seat. Should I go to Zealand or Kakashi for help? 2 figures appeared in Obito's mind subconsciously. Nohara-rin gave him paintings as birthday gifts twice, and he felt that Nohara-rin was quite good at drawing. As for Kakashi, although he had never seen Kakashi draw, Obito had an inexplicable confidence that Kakashi would definitely draw, and his level was not low. No, how can I ask other people for help with the gift I want to give? Obito shook his head and rejected this idea. As a gift for Miyu, Obito still wanted to complete it alone as much as possible. If the design was drawn by someone else, it would not be considered a gift for him alone. At this time, Obito suddenly had an idea to use the shadow clone technique to quickly increase his painting experience. After the shadow clone technique was used, the memory would flow back. If he split a few shadow clone techniques to practice with him, maybe he would be in time. If you manage the shadow clone time well, it shouldn't be too tiring. The more Obito thought about it, the better he thought this was. He couldn't stand the fatigue of practicing with shadow clone, so it shouldn't be a big problem to just draw for a while. Of course, Obito knew that there was still a fatal problem with his idea. That is, the shadow clone would not necessarily do it according to his ideas. In battle, the shadow clone could execute various tactics, but in daily life, if he asked the shadow clone to do the questions, the shadow clone would fight with him. Shadow clone technique. Obito formed a seal and created 2 shadow clones. Now that he had a solution, he had to give it a try. Just when Obito was about to persuade the shadow clones to practice drawing, something unexpected happened. One of the shadow clones walked to the table and picked up a pen to start drawing, while the other one found a piece of paper and pen and started drawing on the floor. What are you still doing there? Why don't you hurry up and practice? The shadow clone on the floor said to Obito with a dissatisfied look on his face. Obito was dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, why didn't you guys slack off this time and take the initiative? He was mentally prepared for the shadow clones to play badly and then fight alone, but the 2 shadow clones were more conscious than ever before. The shadow clone sitting on the chair glanced at Obito and said, Mr. Miyu is such a good person. Of course I have to do my best to give him the best gift. If you have time to ask this, you might as well hurry up. There is only 1 week left before the graduation exam, and there is not much time left. Obito, who was sitting on the floor, continued to urge. It was the first time that he was urged to act by his own shadow clone. With this novelty, Obito quickly found paper and pen and started to draw. Obito vaguely guessed the reason for the change of the shadow clone, which might be caused by his own inner thoughts. He was very reluctant to do the questions. If it was not assigned by Miyu, he would not want to complete it at all. But this time of drawing was different. This time he wanted to give Miyu a better gift. He had no resistance to drawing at this time. So the shadow clone when doing the questions was so different from the shadow clone now. Anyway, it was Senjudo Bairama who did not consider this when developing the shadow clone. Obito finally put the blame on the developer of the ninjutsu. After drawing for 2.5 hours, Obito released the shadow clone. The painting experience of the shadow clone flowed into Obito's brain, and he couldn't help but show a trace of fatigue on his face. Obito sorted out his memory and found that learning with the shadow clone technique was not as efficient as he thought, because most of the practice experience was the same, and it could not achieve the effect of 3 times the speed. It's better than me drawing alone, and I'm more skilled at it. Obito nodded with satisfaction after drawing another one. Although it was still far from what he had in mind, it was still better than the meaningless black lines at the beginning. After practicing alone for another hour, Obito went to bed. Maybe because he was very tired, Obito felt sleepy as soon as he lay down on the bed, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Obito woke up at about the same time as usual due to his biological clock, then washed up, had breakfast, and went to the South Forest to practice. Maybe because he practiced too much before going to bed, Obito couldn't help but think about what the scenes on the street would look like on paper when he looked at them. Obito, good morning. Nohara-rin greeted Obito with a smile on her face. Hearing Nohara-rin's voice, Obito, who was originally in the daze, woke up immediately, smiled and greeted Nohara-rin. Lin, good morning to you too. Obito, did you stay up late last night? Just now, you seemed a little out of shape, Nohara-rin asked with concern. Let me guess, are you busy preparing a gift for teacher Miyu? Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar. First release this novel. With Nohara-rin's understanding of Obito, this is too easy to guess, because they were discussing giving gifts yesterday. Haha, Lin, you really know me, but I didn't stay up late. I just used the shadow clone to speed up my study yesterday, so I was a little tired, but it didn't affect me. Obito laughed twice and began to explain. He really didn't stay up late, because he heard that staying up late would not make you taller. He is going to become a Hokage, so of course he can't be a dwarf. Well, don't make yourself too tired. After all, the usual training is not easy. It would be bad if you get sick from exhaustion. Nohara-rin reminded with a smile. Obito patted his chest and said with a smile, I am a man who is going to become Hokage. I know the importance of things. After all, if I suffer a little loss, it will be a loss for the entire Konoha. Nohara-rin was amused by Obito's words, and covered her lips with her right hand and chuckled. The loss of the entire Konoha is too exaggerated. Obito, you haven't become Hokage yet. I think that if you waste Rin's time again, it will cause Rin's loss. Kakashi, who was passing by, left a word and walked towards the training place without looking back. Damn Kakashi. Obito curled his lips, feeling a little unhappy. He was just looking at Nohara-rin's happy smile, and Kakashi suddenly appeared. Really can't waste time, go practice, and talk during the break. Nohara-rin smiled slightly and walked towards the training place. Seeing this, Obito hurriedly caught up and walked side by side with Nohara-rin. When Obito and Nohara-rin arrived, Might Guy and Shisui were already practicing, and Kakashi also pulled out the white fang short blade, looking like he was going to practice. Obito walked to Shisui's side and began to practice armament haki. Now breathing technique is the main training content, but they have not neglected the practice of armament haki. They have to practice for 2 to 3 hours every day, and the rest of the time is for the practice of breathing technique. Armament haki can be improved after learning it, but it requires more chakra. But armament haki is difficult. When they learn it, the chakra will be more than what they have now. After the training, the 5 people gathered together to discuss the gift. Shisui, did your shadow clone ask for useful information? Obito asked. Since Shisui's shadow clone will go to class every day, it is Shisui who should ask questions to the teachers of the ninja school. The shadow clone can just ask when he goes to school. No, those teachers don't know teacher Miyu as well as we do. Shisui shook his head and said, recalling the memories of the shadow clone. They also know that Miyu likes egg dishes, while the teachers of the ninja school only know that Miyu likes to practice calligraphy. Then what should we do? I remember that the only person who is more like a friend to Miyu teacher seems to be Minato Sr., but Minato Sr. is on the battlefield. Obito thought for a while and said, "How about we make a tides together and give it to Miyu teacher?" Might Guy suggested. "I don't think it's a good idea." Shisui rejected the proposal. "Okay, not everyone likes tights, especially green ones." Obito couldn't help but complain. He couldn't imagine what Miyu's face would look like in a green tights. It was too incongruous. After a round of discussion, the 5 people still couldn't decide on it. But they agreed to decide on the gift tomorrow, otherwise there might not be enough time. 3K. Although the momentum is full today, it seems that I got angry in a rage, and the typing speed has not increased, but 7K should be safe today. Chapter 258. Something is wrong with the disciples. After the disbandment, Shisui went to a ninja tool shop called Zuenzwenzwen. "Is my custom-made katana finished?" Shisui asked the young boss. Before proposing the thank you party, Shisui had the idea of giving Miyu a gift. Because Miyu had given him a short blade before, so Shisui was going to give Miyu a weapon. Although he wanted to forge a weapon for Miyu, he was too young and it was a bit inconvenient, so Shisui chose the second best and chose to customize a good weapon for Miyu. However, it happened to be the thank you party, so Shisui thought about giving the gift out at the thank you party. "It's done. I'll take you to see it." The young boss smiled and nodded, called his wife down to look after the store, and then took Shisui out of the store and went to the backyard of his warehouse. The young boss walked to the weapon rack and handed the forged katana to Shisui. Shisui took the katana and looked at it carefully. The katana was red in color, the handle was blood-like crimson, and the scabbard was flame-like orange-red, with a pattern of burning flames on it. Shisui nodded in his heart. This was what he had specifically requested, because Miyu taught him the breath of flame. The 1-meter-long katana was close to Shisui's height and length. Shisui, who was not yet 7 years old, was now 1.23 meters tall. However, Shisui was a ninja, so he easily pulled the katana out of the warehouse. Under the light in the warehouse, the silver-white blade glowed with a cold white light, and there were flame-like patterns on the blade. Shisui was very satisfied. Although he didn't know knives, this knife looked good. The young boss brought a wooden man and a stone, and said to Shisui with a smile, "Come and try the knife." Shisui nodded and walked towards the wooden man. Without using chakra, he swung the katana and chopped at the wooden man's arm. Boom! The katana easily chopped off the wooden man's arm, and the wood fell to the ground with a sound. Swish! Shisui did not stop, and swung the katana very quickly, instantly cutting the wooden man into pieces, and the cuts were very smooth. Then Shisui gathered chakra in his hand, used chakra to strengthen the blade, and swung the knife twice to cut the stone into 4 pieces. The young boss was secretly shocked when he saw this scene, thinking that ninjas are different. Even a child can have strength far beyond that of an adult. Very good. This is the agreed money. Shisui sheathed the knife and took out 640,000 taels from his pocket and handed it to the young boss. Before that, he had also paid a deposit of 160,000 taels. The total cost of this katana was 800,000 taels. Although it cost a lot of money, Shisui felt that it was worth it. Miyu also spent a lot of money on him. Although the short blade was made by Miyu himself, the material cost was not less, and he would also prepare secret medicine for him to practice. Shisui didn't care much about money. After becoming a ninja, he would definitely not be short of money. Then Shisui took the katana back home and started to make a gift box by himself. He couldn't make the knife by himself, but it was no problem to make a gift box by himself. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to finish it before the thank you party, but it turned out to be ahead of schedule. At the same time, Kakashi at home also breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost done. Kakashi looked at the brush that was gradually taking shape, and a smile appeared on his face without a mask. Although he had not been with Miyu for a long time, Miyu had a pivotal position in Kakashi's heart, and he could feel Miyu's care for him. Because Miyu liked calligraphy, Kakashi thought about making a brush for Miyu. After a period of study, he successfully learned how to make a brush. Now Kakashi has some understanding of brushes, and knows that brushes with different hairs have their own strengths. After carefully reading the calligraphy that Miyu gave him, Kakashi judged that Miyu should use a sheep hair brush, so he made a sheep hair brush himself. If I give a brush, I feel like I might bump into other people, Kakashi thought in his mind. Since the disciples all know about calligraphy, they can't think of any special gifts, and they may give something related to calligraphy in the end. Kakashi thinks that most people will give brushes. Kakashi continued to deepen the details, bumping into each other. It's nothing. It shows that everyone is very attentive. The next day, Kakashi saw a golden figure on his way to the South Forest in the morning. Kakashi thought it was Miyu, but when he got closer, he found that it was Minato Namikaze, who looked very similar to Miyu. Kakashi originally wanted to say hello and then rush to the South Forest to practice, but he remembered that he said yesterday that Minato couldn't be asked on the battlefield, so he must not let him go if he met him. "Good morning, Minato-senpai," Kakashi Minato greeted. "Good morning, Kakashi." Minato, who was buying breakfast, responded with a gentle smile, because he would become his student soon. Minato looked at Kakashi with a very kind look. Kakashi noticed that Minato's attitude seemed to have changed a little, but he didn't care too much and asked directly, "Minato-senpai, what kind of gift do you think Miyu teacher would like?" "The team is about to disband, and I want to give Miyu teacher a gift." Kakashi's words made Minato fall into thought. If he gave Miyu a gift, it would either be his experience in practicing sealing techniques, or just give a sealing technique. But Kakashi, a child, certainly couldn't give him such a gift, so Minato tried to recall what Miyu had clear preferences. After thinking for several minutes, Minato still couldn't think of it. In his impression, Miyu didn't seem to have clear preferences in other aspects. "I think it's enough to convey your feelings. Just give what you want to give," Minato finally replied. According to his understanding of Miyu, this should be enough. "Sorry to bother you, Minato-senpai. Thank you." Kakashi didn't show a frustrated expression after failing to get useful information from Minato. He thanked him and went to the South Forest to practice. He felt that what Minato said made sense. Since he really couldn't find it, there was no need to go into a dead end. Minato looked at Kakashi's leaving figure and smiled. He wondered if Kakashi would also prepare gifts for him so thoughtfully in the future, and he looked forward to his future life as a mentor. Although he was delayed for a while on the road, Kakashi set off early enough, and he accelerated his journey later, so he was not late, but became the last one to arrive. "Kakashi, you don't value your training time. You should get up earlier and come to practice earlier." Obito immediately seized the opportunity to avenge the interruption of Kakashi yesterday. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said, "I always get up early, but I met Minato-senpai on the way, so I wasted some time." Obito subconsciously thought about how to continue to confront Kakashi, and suddenly found that Kakashi said he met Minato Namikaze, so he hurriedly asked, "Isn't Minato-senpai on the battlefield? How did you meet him?" "The war on the front line has come to an end, so Minato came back to rest." Miyu answered Obito's question for Kakashi. Obito then remembered that Miyu was by his side, and the thank you meeting could not be discussed, so Obito gave Kakashi a look and stopped talking. "Let's talk after the training." Kakashi understood what Obito meant, and did not speak again. Miyu looked at the scene with some doubts in her heart, and she said only 2 words and then stopped, which was not the style of Kakashi and Obito. Miyu walked to Obito calmly, then asked with a smile, "Obito, you have been practicing in Qingzong for quite a while. Have you felt that you can breathe more continuously when you concentrate recently?" "No special feeling. Maybe I haven't practiced at home enough. I have something to do recently and I have other things to do at home," Obito answered honestly. He thought that his progress did not reach the progress planned by Miyu. "But don't worry, Teacher Miyu, I am always very focused when I practice, and I will definitely practice more when I have time," Obito added. Miyu touched Obito's head and said with a smile, "Of course I know that you practice very hard. As for extracurricular time, it is your free time. You can use it according to your own ideas." Then Miyu walked to the side of Might Guy, watched Might Guy's practice for a while, and said, "Okay, How is the practice of the 8 gates of ninjutsu going? Do you feel that the 3rd gate has been opened? Might Guy shook his head and replied, no feeling at all. Is it because I have been slacking off in preparing gifts recently? Might Guy couldn't help but think in his heart. Miyu asked this question, usually because the level that should be achieved has not been achieved. Maybe I have been practicing less recently, so I will double my training today. Might Guy shouted with a passionate face. No need to do that, I'm just asking, just follow my arrangement during normal training time. Miyu smiled gently and patted Might Guy's shoulder and said, there is a problem. After asking Might Guy and Obito briefly, Miyu guessed that the disciples might be busy with something he didn't know after the training time, and they were deliberately hiding it from him. Because I'm about to graduate, are you going to hold a celebration party to give me gifts or something? Miyu guessed. After all, the 3 disciples are all at the 4th level of trust. According to Miyu's observation, this level of trust is almost like treating him as a relative. Although Kakashi is not at the 4th level, he is also in a state of high trust. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first releases this novel. With such a relationship, coupled with the approaching graduation, Miyu would of course guess that they are preparing to hold a celebration party. Although there are many psychopaths in the Naruto world, no one is so crazy as to murder a teacher for excitement after graduation, and his disciples are currently very normal. Miyu didn't think much about it. He couldn't use the caution he had for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo on his disciples, otherwise it would be too tiring. When the afternoon training started, Miyu stopped Shisui and Obito who were about to start, saying that there would be new special training. Before, I chased you and beat you. This time I will give you a chance to fight back. I will limit my speed to be similar to yours. You can use all means to attack my shadow clones, and the shadow clones will not attack you. Miyu explained the rules of the new special training. This training is essentially the same as the previous one, but the focus is different. The previous one was more about training movement, and this one is more about training offensive ability. No questions? Obito asked tentatively. He sounded very similar to the previous special training, and was very worried that a large number of questions would be generated, so that his time to prepare gifts would be affected. Not yet, Miyu smiled and replied. Originally, Miyu's plan had a penalty for some questions. If you didn't hit the shadow clone, you would have to answer 5 questions in 1 minute. If you hit it, you would be charged immediately. The upper limit was 10 minutes. However, Miyu realized that Obito and the others might be preparing for the graduation celebration, so he temporarily changed the plan. He has never been a rigid person. He would not put too much pressure on his disciples if they needed more free time. Great, Obito cheered. He directly ignored the temporary penalty. Special training without questions is good special training. Shisui was relieved. Although his gift could be given away, Shisui still wanted to strive for perfection and spend more time on the gift box. If there were too many questions, his energy would inevitably be dispersed. Shadow clone technique. Miyu made a seal to create 2 shadow clones, and walked away separately. Shisui and Obito changed their breathing rhythms and entered a state of full concentration breathing, absorbing a lot of oxygen to strengthen themselves. Start. Miyu saw that both of them were ready, so he shouted. Obito raised his fist and rushed towards Miyu's shadow clone. Miyu's shadow clone did not run away, but stood there waiting for Obito's attack, and then dodged Obito's straight punch by leaning sideways. Obito quickly swung his arm at the shadow clone's head, and kicked out with his left foot, but these attacks were seen through by the shadow clone, and he easily dodged Obito's punch and kick combo by stepping back. Obito opened his 2 Magatama Sharingan in disbelief. His eyes turned blood red, and then continued to attack. Then Obito found that this Sharingan was even more frustrating, because he could clearly perceive that he was just a little bit away from hitting Miyu. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Obito directly made a seal to use ninjutsu, because Miyu said that they could use all means. As the seal was made, a large amount of chakra gathered at Obito's throat, and then he spit out a large number of small fireballs and smashed them towards the shadow clone. At the same time, Obito also began to run at full speed, trying to catch the flaw of Miyu dodging the ninjutsu and hit it. However, Miyu was much calmer than he thought. She used the big trees in the southern forest to flexibly dissolve all the fengxi and fire, making Obito's fire attack ineffective. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Shisui concentrated his chakra and spit out a large amount of flames. The blazing orange-yellow flames soon formed a 2-meter-high fireball and smashed towards Miyu. But it was not over yet. Shisui spit out a great fireball of similar size without making a seal. The two great fireballs smashed in different directions. In fact, this can be called a great fireball. It can spit out 2 fireballs at a time in a short period of time. The power of a single fireball is reduced, but the coverage area will be increased. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Miyu's shadow clone used earth escape with a seal, and a thick earth wall rose to block the 2 fireballs. Shisui was slightly stunned, but he soon remembered that the shadow clone just didn't attack them. Miyu didn't say that the shadow clone couldn't use ninjutsu. Shisui opened his Sharingan and started the next round of attack. After fighting with the shadow clone for 5 minutes, Shisui gained a hidden intelligence. Only when he uses ninjutsu to attack will the shadow clone have a chance to use ninjutsu to defend. If he does not use ninjutsu to attack, the shadow clone will not use ninjutsu even in critical situations. Once, he almost touched the shadow clone, but the shadow clone still did not use any ninjutsu. Is this time to practice the grasp of the timing of the battle? Shisui had a guess in his mind. If it is really as he guessed, then the timing of using ninjutsu is very important, and it must be grasped to a very subtle degree. The shadow clone must not be aware that it cannot dodge without using ninjutsu, and at the same time, it must be able to disrupt the shadow clone's movement. Although Shisui had this idea, it was still difficult to put it into practice. Until the end of the 10-minute training, Shisui did not succeed in hitting the shadow clone. Both of you have no hits for 10 minutes. Miyu announced the results. It's so difficult. Isn't this equivalent to fighting with a weakened version of you, teacher? Obito thought for a while and said, my shadow clone didn't attack you. If it was a real fight, you would have been knocked down long ago. Miyu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together. Obito's Sharingan was still open at this time, and he watched himself being hit, unable to dodge. It's not much more difficult than the last training. You can complete it if you make a breakthrough. Think more when fighting. Miyu looked at Obito and reminded him, among his disciples, Kakashi has the strongest combat ability, followed by Shisui and Might Guy. Nohara Rin's data is not enough to analyze, and Obito is basically at the bottom. If all the abilities of the two are the same, Miyu feels that Obito has little chance of defeating Kakashi. Kakashi has a strong ability to analyze combat and has rich combat experience. Although he is not as strong as Obito and Might Guy at present, once his ability catches up, his strength will not be weak. I know. I will try to make my combat ability stronger in this training. Obito smiled and scratched his head and replied. He felt what Miyu meant. In this regard, he is indeed not as good as Might Guy and Shisui. He has lost many advantages in battles with Might Guy. 4.8k. Today I have finished 7.8k. I will try to finish more tomorrow. I was in such a hurry to post that I forgot to choose the chapter title. This one can only be changed by the editor. It's really troublesome. Chapter 259 Iwagakura's War Strategy. After the training, the 5 of them gathered at the dumpling shop again. Kakashi, where did you meet Minato-senpai this morning? Obito asked impatiently. Did you ask Minato-senpai about Miyu-sensei's hobbies? You won't forget them, will you? Today was the last day they agreed to come up with the gift, and they had to decide on the gift today anyway. Do you think I'm you? The reason I'm a little later than usual is because of this. Kakashi nodded and said, with a little aggression because it was morning. Hearing this, the other 3 also looked at Kakashi, but Kakashi's next words disappointed them. I asked, but Minato-senpai didn't have the information we wanted. Kakashi replied, Minato-senpai doesn't know either. Maybe Miyu-sensei only has 2 hobbies, calligraphy and education, and doesn't have any hidden hobbies. Obito sighed, feeling that his expectations were in vain. He thought about it, and even the disciples they spent every day with didn't know. So what could Namike's Minato know? But I think what Senior Minato said makes sense, just like what Zealand said before, just convey your feelings. Kakashi said seriously, Think about it. Is Teacher Muyu teaching us so that we can give him good gifts? No. As long as we practice hard, he will be very happy. Several disciples fell into deep thought, and Muyu said this to them all. As long as your strength improves, it will be the best reward for me. Might Guy's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the time when he first won the first place in the class in the practical test. When Muyu said this to him, the longer he spent with Muyu, the more he felt that Muyu's words came from the heart, not just some nice words. That's right, the most important thing is to convey your feelings. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and said with approval, "Indeed, Teacher Muyu should not want us to entangle in such things and delay our practice." Shisui also nodded. "Then let's discuss what to give quickly." Obito no longer entangled. Nohara Rin looked at the faces of the four people, and suddenly a good idea came to her mind. So she smiled and said, "Why don't we make a few small statues to give to Teacher Muyu? Each of us will make one in his own image, and then everyone will work together to complete Teacher Muyu's statue. Just do it as you usually do during training, and put them together when they are all finished." Kakashi thought about it, whether it was from the division of labor or the meaning of the gift. It was very good, so he said, "I think it's okay." "That's great, Dalin. Are you a genius?" Obito praised with a smile. Might Guy and Shisui thought about it and nodded in approval, thinking that this gift was very good. "It's just that I suddenly feel that this will be very good. Even if we are not with Teacher Muyu, our statues are accompanying Teacher Muyu," Nohara Rin said with a smile. It was passed unanimously, and the joint gift for Muyu was decided. In the first 3 days, each person will complete his own statue, and in the next 2 days, everyone will work together to complete Muyu's statue. The issue of what to give is solved, but Obito soon faced a new problem. This thing is not easy to make. After buying the materials and equipment and returning home, Obito looked at the sculpture of himself, and finally sighed and threw it into the trash can. Shadow clone technique. Obito finally decided to use the ninjutsu to help himself. This was to stay with Muyu. He didn't ask for it to be very good, but at least it had to look like himself. Considering this, Obito bought a few more tools. The shadow clone didn't say anything nonsense and started practicing as soon as it came out. In addition to the gifts given by the group, Obito didn't forget his own gifts, and finally finished the drawings before going to bed. Fortunately, Zealand came up with a good idea, otherwise I would be too busy. Obito sighed in his heart. Practicing sculpture is also beneficial for him to make inkstones. If he changes one, he will definitely have one that he can't do well. I wonder how others have finished? Obito couldn't help thinking about other people's sculptures while lying on the bed. The first one was Nohara Rin, who gave him the rock face. Nohara Rin had experience and should not be bad. As for Kakashi and Shisui, Obito felt that they might be similar to him. After all, they also had shadow clones. As for Might Guy, Obito couldn't say. 3 days passed quickly. On the 4th day, the 5 disciples gathered together with their finished products to prepare for the production of the Muyu statue. Since they had to make something, the location was not chosen at the dumpling shop, but at Kakashi's house. "Kakashi, you are so amazing. How did you do it?" Nohara Rin immediately saw the lifelike Kakashi statue on the table. She looked closer and found that Kakashi had completed all the details. He was wearing a mask on his face, holding the white fang short blade in his right hand, and looked like he was sprinting and slashing forward. "Let me see." Obito, who had just walked in the door, heard Nohara Rin praising Kakashi so much, and he ran over at once. After seeing the sculpture of Kakashi, Obito swallowed the words he had thought of in his mind. "This level is really hard to criticize. What do you think, Obito?" "I feel like it really looks like Kakashi." Nohara Rin looked at Obito and asked with a smile. "It's really okay, quite similar, but I feel there is still a lot of room for improvement," Obito commented and replied. If it was Rin Nohara's work, he would say it was invincible, so amazing that it couldn't be more amazing. And it was exactly the same as the real person, but this was Kakashi's work, and Obito could only say it was okay and needed more practice. "Obito, you are too demanding. I feel that this is already very good compared to mine," Rin Nohara said as he put his sculpture on the table. Obito looked at Rin Nohara's sculpture. Compared with Kakashi's, Rin Nohara's was indeed a little rough. The facial depiction was okay, but the clothes and other things on her body were far from Kakashi's. I think you did a great job, Rin. Not much worse than Kakashi, just a different style, Obito praised. Kakashi, after saying so much, why don't you take out yours and let me see it? Kakashi asked calmly. His sculpture took a lot of time to carve carefully using earth escape technique, and he didn't believe that Obito could do better than him. Ahem, my style is different from both of yours, it's more rough. Feeling Rin Nohara's curious eyes, Obito also put his statue on the table. Kakashi looked at the statue of Obito. Obito depicted himself using the fire style. The statue's palms were put together, with the pinky and ring fingers crossed, and the remaining fingers were standing up. This was the tiger seal, which is usually the last seal of the fire style, but Obito only carved the fingers clearly. The face was handled very roughly, and the goggles that Obito wore daily did not appear. It feels pretty good, and the hand gestures for the hand seals are very standard. Nohara Rin praised with a smile. It's not as good as yours, Zealand. After all, I haven't had much contact with it before. Obito laughed. Only the hand seals are okay. The other parts are handled too roughly. And have you forgotten the goggles on your head? Kakashi commented directly. Since his one was just okay, he would use Obito's standards to evaluate Obito's statue. I carved a day when I didn't want to wear goggles, Obito said stubbornly, but in fact, he couldn't handle this well, so he simply didn't do it, and he spent a long time to get the hand seals right. Really? I was thinking if you really don't know how to do it, I can help you. In that case, forget it, Kakashi said with a look of pity. Although he was making crazy and sharp comments, Kakashi still wanted to make this gift for Miyu better. At least everyone should have their own look. Obito wanted to see how Kakashi would do it, but he couldn't say it. It would be a pain for him to ask Kakashi. Actually, I forgot to wear it that day. Not that I didn't want to wear it. Please help me, Kakashi. Obito finally spoke. Although face is important, the gift from Miyu is more important. My dear friend, I've been waiting for a long time. Might Guy walked in and greeted him. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Kakashi responded to Might Guy, then turned to Obito and asked, I didn't hear what you said just now. Obito thought that Might Guy came at a really bad time. He felt very uncomfortable after saying it once, and he had to say it a second time. I asked you to help me. The statue forgot to bring goggles. Thank you. Obito used all his strength to say this sentence. After saying it, Obito felt as if there were ants crawling all over his body. Kakashi raised his mouth and smiled. In fact, he heard it and said it on purpose. Looking at the smile in Kakashi's eyes, Obito felt cheated instantly, but he could not do anything. In the end, he could only give a look that said you remember it for me and watched Kakashi how to operate. Kakashi took out a piece of soil, then made a seal and used earth escape ninjutsu. Soon a pair of goggles was completed. Then Kakashi put the goggles on Obito's statue and adjusted the size with earth escape, and finally merged them together. So you did it with ninjutsu. Obito was shocked, just like he had worked hard to complete his homework, and finally saw someone cheating and copying it in a few minutes. What's wrong with using ninjutsu? Do you think it's easy to complete such a delicate operation with earth escape? Kakashi said lightly. Obito couldn't refute it. Being able to use ninjutsu is also a skill. Finally, all 5 people took out their own sculptures. Obito found a sculpture that was even rougher than his. That was Might Guy's. Might Guy's sculpture was of himself using Konoha whirlwind, with one leg kicked out. Okay, do you want to do some more work on your face? It's a little blurry, Obito reminded. No need, I think it looks like me. Might Guy waved his hand and said, indeed, with thick eyebrows and a watermelon head, you can recognize it at a glance. Kakashi gave his approval. Might Guy's sculpture was indeed very rough, but all the necessary features were present, and it was easier to recognize than before Obito wore goggles. Shisui's sculpture was in the form of a short blade being practiced, with the short blade in his right hand stabbing forward. Shisui, Your weapon is so delicate. Nohara Rin found that the small short blade in Shisui's statue actually had a lot of details. It took a lot of time. Shisui nodded. The short blade on the statue was the one that Muyu gave him as a birthday gift, and he spent most of his time on it. The head will be given to Kakashi, and the hands will be given to Obito. Nohara Rin assigned the work according to the strengths of the statues. In addition to Muyu's body, there are actually other places to do, such as the chassis of the statue, and the scene. For example, Nohara Rin wanted to make a broken tree next to her statue to make the training scene more realistic. With the efforts of several people, Muyu's statue was completed, and the scene was enriched. Muyu stood in the middle of the entire work with a warm smile. Muyu was surrounded by 5 disciples. To the north was Shisui, who was practicing short blades, and next to him was a wooden man who was cut in half. To the south was Obito, who made an explosion mark on the chassis in front of him. To the west was Might Guy, who seemed to be kicking towards several large trees. To the east was Kakashi, who had a cut wooden stake in front of him. And to the southeast was Nohara Rin, next to a broken tree. It's finally done, but it's too difficult to carry such a big thing on your body. Obito wiped the sweat from his head and said, "Put it in the South Forest, and then give it to Muyu-sensei there," Kakashi suggested. The other 4 thought it was a good idea. If they brought such a big thing, Muyu would definitely notice something, and the surprise would not be so great. So the 5 of them went to the South Forest together at night, and Kakashi used Earth Escape to hide the gift in the big box. Land of Earth, Rock Village, meeting room of the Tsuchikage building, 3rd generation. Can such an action really allow Kumagakure to increase its forces to deal with Konoha? A bearded Iwagakure elder was a little puzzled by Inoki's plan. The 2 great Jinchuriki were sent out, and a large number of ninjas were hidden in the ninja village. Don't worry, based on my understanding of Kumagakure, they must think that we really don't have the strength to fight Konoha. In order to prevent us from withdrawing from the war, they will definitely send a stronger force to attack Konoha. Inoki, sitting on a high chair, smiled and replied, "When Kumagakure, Konoha, and Sand Village are all deeply involved in a war, that will be the time for us to go all out. But Kumagakure and we don't have a good relationship. They should be on guard against us." Another elder pointed out the problem. Now the ninja world has entered a chaotic war, and Kumagakure and Iwagakure are also at war. That's why I want Kumagakure to underestimate us. Kumagakure is reckless, and they definitely can't imagine that we still have tens of thousands of ninja troops. Inoki explained in detail the benefits of showing weakness to the enemy. The Land of Earth is difficult to break into because of the terrain. Even if he shows weakness, the enemies have to consider this. For the weak and difficult Land of Earth, Kumagakure will definitely choose the Land of Fire and fight with Konoha. Once the foundation of the other major ninja villages is understood, it will be time for their Iwagakure army to take action. Sand Village is weak, Kumagakure is reckless, and Konoha is also showing signs of decline. In the end, it will be us, Iwagakure, who will win this war, Inoki said with confidence. Once, their Iwagakure went to Konoha to form an alliance and was humiliated. Inoki and his teacher, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage Mu, were seriously injured. This time, he wanted Konoha to see the power of his Iwagakure and let Konoha be beaten so hard that they would actively ask for peace from Iwagakure. Before that, we cannot withdraw from the war and continue to send ninjas to fight. Inoki arranged the next action. If he stopped fighting directly, other ninja villages would definitely be secretly on guard against him. 4.2k, there is one more chapter to wait. Chapter 260 Graduation Examination. Monday, early morning. Obito's biological clock woke him up automatically. After washing up, he ate the breakfast prepared by his grandmother and prepared to go to the ninja school. Today was the day of the final exam of the ninja school, but for Obito, this exam was different from any previous exams, because this exam was a graduation exam. If he passed, he would be issued a forehead protector on the spot, which meant that he had graduated from the ninja school. "Obito, are you up? Today is the graduation exam." Just as Obito was about to leave, Nohara Rin's voice reached Obito's ears, so Obito quickly changed his shoes and said, How could I sleep in today? I have already eaten breakfast. Obito quickly put on his shoes and walked out. The moment he went out, he saw Nohara Rin waving at him with a smile on her face. I was worried that you would be late like when you entered school, so I came to call you. It seems that I underestimated you, Obito, Nohara Rin said with a smile. If Nohara Rin was late for the graduation exam, she didn't know what the consequences would be, but she felt that it would not be good, so she got up early to wash up and eat, and then rushed to Obito's house to call him. I am a man who wants to end the war and become Hokage. I won't make the same mistake all the time, Obito said confidently with his chest raised high. Even if he met someone who needed help again today, Obito would have a way to not be late. He could use the shadow clone technique to let the shadow clone help the old man and go to school to take the exam by himself. Then Obito doesn't need my help anymore? Nohara Rin put her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, looked into Obito's eyes, and asked with a chuckle. This. Obito was a little incoherent. He felt a little embarrassed when he said he needed help, but how could he say that he didn't need Nohara Rin? It's not the same thing. Hokage also needs help from his companions, just like Hashirama Senju became Hokage with the support of everyone. Of course, I need your help, Zealin. Obito's mind was spinning rapidly. He suddenly thought of the case that Muyu said, so he said quickly. At this moment, he was glad that he listened to Muyu's lecture carefully that time, although there were many things he didn't understand. He remembered them in his mind. Then let's go to school quickly. Nohara Rin looked at Obito's reaction, covered her mouth and laughed for a while, and then spoke. In fact, she was just joking. She knew that Obito would not say that he did not need her help. Well, if you go early, you can handle the situation on the way. Obito breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the smile on Nohara Rin's face, and then nodded heavily. I wonder what the graduation topic will be this year. On the way, Obito found a topic to chat with Nohara Rin. There were not many opportunities for the two of them to walk on the street. No matter which ninjutsu, Obito, you will definitely have no problem. Nohara Rin was very confident in Obito's ninjutsu level. In order to take the exam, Muyu specially examined the basic ninjutsu of the disciples who needed to take the exam. Even Might Guy could use a good basic ninjutsu, and Obito was very proficient. Haha. After all, these basic ninjutsu are much simpler than the fire escape taught by Muyu teacher. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. There is no such thing as theory in the graduation exam. It only examines basic ninjutsu, and it is any one of the basic ninjutsu taught. Obito believes that he can easily get full marks no matter what he is tested. It would be great if there was no theory in every exam. Obito couldn't help but sigh. Theory is his lifelong enemy. He was given the title of last place because of his poor theory. In fact, he was not the last place in practice. Because of this damn theory score, he did countless questions, but was still ridiculed by Kakashi for his poor theory. When I become Hokage, I must abolish the theory exam, Obito thought. But he soon thought of another point. When he became Hokage, there would definitely be no one to test his theory, and no one would be able to understand the suffering he had suffered in school before. Forget it. This exam has its reason for existence, so you should pay attention to it. Obito felt that it was not good to deprive students of the qualification for the theory exam casually. Not only can it not be cancelled, but more test papers should be issued as homework to improve the overall theoretical level of students. Obito, you can't stop studying after graduation. Didn't Kakashi say that there is also a theory exam in the Chunin exam? Nohara Rin reminded Obito after hearing what he said. The name he didn't want to hear and the exam he didn't want to hear were transmitted into his mind, and Obito felt his head was big in an instant. Let's talk about the future later. Pass the graduation exam first. Obito scratched his hair and said helplessly. After thinking about it, he decided to leave his worries to the future. Come on, future him. Obito-senpai, Lin-senpai, good morning. At this time, a lively and lovely female voice came from behind the two of them, accompanied by two male voices. Obito turned around and looked back, and found that it was a few students in Muyu's class, so he also responded. Obito-senpai, why are you frowning so early in the morning? Is it possible that even a strong man like you has troubles? Redbin asked curiously. After the last announcement of the results, the quality of Obito and Might Guy's mission shocked the entire ninja school. This time, their reputations were completely spread to every grade, and they became the two strongest in the ninja school. Haha, it's nothing serious, I just thought of something unhappy. Obito laughed twice perfunctorily. He didn't want the juniors who admired him to know that he was afraid of the theoretical exam. Maybe this is the loneliness of the strong. Obito-senpai has been invincible in the ninja school. Gang Ziddy made a melancholy expression, thinking that Obito was lonely as a master. Ziddy, you've been reading too many novels recently. I think Obito-senpai is about to graduate and can't bear to leave his friends and classmates. Kamatsuki Izumo complained. I've read a lot of novels recently, and I feel like I'm going to fail this exam. Gang Ziddy nodded and said with a look of regret. Now that you mention it, I remember that I've been playing games every day and haven't reviewed. I feel like I'll do much worse than last time. I can't do that again next time. Kamatsuki Izumo also showed a look of regret. Really? I've been reviewing for 3 days, so will I be able to get a higher score than you this time? Hongdu was a little happy, but because of the past behavior of her two good brothers, there was still a hint of doubt in her eyes. No matter how innocent and thick-skinned she was, she should be on guard after being deceived so many times. That shouldn't happen. No matter how badly I do in the exam, it can't be lower than yours, Hongdu. Gang Ziddy shook his head and said, he felt that no matter how low he got, it couldn't be lower than 95, and Hongdu hadn't even scored 90. Indeed, it's worse than Red Bin. Maybe I have to stop reading for 2 consecutive months. In a sense, it's quite difficult. Kamatsuki Izumo showed an expression of agreement. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar released this novel for the first time. Ah, I knew you two bastards have bad intentions. Have you eaten breakfast? If not, take my punch. Unable to hold back, Redbin chased after the two and beat them. Gang Ziddy and Kamatsuki Izumo fled to school at a high speed. After entering the examination room, Redbin didn't dare to be presumptuous. It's great, this kind of friendship. No Harlan smiled as she looked at the backs of the 3 people chasing each other. Gang Ziddy and Kamatsuki Izumo were ruthless in their words, and Redbin was fast in attack, but no Harlan could see that they had a good relationship. Redbin didn't really use force when hitting, and Gang Ziddy and Kamatsuki Izumo were mostly joking. I feel like I see the shadow of you and Kakashi in them. No Harlan smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Although their performances are different, they are also hypocritical and like to pit each other. No, Obito expressed a negative attitude towards this. When they were about to arrive at the ninja school, they also met Might Guy, who was running forward. The half-hour warm-up in the morning is completed. Next, we will focus on the exam. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth, gave himself a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Well, come on. No Harurin clenched his fist to cheer for Might Guy. Might Guy is the worst ninjutsu among Ryu's disciples. His efficiency in learning ninjutsu is too low. This kind of ninjutsu talent is really embarrassing, but it is better to have a little bit than nothing. After all, if he really has no talent, he can't learn armament hockey. For Might Guy, getting started with armament hockey is a win. Okay, come on. Obito also smiled and cheered for Might Guy. There was no actual combat in the graduation exam, so they would not be opponents this time. Well, let's pass the exam together with our passionate youth. Might Guy smiled and nodded, and also gave Obito and Nohara a thumbs up. Then the 3 of them walked into the classroom together. They came quite early. There was still some time before the graduation exam started, and the students in the classroom had not yet arrived. After the 3 of them walked into the classroom together, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Of course, they were mainly looking at Obito and Might Guy. At that time, Might Guy and Obito took a look at the results and left, but they left many legends in the ninja school. For example, the communication between Obito, Kakashi and Might Guy revealed the fact that Obito and Might Guy had defeated Kakashi in actual combat. For example, Obito's 2 mysterious A-level tasks. A Chunin teacher said that he had never done an A-level task. Everyone was curious about how Obito's team completed such a difficult task. You know, According to Obito, he encountered a jonin during the task, but after all, it was a graduation exam, which was related to becoming a ninja, and the students took it seriously. Only a few people who were close to Obito took the opportunity to ask a question, and there was no situation where students gathered around to discuss. When the exam time came, Ikutani, the head teacher of Class 2, Grade 4, walked into the classroom with another teacher of Class 4. The graduation assessment is generally supervised by the class teacher, and the head teacher must participate. Everyone, be quiet. The graduation exam has officially begun. Students whose names are called will go to the next classroom to take the exam with us. This year's topic is the art of clones. Ikugami announced the topic of this year's graduation exam. 3K. Today 7.2K. Please give me some monthly tickets to recharge. Tomorrow I will get 10,000 a day. This time I can't get angry once. I have to get angry once and get 10,000 a day. Chapter 261. A surprise from the disciples. Great. It's the clone technique. I'm best at it. What bad luck. Why not the transformation technique? Damn it. I've just been practicing the substitute technique recently, and the test is about the clone technique. After Ikutani announced the topic, there was a discussion in the classroom. The clone technique. It's really simple. I'm sure I'll get full marks this time. Obito smiled. Even the shadow clone was no problem for him, let alone the clone technique without a physical body. People who work hard will have good luck. Might Guy waved his fist and smiled. Among the basic ninjutsu, he was best at the clone technique. Nohara Rin didn't feel anything special. Her basic ninjutsu level was similar, so it didn't make much difference to her what she was tested on. Be quiet. I'm going to start reading the names. Ikutani pressed his hand to signal the students not to make noise. Mirai Kazuin. The students whose names were called quickly stood up and followed Ikutani to the next classroom. A few minutes later, Ikutani and another invigilator returned to the classroom and said with a smile, "Everyone, come on. Yin has successfully graduated. Don't lose to him." Students who have finished the exam are not allowed to return to the classroom to keep the classroom quiet. After telling the students the good news, Ikutani continued to read the name of the next student, Might Guy. Hearing his name, Might Guy stood up and walked towards the door. Under the guidance of Ikutani, he went to the next classroom. Might Guy looked around the classroom. The classroom was very empty, with only 2 chairs and a table. There were a lot of ninja forehead protectors on the table. Gay can prepare for it first. Don't be nervous. The exam will officially start in 1.5 minutes. Ikutani said with a kind smile. When he first took over Class 2, Grade 4, he thought he was unlucky because he met Obito and Might Guy, 2 well-known slackers in the school. After an exam, he realized that he was lucky. Thanks to Might Guy and Obito, he successfully got the first excellent teacher in his teaching career. Ikutani was naturally very easy to talk to the students who brought him blessings. Might Guy nodded, took a deep breath, and his eyes became excited. Today, he will take a solid step on the road to becoming the strongest in physical skills and become a formal ninja. It's time to start. The question is the clone technique. Ikutani said, worried that Might Guy would forget the question, and reminded him. Clone technique. Might Guy steadily made hand seals to condense chakra and use the few ninjutsu he had learned. Just after Might Guy used the ninjutsu, 3 clones that looked exactly like him appeared beside him, maintaining the same movements as Might Guy's original body. Ikutani carefully looked at Might Guy's clones, nodded with satisfaction, and lowered his head to score Might Guy. Generally, if you can create a clone that looks similar to the original, you pass the test. If you have one more clone, you will get a higher score. The more similar the clone is to the original, the higher the score. In fact, Ikugami was very surprised to see Might Guy use such a clone technique. He knew that Might Guy was very strong, but Might Guy never used ninjutsu in battle, not even a single ninjutsu. He was still thinking that if Might Guy really couldn't do it, he would explain the situation to the Hokage and let Might Guy graduate specially. After all, such an excellent student should not be restricted by the rules. After seeing Might Guy's clone technique, he knew that he didn't need to go through so much trouble. Very good, K. You passed. Congratulations on your graduation and becoming a genin. Ikigami picked up a forehead protector and said to Might Guy with a smile. Might Guy walked up to take the forehead protector, pumped his fist and celebrated. To celebrate your successful graduation? You must double your training today. Ikigami felt a little strange after hearing this. Isn't it usually celebrated by not training today? Why is it the other way around for Might Guy? Maybe this is the reason why his physical skills are so much better than his peers. Ikigami thought to himself, you can't go back to the classroom next. If you have friends who need to wait, you can wait outside the teaching building. Ikigami reminded, the whole ninja school is taking exams now, and you can't wander around in the corridors. Might Guy showed 2 rows of white teeth, with a very bright smile on his face, nodded and walked out of the teaching building. Time passed, and the number of people in the classroom gradually decreased, but it was not Obito's turn. Nohara Rin. When he heard this name, Obito thought that it was finally his turn. His student number was after Nohara Rin. When Nohara Rin came, he would be the next one. Zealand, come on. Obito smiled and cheered Nohara Rin. Well, I will wait for you outside after the exam. Nohara Rin responded with a smile, and then followed Ikigami to the next classroom. A few minutes later, Ikigami returned again, and Obito finally heard his name. Uchiha Obito. Obito quickly got up and followed Ikigami out of the classroom. You have 1.5 minutes to prepare. The question is the clone technique. If you think you are ready, you can start early. Ikigami reminded him with a smile. He was not worried about Obito's performance at all. Compared with physical skills, Obito was better at ninjutsu. You can start now. I don't need to prepare, Obito answered confidently. It was just a clone technique. He didn't think he needed to prepare. He had waited long enough and just wanted to finish the exam quickly and become a formal ninja. Okay, the exam begins. Ikigami agreed to Obito's request. Clone technique. Obito quickly made hand seals, and white smoke appeared in the classroom in an instant. Bang bang! Exclamation mark in an instant. 8 clones of Obito appeared in the classroom, and each clone maintained the posture of making hand seals. It's worthy of him. Ikigami looked at all the clones and nodded secretly in his heart. He created 8 clones in one breath, and each clone looked exactly like the original. This ninjutsu foundation is undoubtedly 100 points. Moreover, Obito's 100 points are different from others' 100 points. Others' 100 points can only be 100 points, while Obito's 100 points are the full marks of the ninja school. Your clone technique is very good. Obito passed. Congratulations on your graduation and becoming a genin. After grading Obito, Ikigami picked up a forehead protector and said to Obito with a smile, Teacher Ikigami, do you know who I will be assigned to the same class with? Obito took the forehead protector and asked Ikigami. Ikigami shook his head and said, this will be decided after the list of graduates is submitted to the top. I will only know after the list is sent down. The class division of the ninja school is decided by the Hokage, and he usually knows it one day earlier than the students. I see. Goodbye, Teacher Ikigami. Obito and Ikigami waved goodbye. Teacher Ikigami, your lectures are really boring. You should learn more from Teacher Muyu. When he reached the door, Obito said with a smile, and then ran out of the teaching building. He had wanted to complain for a long time, and finally found the opportunity. This kid, Ikigami showed a somewhat awkward smile. After all, he has been interning with Teacher Muyu for so long, it's normal for him to think that I can't do it. Ikigami quickly calmed down. If he was compared with Muyu, then no teacher in the entire ninja school would be good. As Muyu gradually showed her strength, her image in the eyes of others gradually changed. At first, she was a colleague with a good temper and popular with students, and then she was very capable in teaching. After the latest Konoha newspaper was published, her ninja strength also refreshed the cognition of many teachers. However, no matter how she changed, Muyu's initial gentleness and friendliness were still there, and she was still the core. It's just that the more she showed, the more humble and low-key Muyu seemed. After Obito ran out of the teaching building, he saw Nohara Rin and Might Guy waiting for him outside. Alin, Akai. Obito waved his forehead protector to greet him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar released this novel for the first time. Obito, aren't you afraid that it will fall to the ground and get dirty if you throw it like this? Nohara-rin responded and reminded that she had already put on the forehead protector. It's okay, even if it falls, I can definitely catch it. Obito said it was okay, but when he saw Nohara-rin had already put the forehead protector on his head, he was ready to put it on too. Obito's hands were quick, but because he was in a hurry to put it on, it was a little crooked. You put it on crookedly, let me help you. Nohara-rin saw that Obito didn't put the forehead protector on properly, so she walked in front of Obito to help him adjust the position of the forehead protector. Seeing Nohara-rin's face getting closer and closer, Nohara-rin's crystal clear eyes gradually enlarged in Obito's sight. Obito's face gradually became ruddy, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Really? Don't move around, Nohara-rin said helplessly with one hand on his waist. I deliberately put it on a little crooked, it's more unique. Obito's face was slightly red, explaining himself. Okay. But when you go to see the instructor when the class list comes out, you must wear it properly to leave a good impression on the teacher. Nohara-rin stopped moving forward and said to Obito, no one should care about this, right? Obito scratched his head and said, he thought that a slightly crooked forehead protector should not have any impact, and he was too idle to pay special attention to whether the students wore their forehead protectors properly. But if you say that, it means that Zeolin pays attention to me. Obito was secretly happy. If it is a particularly strict teacher, maybe he will pay attention. Nohara-rin thought that such things should be done as much as possible. Okay, I will. Seeing that Nohara-rin was so serious, Obito stopped being stubborn and agreed. Then the few people who were wandering around the school met Muyu. Congratulations, from today on, you are official Konoha ninjas. Muyu looked at the forehead protectors on Nohara-rin and Obito's heads, and the forehead protector on Might Guy's waist, and knew that they had passed the graduation exam. Hehe, thanks to your teaching, Teacher Muyu, I could only split one clone before, and I didn't know if I could pass the exam. Obito smiled and thanked Muyu. His strength has really improved greatly this semester. He has learned several fire escapes and opened the Sharingan. He feels that he can easily beat 10 fourth-grade versions of himself who just started school. Might Guy showed a look of approval, gave Muyu a thumbs up, and said, although ninjutsu is difficult, it will not be so difficult with Muyu's teacher. If it weren't for Muyu, he felt that he would not be able to perform the clone technique that can split into 3 clones. The 3 disciples were grateful for Muyu's teachings. They knew that without Muyu, they would never have such strength now. Muyu smiled warmly and said, you are also working hard. No matter how much I teach, you can't make progress if you don't learn. At this time, Obito couldn't wait to take Muyu to the place of the thank you party and give Muyu the gift he prepared carefully. Muyu has paid too much for them, but always emphasizes their efforts, which makes Obito feel particularly indebted. However, he knew that it was not the right time yet, because Shisui still had to take the exam, and they agreed to hold the thank you party in the evening. Teacher Muyu, do you have time now? I want to go to the South Forest to practice. Obito thought for a while and said, now that he has graduated, he will not have much time to practice with Muyu after the class division. He wants to use this opportunity to practice more. Then let's go together. Muyu nodded and agreed. He didn't need to be an invigilator. In fact, he had nothing to do today. If it weren't for Obito's graduation exam today, Muyu would probably be at home studying the sealing technique. Might Guy and Nohara-rin also went to the South Forest together. When they arrived, Kakashi was training with his shadow clone Muyu. Seeing Muyu's real body coming with Obito and the others, Kakashi stopped training and greeted them. Hehe, Kakashi, don't call me an intern ninja anymore. I'm a formal ninja now. As soon as Obito came, he couldn't help but want to show off the ninja forehead protector he had just obtained. Oh, hello, Junin Obito. Please call me Lord Kakashi from now on, because I'm a Chunin. Kakashi pointed to the Chunin vest he was wearing with a calm face. In terms of ninja level, he is an absolute leader. Obito, it's just a Chunin. I'm sure I can become a Chunin soon, Obito said after a half-minute silence. He naturally couldn't say what Lord Kakashi said. That would be more painful than killing him. You too, really? Nohara-rin was forced to smile helplessly by the words of the two. Whether you are a Chunin or a Genin, practice obediently, because I am your teacher. Miyu first knocked Obito's head with her fingers, and then used the skill of splitting tiles to knock people from the air to knock Kakashi not far away. Feeling the transparent energy hitting his forehead, Kakashi didn't know what to say in his heart. It took this level of ability to knock a disciple. Got it. Obito, who was already used to it, didn't feel it, and even had the mind to do it. The next step was the training time that was no different from the usual. Not long after Shisui came back from the exam, Miyu saw that it was almost time and announced the end of the training. But the disciples did not disband as usual, but surrounded Miyu. Teacher Miyu, can you close your eyes? We have a surprise for you. Obito looked at Miyu with expectation. No problem. Miyu smiled and nodded. He could see the world even with his eyes closed. No accidents could happen. Chapter 262 Gold coins exploded. The 5 disciples surrounded Miyu and continued to move forward to the place where they stored the gifts. After arriving at the location, Kakashi used the Earth Escape ninjutsu to take out the gifts buried in the ground. Teacher Miyu, you can open your eyes now. Obito saw the gift coming out and said. Miyu opened her eyes and a huge gift box covered with a little dust came into view. Teacher Miyu, thank you for your teaching these days. All the disciples thanked Miyu with gratitude. Teacher Miyu, please open the gift and take a look. This is a gift made by the 5 of us together. Everyone participated in the production, Obito said with a smile, looking forward to Miyu's expression when she saw their gifts. You made it by yourself, so I am looking forward to it. Miyu smiled and slowly reached out to the gift box. All the disciples looked at Miyu's hands and face, and wondered what expression Miyu would have when she saw the gift they prepared together. When the box was opened, the statue inside was revealed. Miyu looked at it, and was a little surprised at first, then the smile on her face became warmer, and finally a look of relief. To be honest, when Miyu saw the gifts prepared by the disciples for him, he was really surprised. At first, it was just because the disciples' behavior revealed some flaws that Miyu had some guesses. It was not until the disciples came to bury the gifts at night that Miyu officially confirmed it. Because he practiced in the South Forest every day and was worried about any problems, Miyu had a shadow clone hiding here, so he knew in advance that the disciples were going to send gifts. Although he already knew it, seeing that the disciples prepared such a thoughtful gift for him, Miyu was a little touched. Each character sculpture can be easily seen to be made by different people. The sculpture of Kakashi is very delicate, with details from face to clothes. The sculpture of Might Guy is very heroic, focusing on the characteristics of the watermelon head and thick eyebrows, and other details are weakened a lot. Because of the careful observation, Miyu even found that the short blade in the hand of the statue of Shisui was his birthday gift to Shisui. When he saw his statue, Miyu felt the disciples' intentions again. His statue can be said to be a fusion of the essence of all the statues. The head is very delicate. Even Miyu himself has to admit that it is simply scaled down according to his head. In addition, although the various parts look a little inconsistent, the overall appearance is very good. Miyu guessed that someone adjusted it after it was finished. Miyu stood in the middle, keeping a similar distance from each disciple. Obito practiced fire escape, Kakashi practiced thunder-breathing swordsmanship, Shisui practiced short blade, Nohara-rin practiced super strength, and Might Guy practiced physical skills. Every disciple was practicing seriously, which was their daily practice. I am very satisfied with this gift. It is really difficult for you to practice every day and still make such a good gift. Miyu showed a warm smile and touched the little heads of the disciples. Maybe at the beginning he taught Obito with a very utilitarian purpose, trying every way to make Obito and others burst out rewards, but after getting along with each other for so long, Miyu's ideas have slowly changed. He now prefers to use the emotions of his disciples naturally and then get rewards. Anyway, the essence of the system is that the stronger the disciples are, the stronger he will be. If the disciples can grow healthily all the way, his benefits will not be small. It's okay. Compared with the help you, Mr. Miyu, gave us, The time we spent on the gifts is simply insignificant." Seeing that his intentions were conveyed, Obito smiled happily. From the last to the first in the ninja school, defeating the genius he once admired, and then becoming a genius in people's mouths, the greater the reversal he completed in this year, the greater Obito's gratitude to Muyu. "Yes, Mr. Muyu, you can be more greedy. Your help to us has long exceeded the scope of ordinary teachers." Seeing Muyu showing a gentle smile, Shisui also smiled and said. Shisui became a disciple earlier than Obito and Might Guy, but he was promoted to trust level 3 later than Obito and Might Guy, and trust level 4 much earlier. It can be seen how much Shisui trusted Muyu after that birthday. In Shisui's heart, Muyu is almost like a relative. She accompanies him every day and cares about him very much. Whenever he is in a bad mood, she will comfort him immediately. "It is because of you, Teacher Muyu, that my youth can quickly become passionate." Listening to the words of Obito and Shisui, Might Guy couldn't help but think of the changes after becoming Muyu's disciple, and shed tears of emotion. Although he was ridiculed and came in after failing the ninja school, Might Guy's goal from beginning to end was to be the strongest. He firmly believed that he could continue to become the strongest through continuous efforts, but the road to the strongest is bumpy, because he was admitted through supplementary admission. Coupled with his poor performance and the last place in the exam, Might Guy soon became the last one in everyone's mouth. No one thought he could really become a strong man, but only thought it would be difficult for him to graduate. He was killed in one move when he challenged Kakashi, and he was quickly defeated in the first round of the practical test and got a very low score. At that time, his efforts did not seem to have much effect. He accidentally heard someone mocking his father, and he couldn't help but want to take revenge in his anger, but he was easily knocked down by the other party, and could only watch helplessly as the other party continued to mock. The continuous blows will occasionally shake even a man as mentally strong as Might Guy. Although it will soon disappear, it will always cause temporary unhappiness. Everything changed after meeting Muyu. In the first exam of the first semester of the 4th grade, Might Guy became the first in the class for the first time. He entered the grade practical combat for the first time and won the 2nd place in the grade. This was just the starting point. With Muyu's teaching and his hard work, he successfully won the 1st place in the grade in the final exam. Not long after learning the breathing of the rock, he met people who said bad things about his father again. They were not the same group of people, but they said similar things. Might Guy went up directly as before, but the difference was that this time he became stronger and used his own strength to protect his father's reputation and defeated the 2 ninjas who mocked his father. At that moment, Might Guy really felt that all his efforts were worth it. He protected what he wanted to protect, then he surpassed his genius best friend who he had always regarded as his nemesis, proving that a hard-working genius is also a genius. All of this, without the help of Muyu, he would not have been able to complete it within a year. Because of Teacher Muyu, the dream will not be so far away. No, Harlan said softly. She has a big dream, but she doesn't have the talent to match it. She wants to save those injured in the war and wants war to stop happening. But this is not a dream that an ordinary person can achieve. So when she was in the ninja school, Nohara Rin was very yearning for Kakashi, because she felt that such a talented Kakashi might be able to do it. After studying with Muyu, Nohara Rin felt different. The palm fairy technique gave her the power to heal her teammates, and the strange strength gave her the ability to fight the enemy. She felt that she could also stand with Kakashi and others to fulfill her dream. Listening to the words of other disciples, Kakashi, who joined the team last, also had flashes of memories in his eyes. He joined the team relatively late, but learned a lot from Muyu. Not only the secret techniques of ninjutsu, but also many life lessons. He also had some unforgettable scenes with Muyu. Muyu found him by the river when he was depressed and talked to him to clear his doubts. After he was attacked by the enemy Jonin, she calmly protected him and even his clothes were not damaged. When he was entangled in his father's death and couldn't sleep, Muyu took him back and carefully counseled him. Kakashi still savored the taste of the rich breakfast the next day, and Muyu's figure alone was deeply engraved in his mind. Thinking of this, Kakashi handed Muyu the gift he had prepared and said, "Teacher Muyu, This is a gift I prepared for you personally. I really appreciate these months." Kakashi felt that if it weren't for Miyu, he might still be living like a zombie, numb and meaningless. "There is also a gift." Miyu's face was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to prepare an extra gift for him. "We all prepare one together, and then each of us prepares one separately," Shisui explained and handed his gift to Miyu. His gift was not easy to carry, so he put it in the South Forest. As soon as he came, he asked his shadow clone to get it, and it just happened to be in his hands. "To thank Mr. Miyu for your teaching, one gift is not enough. One for each person is the minimum." Obito smiled and took out a gift box and handed it to Miyu. "This gift is integrated into my youth." Might Guy gave the gift to Miyu with a bright smile on his face. Looking at these pairs of small hands and the gifts in his hands, Miyu showed a sincere smile. He took all the gifts and put them together in the scroll for preservation. "It's time for dinner. Let's all go to my house for dinner." Miyu didn't say anything more to thank him, but invited all the disciples to his home for dinner. With his current strength, he doesn't need to hide too much. It doesn't matter if the news that Shisui and Nohara Rin are his disciples spreads. On the contrary, it can better reflect the strength of his teaching ability. "Great!" Obito couldn't help jumping up and cheering. After being happy, he can still eat a dinner made by Miyu. This is simply one of the happiest things in the world for Obito. "Well, but I have to go back and talk to my family first. Otherwise my parents will worry about me." Nohara Rin smiled and agreed. Shisui nodded quickly. He had never been to Miyu's home in the main city. Kakashi, who also lived alone, nodded and agreed. In the end, Miyu took Shisui and Kakashi to the home in the main city first, while the other disciples went home to inform their elders before going to Miyu's home. When Miyu arrived at the door, he happened to see Minato, who was about to knock on his door. "Minato." Miyu greeted Minato. Usually at this time, he would be about to start preparing dinner. Hearing a familiar voice behind him, Minato was a little confused. "I had something to do today, so I came back a little late." "Let's go in together," Miyu said with a smile. "Minato Sr." Kakashi greeted Minato. Although Shisui didn't know Minato, he also called him Minato Sr. out of politeness. Minato smiled in response, and then walked into Miyu's home with a few people. "Why does this person feel a bit like Teacher Miyu?" Looking at Minato's warm smile, Shisui immediately had such an idea in his mind. In addition, Minato looked familiar after he came in, so Shisui guessed that Minato was a close relative of Miyu. As if he had noticed Shisui's thoughts, Kakashi whispered a reminder. "Minato Sr. is just a little bit like Miyu Teacher, and they have a good relationship, not a relative." Kakashi felt that if it was the first time he saw the two, it would be easy to have misunderstandings. Shisui's expression was a little surprised, but he quickly adjusted to normal. "That child is also your disciple?" Minato noticed Shisui's gaze and asked curiously. "Yeah." Miyu nodded and admitted it. He was ready to bring Shisui here. "Miyu, you are really hard-working. With this one, you already have 5 disciples," Minato praised, feeling that Miyu is a model teacher in the ninja world. When guiding a jonin to lead a disciple, you can also earn some commission fees. Miyu is purely cultivating talents for Konoha. 5 disciples are okay. "When I was in special training, I once taught more than 300 students in one go," Miyu said with a smile. Minato looked a little surprised. This was a lot. When Konoha and Iwagakure fought, they only sent out a little over 1,000 ninjas. "Teacher Miyu, we're here." Obito's voice came from outside the door. "Come in," Miyu replied with a slightly louder voice. Then Obito, Nohara Rin and Might Guy walked into Miyu's house. "Senior Minato." After seeing Minato, Obito greeted Minato and introduced Minato to Nohara Rin. Don't look at how Minato and Teacher Miyu look alike. In fact, they are not brothers. Of course, it is not ruled out that they are twins who were separated since childhood. Nohara Rin looked at Minato curiously and felt that he did look like Miyu. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Bang! A transparent force accurately hit Obito's head, making a crisp sound. "Minato, I'm sorry, Obito's thinking is not as good as normal people. Please be more considerate." Miyu said to Minato with an apologetic look. "It's okay, I don't mind." Minato smiled and shook his head, looking at Obito and Nohara with curiosity and kindness. These two are also his future students. Then Miyu kept cooking in the kitchen, and Minato helped beside him. Although Minato wanted to stay for dinner and get to know his 3 future students in advance, Kushina was still waiting for him to eat together, so he could only say goodbye to Miyu after the food was ready. Because there were quite a lot of disciples, plus there were also portions for Kushina and Minato, Miyu made a very sumptuous meal, not only with various dishes from his previous life, but also with dishes from the native land of Naruto. "It's so happy, eating so many dishes at once." Smelling the different aromas on the table, Obito began to secrete saliva uncontrollably. "Eat quickly, some dishes don't taste so good when they are cold." Miyu also sat at the table and reminded with a smile, and picked up a vegetable to eat. Miyu's action was like a charge, and the 5 disciples began to eat very quickly. When eating fiercely, in order to grab his favorite food more quickly, Obito opened his Sharingan, and Kakashi used chakra to strengthen his body, and the chopsticks appeared in the shadow. After eating, the disciples all helped to clean up. They couldn't cook, but they could wash dishes and wipe the table with their hands. "Teacher Miyu, you can take a look at the gift to see if it suits your heart," Obito suggested after finishing the chores. The other disciples also looked at Miyu. The gift made by the 5 people together had been recognized. It would be even better if the personal gift could make Miyu happy. Miyu smiled and nodded, and took the gift out of the scroll. He first unpacked Shisui's gift because it was the longest and most conspicuous. Miyu opened the exquisite gift box, and inside was a katana about 1 meter long. He took the katana out and looked at it carefully. "Wow, what a handsome sword," Obito praised after seeing it. He thought the pattern of burning fire on the scabbard was simply too handsome. "It's indeed beautiful enough." Miyu nodded in approval, then pulled the sword out and injected fire attribute chakra into it. A raging fire ignited on the blade, and as Miyu swung it, it left traces of flames in the air. Looking at this effect, Miyu knew that this sword had cost a lot of money, and it should have been made of some relatively precious materials. "Teacher Miyu, I want to learn this." Obito's eyes lit up, as if he could already see his handsome figure defeating one powerful enemy after another with a flaming blade. "This is simple. You just need to continue to study the breathing of fire seriously and you can do it." Miyu put the knife back into the scabbard and said with a smile, "The localized breathing method does not force you to play with the knife, but you can if you want to play with the knife. Of course, if you know it, don't use it at home like me. If you can't control it well, it will burn down the house." Miyu reminded him, "Shisui, I can see that you put a lot of thought into it. I'm very happy to receive such a great gift." Miyu smiled from the bottom of his heart. Shisui, an orphan, gave him such a valuable gift. If Miyu didn't know that Shisui would definitely not accept it, he would have wanted to give Shisui 500,000 taels. Shisui raised his mouth and smiled, saying, "Mr. Miyu, as long as you are happy." Then Miyu opened Obito's gift and found that it was an inkstone engraved with a dragon. But the dragon was not very domineering and the details were a little poor. "There is still too little time. When my skills improve, I will give you a better one, Mr. Miyu." Obito scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I am very satisfied with this one." Miyu smiled and touched Obito's head. In fact, he didn't care much about the gift itself, but he was moved by the thought his disciple spent on it. What about inkstones and swords? If he wants it, can he not have it? Then Miyu opened Kakashi's gift, which was a good-looking brush with the word faith faintly on it. "Kakashi, I will use this pen with faith in it well." Miyu flashed through some of the previous conversations with Kakashi and said with a smile, "It's just the word faith written on it. If it can't be used one day, I will make a new one." Kakashi replied that no matter how well the pen is protected, it is a consumable after all. The mask covered Kakashi's expression, but from Kakashi's words and eyes, Miyu felt that Kakashi was in a good mood. Seeing that Kakashi's gift was a pen, Obito instantly felt that it was right not to give a pen. There was no need to rush if the gift was exactly the same. It would be embarrassing if his was a little worse. Might Guy's gift surprised Miyu a little, because it was not a green tights, not even a tights, but a picture book. The style of the painting was that of a cartoon. Miyu flipped through it and found that Might Guy had drawn everything that happened after meeting him on it, which was equivalent to a diary. This is really a big project, Miyu sighed. After all, Might Guy's memory is average, and painting is also an unfamiliar field for Might Guy. Recording youth is not a problem for me who is full of youth. Might Guy showed 2 rows of white teeth and laughed boldly. He really wanted to give a tights, not because it was easy, but because he wanted to promote tights. However, as Obito said, not everyone likes tights. In the end, Might Guy controlled himself, and he found that drawing was a good way to express his ideas. Nohara Rin's gift was also very special, a flower that was about to bloom. I asked my family to buy seeds and plant them myself, Nohara Rin said with a smile. Although I have no experience in raising flowers, I will try my best to keep it alive, Miyu thanked with a smile. He felt that if the disciples could teach their teachers and return to their apprenticeship, they should have received a lot of rewards now. While everyone was very happy, Miyu also took out some suitable calligraphy works and gave them to the disciples. For example, Might Guy is related to self-improvement and hard work, while Kakashi is related to faith, and Obito is determined to remind him not to forget his goal. You gave your disciple a handwritten calligraphy, and because the disciple was very grateful, he was rewarded with a big critical hit and received a reward wind attribute chakra nature change, mastery level. Seeing the reward that suddenly popped up, Miyu nodded with satisfaction. He deliberately gave Kakashi the first one because he felt that he had too many fire escape techniques and physical techniques, and wanted to get some other rewards. As a result, Kakashi directly gave him a mastery level wind attribute change. The rewards for teaching and returning disciples are occasionally random. Miyu felt that this time the randomness was very good. Kakashi, who is good at thunder and earth ninjutsu, will definitely have the opportunity to explode thunder and earth attributes in the future, but none of his disciples are good at wind attributes. Thank you very much. I am so happy today, Miyu and the 5 disciples sighed. Putting aside the new chakra mastery reward, he was really happy today. His praise of the disciples is positive feedback for the disciples, and the disciples' careful preparation of gifts for Miyu is also positive feedback for Miyu. Receiving so many thoughtful gifts in one go, Miyu is not a heartless person, and he will not be indifferent. Mr. Miyu, as long as you are happy, your happiness proves that our efforts are worthwhile, Obito said with an excited smile. The other disciples nodded. Usually Miyu told them that growing up well is the greatest reward for him, and today it is their turn. Teacher Miyu, your happiness is the greatest affirmation for us, all the disciples said in unison. Chapter 263 Graduation Class Division. After graduation, the class list is not immediately released. It will take 4 days to announce the list. During this period, there are still some small things to do, such as taking photos of the graduating students. This is not a group photo, but a photo that will be used for the ninja information, that is, the ID photo. It is a rare opportunity to take a photo, and Obito wants to look more handsome, wearing a white robe and a bamboo hat, but unfortunately the photographer ruthlessly rejected it, so he can only wear something more ordinary. In addition to this, there are also students and teachers taking graduation photos, but this is not organized by the school, but by each class. For example, Miyu is more popular among students, and basically he is in every class photo. After all, he taught the entire 4th grade during the special training. Because Obito has a camera, this time he took photos with his friends in the ninja school, and took this opportunity to take some photos with Nohara Rin, only him and Nohara Rin, without Kakashi. After taking the photos, there is basically nothing to do at the ninja school. He just waits for the list to be released to go to the school to take a look at the list, and then collect his own ninja information. So Obito and the others entered the normal training rhythm again. Knowing that they would not be able to practice with teacher Miyu from morning to afternoon every day like now, they all cherished this time. It was not until Obito found out that he had to do exercises in the new training that his mood changed subtly. For the hit training, 5 questions will be generated for every minute that the shadow clone successfully dodges. If it hits, the special training will end directly. The time limit is 10 minutes. Miyu told Obito and Shisui about the punishment mechanism of the new training. Why do we have to do exercises? We didn't have to do them before, Obito said with a confused look on his face. He was secretly happy when he heard that it was a new training, thinking that it was great that he didn't have to do exercises. Recall it. I said that you don't have to do exercises for the time being, Miyu said with a smile. Before, considering that you are about to graduate, I wanted to let you relax a little. Now that you have completed the graduation exam, you don't need to be so relaxed. Or do you think that you should live a more relaxed life than students after becoming a ninja? Miyu asked, looking into Obito's eyes. Obito, if he nodded, wouldn't he be a person who doesn't want to make progress? And Obito recalled carefully that Miyu did say that he didn't need to do the questions for the time being. But he was so excited when he heard that he didn't need to do the questions that he chose to ignore the word for the time being. Of course not, it's just that I only remembered half of what you said, Mr. Miyu. Obito scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, 5 questions per minute, up to 10 minutes, which means that if it's the same as last time, you have to do 50 questions. Shisui felt a little pressure. Even though he had been doing Miyu's questions for some time, it was still difficult to do them. He had to think for a long time and look up information. Begin, Miyu shouted after splitting out a shadow clone. Whoosh! Shisui and Obito both burst out chakra and rushed towards the shadow clone. On the way to the shadow clone, Shisui opened his Sharingan. The battle only lasted 10 minutes, so there was no need to save chakra. Don't use ninjutsu blindly, you have to find the right time. Shisui thought silently in his heart. According to his guess, if his ninjutsu forced the shadow clone to be unable to dodge, then the shadow clone would use ninjutsu to defend. As long as he did not use ninjutsu, the shadow clone would not use it either. Full concentration, flame breathing. Shisui quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm and concentrated his breathing extremely. At the same time, the chakra in his body gathered and flowed continuously in the meridians and acupuncture points. Shisui tried his best to attack the shadow clone, but every time Miyu dodged it by a slight gap. It seemed very close, but in fact, it did not even touch the corner of Miyu's clothes. But Shisui did not lose heart. This was within his expectations. Just like the previous dodge, it was the result of Miyu's deliberate adjustment. If they could not improve, they would always be just a little bit away. 5 minutes later, Shisui still had not hit Miyu once, but the tree next to them was damaged a lot. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Feeling that the layout was complete, Shisui made a seal to condense chakra and used ninjutsu. A large amount of chakra condensed in his throat, and spit out small fireballs towards Miyu. Since Shisui spat out the fireballs one by one, the shadow clone did not use ninjutsu to intercept them, but calmly dodged the small fireballs. The fireball did not hit Miyu, but hit the big tree that Shisui had chopped with his short blade. The explosion of the fireball caused the already injured big tree to break and fall directly. Shisui made a move on a total of 6 big trees. After a loud bang, the tall trees all pressed towards Miyu. At the same time, Shisui also used his breathing method to the limit and rushed up with explosive power. Relying on this unexpected attack, Shisui finally wiped out the slight gap and touched Miyu with his hand. Although his fist was caught by Miyu's hand, it was still considered a touch. Very good. Although the breathing method did not break through, you flexibly used the surrounding environment to create favorable conditions for yourself. The shadow clone let go of Shisui's arm and said with praise, unlike the last training, this training did not break through the breathing method, but the tactics were used well and the training could be completed ahead of schedule. Of course, after all, it is a training for breathing techniques, and the main training is still breathing techniques, because tactics are not endless, and the next shadow clone will be prepared, and the improvement of hard power can fundamentally solve the problem. After 10 minutes, when Obito's battle was over, Miyu announced the results of this battle. Obito has not been focused for 10 minutes, so he needs to complete 50 questions, and Shisui has not been focused for 5 minutes, so he needs to complete 25 questions. Hearing that Shisui completed the training in 5 minutes, Obito was a little surprised and said, Shisui, you are amazing. You actually improved so fast this time. No, I just took a shortcut. Shisui shook his head and replied, how did you take a shortcut? I also want to learn. Obito looked envious. This is a full 25 questions. Think more when fighting. Observe the surrounding environment to create favorable conditions for yourself. Shisui thought for a while and said, he also knew that the same method would definitely not work twice, so he only told Obito the idea, and did not tell him his specific approach. You should learn more about this from Shisui and Kakashi. Miyu nodded, and then handed the test paper to the two. Obito took a look at it and was about to put it away, but he suddenly noticed something and quickly took it out to take a closer look. When he saw the reading material analyzing the original intention of the establishment of the ninja school, Obito couldn't help but say, Mr. Miyu, did you give it wrong? I think the question on my paper is wrong. Did you mix up Shisui's paper with mine? Obito ran over to take a look at Shisui's paper, but he found that Shisui's question had not changed. He felt something was wrong. There is nothing wrong. Now that you have graduated from the ninja school, the question naturally needs to be changed. Miyu explained with a smile. The original reason for giving Obito those questions was that Obito's foundation was too poor and he needed to supplement a lot of knowledge. Secondly, it could improve his grades in the ninja school and increase the exam rewards. Now that Obito has gone through a year of remedial classes and graduated from the ninja school, it is natural to change. The main purpose of the next question is to let Obito learn knowledge from history, and there will be a special political class later. He can't change the entire ninja world at once, but he can start to influence his own disciples. In an instant, Obito had an unprecedented thought in his mind. He actually began to miss the previous test papers and questions. This would have been impossible in the past, but today, it really happened, because he was going to face a more terrifying existence. Obito's eyes changed when he looked at the two test papers. This was a more powerful and terrifying existence than the cloud-hidden ninja. You must do the question seriously, even if you really don't know how to do it. You must write down your own ideas. After you finish writing, come to me to explain the questions. Miyu said seriously. The reason why he assigned questions instead of giving lectures directly was to let the students think about them first, so that they can better absorb them when he talks later, and they will think about them subconsciously. I will definitely finish it, Obito promised weakly. He had a hunch that he might not sleep well the next night. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. After the special training, it was a long training until the training time was over. When Obito dragged his tired body back home and finished dinner, he went to the upstairs bedroom to take out the test paper and started to do the questions. Although he was very reluctant, he still had to listen to Miyu's words, and he had to do it seriously no matter how difficult it was. Looking at the lines of information on the test paper, Obito felt a headache. After thinking for a while, he began to make hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Smoke flashed, and 2 shadow clones appeared. Ahem. You don't want to fail to complete the test and disappoint Teacher Miyu, do you? Obito pointed at the test paper on the table and said, don't waste your time. I still know what you think. It's impossible to do the test paper. The shadow clone lay directly on the bed. You don't want to be beaten by your own shadow clone, do you? The other shadow clone was more irritable. Bang bang! Obito sighed and dismissed the 2 shadow clones. He saw that it was impossible to ask the shadow clones to help him. When the fight came, he would still be the one who was hurt, because the shadow clone's feelings would come back sooner or later. Sure enough, this ninjutsu still has too many shortcomings. Obito's impression score of the shadow clone ninjutsu was a little worse, and he began to do the questions seriously. Material 1. After becoming the second Hokage, Senjutsu Bairama established many institutions, and the ninja school was one of them. After the establishment of the ninja school, except for a few ninja clans, those who wanted to become ninjas had to enter the ninja school to study, and they could become genin only after passing the ninja school graduation exam. Read the above 2 materials carefully and analyze the original intention and significance of Senjutsu Bairama's establishment of the ninja school. Obito began to feel dizzy after reciting the question in his mind. There were 2 materials in total, One was a text description, and the other was the ratio of the ninja clans and non-ninja clans in Konoha in 3 periods. Obito read the 2 materials word by word but still couldn't figure out the connection between the 2 materials and the question, especially the data. He didn't understand what it was for. Damn, it turns out that the ninja school was also created by Senju Tobirama. Obito discovered that the inventor of the shadow clone was the founder of the ninja school. After he couldn't figure it out, Obito wrote it according to his own ideas, which was better than leaving it blank. The original intention was to train stronger ninjas and make the ninjas in the village more outstanding. The meaning is that all the children in Konoha will be able to go to school in the future. After finishing writing, Obito nodded with a little satisfaction. He suddenly became a little curious about what the children in the past did with the extra time when they didn't go to school. After a little divergence of his thoughts, Obito looked at the clock again and suddenly found that 20 minutes had passed, so he hurriedly continued to do the questions. If he couldn't finish them, he would have to do them in installments, and the number of questions in installments would increase. Obito did the questions all night long. When he lay on the bed, his mind was either Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, or Tobirama Senju. The 3 of them did various things and then analyzed various meanings. This time, Obito had a little insomnia. He lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep, because he couldn't help thinking about what the purpose of Tobirama Senju was and why he did those things. It was not until he was very sleepy that Obito slowly fell asleep, and then woke up the next day under the influence of his biological clock. I don't know why, since doing those questions, Obito feels that the time in the day has become faster, and it passed in the blink of an eye, while the time at night has become very slow. It is only a few hours of doing questions, but it feels much longer than practicing during the day. Practicing during the day and doing questions at night, such an extremely fulfilling life made Obito almost forget about graduation. It was only when Miyu reminded him that he remembered. Tomorrow is the day when the results will be released and the classes will be divided. I will give you a day off to rest and welcome your new ninja life, Miyu said with a gentle smile. Tomorrow, the ninja school will announce the test results of all grades, including the 4th grade graduation exam, and will also announce the final class list. Great Obito's eyes were a little excited, so he would have more time to solve those damn questions. Obito, are you okay? You don't look very good, Nohara-rin asked with concern. In the past, Obito shouted with full energy. Although he could still feel the joy in it today, he lacked energy. It's okay, I'm just a little tired recently. Obito said that it was not a big problem. He felt that the only benefit of the class division might be that he would have to do less exercises. After all, he had fewer opportunities to spend time with Miyu, and fewer opportunities to practice exercises, so there would naturally be fewer questions. Then remember to get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, in addition to looking at the class division list, you also have to get our ninja information, Nohara-rin reminded with a smile. Obito nodded in affirmation, and after returning home and eating, he began to do the exercises quickly. Ah, Senju Tobirama, what are you thinking about in your mind? Obito found that Senju Tobirama had come up with a lot of things. That night, Obito slept even worse. He always felt in his ear that someone was asking him what the point of Tobirama doing this was. 4K, I'm not feeling well today, I probably won't be able to do 10,000. But there's another chapter later. I'd like to remind everyone to adjust their clothes according to the temperature and time. It's easy to get sick if it gets cold suddenly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 The Unknown Third Person. What is the meaning of my founding a ninja school? What is my original intention of issuing this policy? In his dream, Obito seemed to see a cold-faced white-haired ninja asking him questions at a high speed. Subconsciously shaking, Obito quickly woke up, looking at the familiar ceiling, familiar desk and familiar bookcase. Obito felt relieved. He felt the wetness on his back, and found that his back was already wet with sweat after touching it. He was really sweating profusely in the dream just now. It's terrible. Fortunately, the second generation has passed away. Obito's expression became relieved. In reality, he would not be questioned by Senjudo Bairama like this, because Senjudo Bairama died before he was born. But when Obito saw the direction of the clock's hour hand, Obito's original relaxed mood disappeared and his expression became serious. 10:30. I almost slept until noon. Obito looked at the time on the clock with an unbelievable look. He once suspected that the clock was broken. He basically got up before 8 o'clock. But when Obito opened the curtains, the hot sunshine outside gave him the answer. The clock may be broken, but it's not that outrageous. It doesn't look like 8 o'clock in the morning now. You're up. You must be very hungry. Do you want me to get you something to eat in advance? Grandma asked with a kind smile. Hearing Grandma's words, and looking at the table where breakfast should have been, Obito felt a little sad. It might really be almost noon now, but Obito didn't blame Grandma for not calling him, because he didn't tell her yesterday that he was going to the ninja school. He felt that Grandma must have seen that he was too tired and didn't have the heart to disturb him. In this case, Obito was embarrassed to tell her about it. No, Grandma, I have something to do and I have to go out now, Obito briefly explained to Grandma, and then ran to the door at full speed. It should be okay to get the graduation ninja information later. Obito comforted himself. He didn't know how to complain. He was late for the admission information, and then he was late for the graduation information. But in a sense, this was a beginning and an end. Just as Obito walked out of the house, he ran into Nohara Rin, who was holding 2 documents in her hand. Although you have become stronger, you are still unreliable, Obito. Nohara Rin walked to Obito with a helpless smile. She still remembered how Obito promised solemnly yesterday, but he was late again today. He has not changed at the critical moment. If he had not made an appointment with the girls in the same class, Nohara Rin would definitely get up early and ask Obito to go with him. Hey, Zealand, you helped me get it again. Thank you very much. Obito scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. The tension disappeared and was replaced by ease and joy. For some reason, seeing Nohara Rin standing in front of him and smiling, he felt that everything became simple. If you want to rank by reliability, Nohara Rin can be ranked second on Obito's side, but considering that the first is the almighty Muyuu Zionrin, Nohara Rin's second place has a very high gold content. Keep it safe. Nohara Rin handed the bag with the information to Obito. Yeah, Obito smiled and nodded quickly. By the way, Zealand, you should have seen the class division, right? Obito's face turned red as he spoke, a little embarrassed to ask a girl directly if she was in the same team with him, but the courage in his heart was still stronger, and Obito quickly continued to ask, have we been assigned to the same class, divided into classes? It's a pity. Hearing Obito ask this question, Nohara Rin lowered her head slightly, and the expression on her face changed. Even her crystal-clear eyes gradually lost their luster. The whole person was like a sunny day turning into a gloomy rainy day. Listening to Nohara Rin's words and observing Nohara Rin's expression, Obito's heart rose to his throat, and his previously extremely relaxed mood became heavy, like a sudden storm. Although he had thought about the situation where he and Nohara Rin were not assigned to a small team, after all, there were 40 people in a class, and the probability of 2 people meeting each other was not very high. There was also the possibility of joining other class teams, which would be even lower. But when the fact really happened, Obito found that he was more uncomfortable than he thought. He can squeeze out time to receive Muyuu's training, but does he have to squeeze out time to play with Nohara Rin? Occasionally, there is no problem, but doing this every day is very troublesome for both parties. It's okay, Zealand, you have to. We are assigned together, so we can continue to practice together and carry out missions together. Nohara Rin interrupted Obito and said with a smile. Obito stopped talking, and his expression immediately changed from sadness to disbelief, and then to extremely obvious joy. Just now, he could feel the cold when he stood under the scorching summer sun, and he would curse in his heart when an ant passed by him. But now he is extremely warm all over, as if his whole body is immersed in a hot spring. He will sigh at the beauty of life when he takes a breath of air. You are scared, right? Who made you late for so long? All your friends have left, and I have been waiting for you at school for several hours but there is no sign of you. Nohara-rin raised her head slightly, with a smile on her face with a little pride. Redmond Mud Private Marseille. Obito put his hands together and bowed to Nohara-rin to apologize. This was indeed his fault. Okay, I forgive you. After all, you are Obito. If one day you really don't need my care at all, that would be surprising, Nohara-rin said with a smile when she saw Obito apologize so formally. She was just joking with Obito just now, and she was not angry. This was also within her expectations. Go on a mission with Zealand. After apologizing, Obito had a silly smile on his face. At this moment, his mind was full of the scene of himself saving the beauty and Nohara-rin looking at him with admiration. Because happiness came too suddenly, Obito even doubted whether he was still dreaming. He pinched himself and felt the headache from the flesh, which confirmed that his fantasy had come true. You did a good job, the one who divided the class. Obito praised the ninja who divided them into classes in his heart. He was so discerning that he could divide him and Nohara-rin among so many people. If he knew who the person who divided the class was, Obito would be willing to give him a certificate of the best class divider of the year. Aren't there 3 people in a class? Who is our other teammate? Is it Kai? Obito asked Nohara-rin curiously. If it was Might Guy, Obito felt good, because Might Guy was very strong and could help a lot in the battle, and he felt that with Might Guy around, Nohara-rin would be able to focus more on him. It wasn't that he thought Might Guy was not good looking, but that Might Guy's death green was not something most people could appreciate. No. Nohara-rin shook her head and replied. Who is that? Akaya Tetsuka, or Mirai Kazuyasu? Obito said several names of students in their class in succession, but they were all rejected by Nohara-rin. None of them. Then who is it? Could it be someone from another class? Obito's mind flashed the names of acquaintances from other classes. How should I put it? It's a very surprising person in every sense. Nohara-rin thought for a while and replied. She felt that no matter how much Obito thought about it, he would never have thought that their teammate would be Kakashi, who had graduated for several years. Even Nohara-rin was stunned for a while when she saw the class division list, and other students were also very surprised. They didn't expect that the class could be divided like this. Nohara-rin also specifically asked Ikuge, who told her that this situation usually happened because the opponent's original team had problems, so they joined a new team. This situation basically happened every year during the war. Lin, you said that. I am more curious. Who is it? Obito continued to ask. You will know tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 8:30. We must gather at the number 12 training ground. Nohara-rin did not tell Obito that the teammate was Kakashi, but told him the time and place of the gathering. The reason why she chose not to tell him was because she felt that the scene would be very interesting. Not long ago, Obito and Kakashi were still mocking each other that it would be unlucky to become each other's teammates, and as a result, the two of them just happened to meet. But from this point of view, am I bearing double the bad luck? A strange idea appeared in Nohara-rin's mind, but when she thought of Obito and Kakashi's expression after meeting, Nohara-rin couldn't help but smile brightly. Well, Lin, why are you smiling so happily? Did you think of something fun? Obito looked at Nohara-rin with a bright smile and was attracted by Nohara-rin's smile. It should be a fun thing, but I can't tell you for now. Nohara-rin's eyes flashed with cunning when she smiled. Obito nodded blankly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Okay, the things have been delivered. I won't bother you. Don't be late tomorrow and leave a good impression on the instructor. Nohara-rin and Obito waved goodbye. Well, Zealand, take care. Obito waved goodbye. Looking forward to tomorrow. I can finally carry out the mission with Zealand. Obito jumped a few times and punched in celebration. He has been assigned to Zealand, and it doesn't matter who the remaining one is, as long as it's not Kakashi. If the teammate is strong enough, it's good. Even if not, he can protect Zealand by himself. Obito didn't believe it. Kakashi, an old hand who graduated so long ago, can still be assigned to them. The last internship was purely an accident. Good days are coming. Obito walked back home while humming an unknown song. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to achieve perfect results in the academic assessment, and was rewarded. Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to achieve perfect results in the graduation assessment, and was rewarded. Chakra plus 600, Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to achieve excellent results in the graduation assessment, and was rewarded. Chakra plus 450, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll times 3. Maybe because of graduation, the system gave him extra generosity this time. Not only did he get a lot more chakra, but he also gave him an unprecedented Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll. Before this, he only got Proficiency Scrolls. Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll. Upgrade any mastered ninjutsu to mastery level. The effect is as simple and crude as the Proficiency Scroll, which is to upgrade directly. It would be great if it was a skill mastery scroll. Muyu thought to himself, this kind of scroll cannot be used for property changes, but can only be used for practical ninjutsu such as Ho extinguishing and palm immortal technique. He had wanted to use the Proficiency Scroll to improve the nature change of other attributes before, but he found that he couldn't choose it at all. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Mastery Scroll is not valuable. On the contrary, it is a very powerful item, because the secret and forbidden techniques can use the Mastery Scroll. There is no such thing as too many mastery level skills. Muyu wishes that every ninjutsu of his is at the mastery level. If it is matched with the high proficiency nature change, then he will really become a walking universal turret. In addition to the mastery level scroll, this time he got 4 proficiency level scrolls in one go, which is not bad. The total chakra gain is 1,350 points. Name, Hanyu Muyu. Chakra, 53,200. After a school year, his chakra increased from 4,300 points at the beginning to 53,200 points, and the total annual increase was 48,900 points. This chakra increase is still considerable. When he first met Minato only had 40,000 chakras. He has grown almost 1.2 Minatos in this year, which is equivalent to 19.5 small cards. Teacher Muyu, goodbye. I won't be able to see you for a while. Hongdu and Muyu waved goodbye. Since there was a shadow clone coming to school, from Hongdu's perspective, the third semester was similar to the previous ones. You can see as much as you want next semester. I will be responsible for the special training next semester. By then, you can see me several times a day for 5 consecutive months. Muyu said with a smile. Next semester? He will focus on ninjutsu and brush all A ratings to obtain more ninjutsu. After all, brushing chakra in class is too slow, and ninjutsu is better. At the same time, he will also expand the level of special training to strive for higher and better rewards. That's great. Without Teacher Muyu, special training is meaningless. Hongdu smiled happily. The special training in the second semester was really boring if Muyu was not teaching her. She didn't learn much and was tired. The opportunity for you and me is coming. Gangzati looked at Shenyu Izumo with a serious face and said, that's right. This time we must rush to Group B. Shenyu Izumo smiled. If we keep going like this, maybe we can achieve the same results as Obito Senpai and Gay Senpai in the 4th grade. Gangzati had a fantasy in his mind. He also completed the A-level mission like Obito, shocking the whole school. Shisui and I still have a chance, but you guys should just forget it. Hongdu said that in actual combat, it would still be her and Shisui, the first and second place forever. She was submissive in theory, but she would strike hard in actual combat. Looking at the people playing around, Muyu smiled. This school year has been very good, in many ways. 4K. The total number of words is 8K. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Everyone keep warm. Chapter 265, Classic Reappearance. Don't ask me, I really don't know. Obito, who was tortured crazily in his dream, said subconsciously, and then woke up. In order not to be late, he learned his lesson and deliberately did questions during the day and practiced at night. Unexpectedly, those questions still lingered in his mind for a long time, causing him to suffer ruthless torture again and again in his dreams. "Will you not sleep until 10 o'clock again?" Obito's expression became solemn. That would be too long to be late. When Obito saw the number pointed by the hour hand of the clock, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. It was only 8:10, and it was still far from 10 o'clock. No, the gathering time is not 10 o'clock, it's 8:30. Obito suddenly realized that although he was not late, he was almost late. He quickly changed his clothes and finished washing, picked up a piece of bread and said goodbye to his grandmother. "Goodbye, Grandma. I'm going out to practice." "Pay attention to rest," Grandma reminded with a kind smile. Obito stuffed the bread into his mouth and chewed it while running. The training ground was far from his home, but if he ran at full speed, he should be able to arrive at about 8:30. But just when Obito was thinking about who the last teammate would be, he suddenly noticed an old man sitting on a bench with a look of discomfort in his peripheral vision. Although he knew he was going to be late, Obito subconsciously ran to the old woman and asked with concern, "Grandma, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? I just sprained my waist. I should be fine after sitting here and resting for a while." Seeing that there were children enthusiastically coming forward to help, the old woman forced a smile and said, "How can this be possible? You should pay attention to your health, otherwise, I will take you home to rest. Although I am small, I am very strong. It won't take much time to carry you around the city." Obito thought for a while and continued, even if he didn't go to the hospital, it would be safer to go home with someone to take care of him. After saying that, Obito bent his arms hard, wanting the old woman to see how strong he was. "By the way, I'm a ninja." Obito looked at his arm and felt that he might not be very convincing, so he pointed to the forehead protector on his head. Obito boasted for a while, and then performed a one-handed handstand on the spot, and finally succeeded in convincing the old man to accept Obito's help. Shadow clone technique. Obito made a seal and cast a shadow clone. This was a good way he had thought of before to help people without being late. The main body continued to rush to the destination, while the clone helped people in need. Obito looked at the shadow clone nervously. Although his idea was good, it would be useless if the shadow clone didn't give face. "Grandma, let me take you home." Before Obito could speak, the shadow clone consciously carried the old woman on his back and walked towards the address. The old woman said, "I won't complain about Senjudo Bairama today. This shadow clone still has its merits." Obito smiled. This way he would never be late in the future. Next, Obito moved towards the training ground at a high speed. When he was about to arrive, due to the relatively flat terrain, Obito could see 3 people standing in the distance, one tall and 2 short. But the distance was too far for Obito to see clearly. As the distance got closer, Obito could gradually see the color of the hair, which was brown, gold, and white. Seeing the gold hair, Obito subconsciously felt happy, and seeing the white hair, Obito had a bad premonition in his heart, but he was running wildly and didn't have time to think about it. He rushed in front of the 3 people. "I shouldn't be late," Obito said after taking 2 breaths. Kakashi was stunned when he saw Obito. He didn't have a list of members here, but Sarutobi Hiruzen informed him that there was a new team in the name of the new team's instructor. So when Kakashi came over, he was a little surprised to see Nohara Rin. He didn't expect that they would meet among so many teams. "Why are you here? Is your instructor also Minato-senpai?" Kakashi couldn't help asking. Given Obito's unreliability, he thought it was possible that he had gone to the wrong place. "Zealand, the teammate who was surprised is not Kakashi, right?" Obito was stunned when he looked up and saw Kakashi, and asked Nohara Rin. If it was true, he had to admit that it was indeed very unexpected in all senses. At this time, Obito hoped that Nohara Rin would shake her head. But unfortunately the facts could not be changed. Nohara Rin nodded and smiled. "Well, it's very unexpected." Obito was numb. He felt that someone was interfering. There was Kakashi in the internship team, and there was Kakashi in the graduation team. Could it be that the bad luck of staying with Kakashi for a long time has passed to him? Damn, there must be something shady about the class division. Obito scolded the staff who divided the class in his heart. "Then you are late." Hearing the conversation between the two, Kakashi realized that he and Obito were divided together again, so he spoke. It's not 8:30 now. I was late because I wanted to convince the old lady to accept help, in order to prevent Nohara-rin from misunderstanding, Obito explained. Bang! Minato clapped his hands to attract the attention of the three people, then smiled gently and said, "Okay, since you're here to help people and you're not late for long, let's forget about this. Although we have met several times, let's introduce ourselves and deepen our understanding of each other. Let me start first. My name is Minato Namikaze. I like a lot of things. Studying ninjutsu, reading books, and tasting my friends' novel dishes are all my hobbies. My dream is to become a Hokage and protect the village." Minato briefly introduced himself. That friend must be Miyu teacher, Obito complained in his heart. He was just busy surprising Kakashi just now. Now think about it, it is quite strange that Minato became his instructor. He said goodbye to Miyu teacher, and the new instructor turned out to be Minato Namikaze, who was very similar to Miyu teacher. My name is Nohara-rin. I like to grow flowers and draw pictures. I hate war. My dream is to save more people injured in war and make war disappear. Then Nohara-rin introduced herself. My name is Uchiha Obito. I like many kinds of food, as long as it's made by Miyu teacher. I hate doing homework and war. My dream is to become Hokage and end the war. Obito followed closely. Hearing Obito's dream, Minato gave him a look of approval. I'm Hotai Kakashi. If I have to say what I like training now. I don't want to talk about my dream. Kakashi thought for a while and said, as for his dream, he actually wanted to say protecting his companions, but Obito was here, which was equivalent to saying to Obito that he wanted to protect him. Kakashi couldn't bear to think about it. You're almost the same as not saying anything, Obito said speechlessly. This kind of concise self-introduction originally had little content, and Kakashi wanted to remove some of the things he didn't want to say. Kakashi looked indifferent and ignored Obito's words. Now that everyone knows each other, then we will start our first training next. Minato took out two bells and said with a smile, this training is mainly to train your teamwork ability. If you work together to grab the bell from me, you will be considered successful. This is the training secret that Minato learned from the old instructors. It is said that those who have used it all say it works. So why are there two bells? Does the whole team succeed if they grab one bell? Or only the person who grabs the bell will be considered successful? Obito asked curiously. At the beginning of the internship, Miyu also asked them to grab the bell, but Miyu had 3 bells. Obito asked Minato and he felt a little strange now. Why are there only 2 bells? It is impossible for one person to fail. Training does not involve elimination of the last place. Because I only have 2 bells now, but as long as any one of you grabs it, it will be considered qualified. Minato was stunned for a while and then said, he remembered that the old Jonin said yesterday that the essence of this training is to let the students go. When you notice that the students are working hard to cooperate in the attack, you can pretend to be careless and let the disciples grab the bell. If you can't complete it, this training will continue until you can complete it, and you can attack me at any time. Minato reminded after hanging the bell on his waist. Nohara-rin didn't know the specific strength, but Obito and Kakashi were both good at physical skills. Minato saw them training once, and their movements were very fast. After the explanation, Minato sat by the tree and began to read a book, quietly waiting for Kakashi and the others to attack. If they fail to snatch, should I comfort them or be more strict? Minato thought absent-mindedly while reading. It was the first time to teach students, and the objects were all Miyu's disciples. If he didn't teach them well, how would he explain to Miyu? Obito, Kakashi, have you ever done similar training? It seems that you are not surprised at all. Nohara-rin called Kakashi and Obito together and asked curiously. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Kakashi is hard to say. With her understanding of Obito, Obito will definitely ask questions. As Nohara-rin expected, Obito nodded and replied, well, when we were doing the internship, Teacher Miyu also asked us to grab the bell. That's a pity. I wish I had been selected. Nohara-rin felt a little regretful. She was the only one who had no experience. She didn't want to be a drag on the team. It's nothing. This training is to see how everyone cooperates. It doesn't matter whether you have experience or not. Obito smiled and comforted. After being taught by Miyu for so long, Obito also realized the importance of intelligence. Although Miyu was very mysterious, they at least knew some of Miyu's abilities, and Minato was very unfamiliar, so he felt that there was no such thing as experience when grabbing bells from different people. The only information we know now is that Captain Minato is very strong and has mastered a very fast instant body technique. We need to collect more information. At this time, Kakashi spoke. Minato was very strong, which was learned from Miyu, and the instant body technique was seen once when they went to the battlefield. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Set up a trap first, and then lead him to the trap area while collecting information. Kakashi began to arrange tactics. Facing a powerful opponent like Minato, better traps can provide them with more opportunities. Zealand, come with me. I learned a lot of traps from Mr. Miyu. Obito did not refute Kakashi, but looked ready to show his skills. Although he had defeated Kakashi before, Obito knew that he was not good at tactics and strategy, so he did not argue with Kakashi. Here, and there. After observing the position, Kakashi began to set traps with Obito and the others. Because he had suffered a loss at Miyu's side, when setting the trap, Kakashi sent a shadow clone to keep an eye on Minato the whole time to prevent Minato from using the shadow clone to confuse their real body and wait for an opportunity to move. The trap was set, and Kakashi learned from the shadow clone that Minato had not taken any action, so he took the next step. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal, chakra condensed in his throat, and spit out a 3-meter-high fireball towards Minato's position. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark! Kakashi threw several shurikens to the side, reducing Minato's evasive space. Fire style, flame bullet. Minato did not dodge, but smiled and formed a seal on the spot to perform a fire-style ninjutsu. In actual combat, he basically did not use the 5 basic nature change ninjutsu, because the use of seals and ninjutsu was not compatible with his best skill, Flying Thunder God. But this did not mean that Minato did not know the 5 basic nature ninjutsu. After all, he did not learn Flying Thunder God as soon as he became a ninja. He had practiced a lot of wind style and fire style before. Minato spit out blazing flames from his mouth to form a huge fireball, which offset Obito's fireball and continued to burn towards Obito and Kakashi. Fire style. Kakashi silently memorized this ninjutsu and dodged. Kakashi gave Obito a look, and Obito understood and nodded, and ran towards the trap area together. The students began to attack, and Minato, as a teacher, assumed that they were ready and immediately chased after them. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark! As soon as Minato chased into the woods, Nohara-rin immediately released the traps she had set up, and a large number of shurikens stabbed at Minato. Wind style, great breakthrough! Minato, who had not seen Nohara-rin, was always on guard, and immediately used wind style to spit out a hurricane to blow away all the hidden weapons that attacked him. He also mastered wind style. Kakashi wrote down the new information again. Generally, the Jonin had 2 nature changes. Konoha Great Cyclone. Just as the hidden weapons were released, Obito rushed up and kicked Minato with a whirlwind kick. The cooperation is okay, but it would be better if someone else came together. Minato dodged the attack, took the opportunity to grab Obito's legs and lifted him up. Smiling, he didn't understand why Kakashi didn't attack together. Hehe, Minato-senpai, you have to be careful next time, we have more than just this ability. The captured Obito said with a leisurely smile. Minato threw Obito to the big tree next to him. Bang! Obito turned into smoke and dissipated. It was a shadow clone. The shadow clone can release this level of fire style. It seems that they are better than I thought. Minato was a little surprised. Before Minato could think about it, Kakashi and his men attacked at a very fast pace. Immediately, 2 thick wooden pillars came crashing down on him. Chapter 266. Surprised Minato. The chakra on Minato's feet exploded, and he quickly moved to the relatively open left side. then threw the flying thunder god kunai at Kakashi and Nohara Rin, while carefully observing the surroundings, trying to find Obito's body. Kakashi and Nohara Rin easily dodged the kunai thrown by Minato casually, and pressed towards Minato together. Kakashi took out the kunai and stabbed at Minato's vital points every time, but Minato's level of using kunai was better. He blocked all of Kakashi's attacks with a normal expression, and Nohara Rin's harassment did not have much effect, but this was just the attack plan they had discussed in advance. While Minato blocked Kakashi's attack on his heart, Nohara Rin condensed a large amount of chakra in her arms, greatly enhancing her body strength, and swung a strange punch at Minato. There is no need to say more about this punch. Even people who don't understand chakra can know its power, because the momentum of the punch is completely different. Minato immediately increased his strength to push Kakashi, who was fighting with him with the kunai, away, and then condensed chakra in his palm and collided with Nohara Rin. Bang! With a loud bang, Minato was knocked back 2 meters by the heavy force. What a strong force! I didn't expect that this child with ordinary information could have such a strong force. The repelled Minato was very surprised. He was shocked by the strength under Nohara Rin's thin body. He just used chakra, although he was still letting her go. It was already quite remarkable for Nohara Rin, a newly graduated student, to achieve this level. Nohara Rin's grades in school were not as outstanding as Obito's. Kakashi seized this opportunity and stabbed Minato quickly, forcing Minato to dodge backwards. Just when Minato was thinking about whether to show more strength, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He saw Kakashi in front of him stopped moving and began to make hand seals. Explode. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. At the same time, Obito's real body appeared on a tree not far away, spitting out a large number of small fireballs to block the position. Boom! Exclamation mark. The detonating tag that Kakashi had buried was detonated, and the fierce flames flooded Minato's position. The thick explosion smoke made it difficult to see what was happening. Obito jumped down and walked to Nohara Rin's side. He scratched his head and said, "What should we do? We won't kill Minato, will we? He doesn't seem to have avoided our attack." "It's over. Minato is a good friend of Miyu teacher." Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. He didn't know what kind of strength he had, right? It took 3 people desperately trying to beat a Kumagakure Jonin. Minato was obviously not an ordinary Jonin. How could he be killed so easily by them? "It shouldn't be," Nohara Rin said uncertainly. She had the least combat experience and had never fought against a strong enemy. She felt that Minato was very dangerous. The smoke soon dissipated, revealing a charred scene on the ground, and Minato had disappeared. Kakashi's expression immediately became alert, and he was very surprised. He had no idea how Minato disappeared. "You really gave me a big surprise. It seems that I have to respond to you more seriously." Minato's voice came from behind them. Kakashi turned around quickly and found Minato with a smile on his face and intact. Obito immediately blocked in front of Nohara Rin, using the breathing method to the extreme and entering an extremely concentrated breathing state. Such a speed is really hard to deal with. Kakashi's eyes flickered, but he was not too surprised. After all, Minato was a strong existence that Miyu said. It would be strange if he was taken away by them in one wave. Seeing that the 3 people immediately entered the fighting state, Minato felt a little emotional. He was fortunate that he was the instructor of the 3 people. If it was an ordinary Jonin, he might have really overturned due to carelessness. Who would have thought that 3 9-year-old children could actually exert such strength? Obito's fire escape, Nohara Rin's powerful strength, Kakashi's offensive rhythm and traps. Their abilities are far beyond their peers. Swish! Exclamation mark. Minato threw a flying thunder god kunai at the 3 people. Bang! Obito swung a kunai to block the attack, and the kunai pierced the ground next to Obito. Then Kakashi and Obito looked at each other and nodded. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat, and quickly changed its nature, spitting out a large amount of flames, and finally formed a huge fireball of more than 4 meters. Kakashi silently jumped onto the tree, using the tree as a springboard to quickly approach Minato, and at the same time threw out shuriken to block the position. Whoosh! Just as the fireball was about to arrive, Minato disappeared in an instant, and the fireball and shuriken missed. Kakashi quickly scanned around to find Minato's position. Bang bang! Minato, who used the Flying Thunder God, appeared next to Obito and Nohara Rin, and knocked the two into the tree with extremely fast physical skills. So fast. Obito, who was more resistant to beating, quickly got up and said in surprise. He didn't see how Minato came just now, and he appeared all of a sudden and knocked them away. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression when he found Minato's position. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be kunai at the location where Minato appeared before. Could it be a coincidence? Kakashi silently memorized the positions of the two kunai, and then launched the attack again. Not wanting to be a drag, Nohara Rin also stood up despite the pain and took a fighting stance. The two people who stood up quickly, plus Kakashi who rushed back, surrounded Minato from three different positions. The first person to move was Obito. His breathing in such an extreme state could not last long, and he had to end the battle as soon as possible. After Obito rushed forward, Nohara Rin used her strange strength to rush towards Minato again, and Kakashi also used the instant body technique to stab Minato with the kunai. Minato calmly threw a kunai in the direction of Obito. At the moment when Obito dodged the kunai by turning sideways, Minato disappeared and appeared behind Obito, knocking Obito to the ground with a punch. It must be related to the kunai. Seeing Minato using Flying Thunder God from the front, Kakashi immediately judged that Minato's magical instant body technique was related to the kunai thrown by Minato. Damn it, the girl he cared about was right in front of him, but she was either knocked away or knocked down. Obito's inner fire ignited, and he didn't care too much. He used the characteristics of the breath of fire to make flames appear on his feet, kicked towards Minato, and quietly formed a seal with his left hand. Minato jumped back to avoid it, and Obito, who had completed the seal, immediately turned over and opened his mouth to spit out several small fireballs at Minato. How can you use fire escape in this situation? Minato was extremely surprised. Just now, Obito was lying face down on the ground, and he couldn't form a seal at all. Whoosh! Minato's body disappeared in front of everyone again, and Kakashi immediately burst out chakra and used the shave to the extreme to rush towards Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai. There are now 3 Flying Thunder God kunai on the field. The first kunai is used to attack Kakashi and Nohara Rin, and it is now far away from them. The second one is used by Minato to attack Obito and Nohara Rin, and the third one is the one that knocked Obito down. Kakashi rushed to the second kunai. At this time, the kunai next to Obito was not safe, and he might be hit in the face by the phoenix fire. The first kunai was too far away, and the second kunai was closer to Nohara Rin, so Kakashi judged that Minato would move to the second Flying Thunder God kunai. Full concentration. Thunder breath. Kakashi absorbed a lot of oxygen to strengthen his body, then concentrated his strength on his legs, and then quickly changed the nature of the Thunder Attribute Chakra, allowing the Thunder Attribute Chakra to strengthen his legs, and his speed reached a peak. After Minato used Flying Thunder God, he wanted to attack Nohara Rin, but when he found that Kakashi was rushing towards him at a high speed, he immediately changed from offense to defense. Have you guessed the effect of Flying Thunder God? What a strong analytical ability. Minato was very surprised. Minato's reaction was extremely fast, faster than Kakashi's speed. Even though Kakashi acted decisively, he still failed to hit Minato successfully. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. The attack failed, but Kakashi, who was approaching Minato, was not discouraged at all, but smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. Minato couldn't see Kakashi's expression under the mask, but he was keenly aware of something wrong, and then he found the detonating tag on Kakashi's body. Explode! Boom! An explosion sounded, and the flames engulfed Kakashi and Minato. Kakashi is really insidious, Obito said with a sigh of relief. Kakashi certainly couldn't use his body to die with Minato because of a training. From the time they went to find Minato until now, Kakashi has always been a shadow clone, Everything was Kakashi's plan. Obito's shadow clone was the first bait, and Kakashi's own shadow clone was the second bait. The smoke dissipated, and it was still the same as before, only the ground was blackened, and there was nothing else. Whoosh! Minato appeared at the position of the first flying thunder god, but the moment he appeared, he found a Kakashi holding a purple lightning bolt rushing towards him. Zzz! Exclamation mark! Kakashi controlled the purple lightning to split into a large number of lightning snakes, rushing towards Minato like a tide. Minato's extremely fast reaction allowed him to dodge the attack, but Kakashi's goal was not to hit Minato's body. He only wanted the bell on Minato's waist. The tiny lightning struck the bell, knocking it down, and was held in the hand of Kakashi, who burst out at an extremely fast speed. Captain Minato, is this considered a successful training? Kakashi asked lightly. It succeeded. To be honest, your performance surprised me very much. Minato smiled and said, the performance of his team members really exceeded his expectations. Although he let down a lot and didn't even use the important perception ability, he was still a yellow flash of killing on the battlefield. It was not easy for Kakashi and his team to snatch the bell from him in one go. Obito's fire escape is not only powerful, but also has a release method that he doesn't understand. If it weren't for Obito's falling phoenix fire, he wouldn't have been forced to use Flying Thunder God twice in a row. Kakashi has a super strong fighting wisdom. He actually analyzed his Flying Thunder God after just a few fights, and immediately came up with a battle plan that was enough to grab the bell. Even Nohara Rin had her own highlight moment, using her strange strength to force him into the trap where he had to use Flying Thunder God. Minato felt that these three people in his class might not be defeated by ordinary Jonin if they were not careful. Their fighting ability really should not be underestimated. It's finally over, Minato-senpai. You are really fast. Obito, who came to support Kakashi, exclaimed after hearing the conversation between the two. Miyu was also very fast, but Miyu's speed was different from Minato's. Miyu was fast, but Obito could still feel a blue light flashing, but he couldn't see it clearly, while Minato's speed was very strange, disappearing out of thin air and reappearing out of thin air. Sorry, I don't seem to have played a big role. Nohara Rin felt that she won by mixing and mixing, because of her weak fighting ability due to long-term training in medical ninjutsu. Nohara Rin did not participate in Miyu's internal team battles. The only battles she had were with classmates in the actual combat exams. Suddenly fighting against a strong man like Minato, Nohara Rin really felt like she couldn't keep up with the pace and was just a mess. Hearing Nohara Rin's words, Obito disagreed and said, that's not the case. If it weren't for you, Zealand, Kakashi's shadow clone would have been blown up long ago and wouldn't have played a big role. And the punch you used to beat back Senior Minato was very cool. He didn't do this purely because of his feelings for Nohara Rin, but because he really felt that the battle would be different without Nohara Rin. Obito is right, Zealand, you just play a different role in the battle than us. Kakashi nodded and said, in the game, Kakashi and Obito are both the main output, while Nohara Rin is a support. The main role of the support is of course not output. In fact, Kakashi thinks that the current team composition is more reasonable. Nohara Rin masters medical ninjutsu, and if he and Obito are injured, they can still be treated. Fighting with Might Guy was different. The three of them could only rush all the way to the end. After hearing what Kakashi and Obito said, Nohara Rin felt much better. But she also secretly made up her mind that she must work harder to practice physical skills and strive to play a greater role in the battle. The intern created by Miyu is really good. If future graduates can have such cooperation, the strength of the village's genin will be greatly improved. Minato recalled the cooperation between Obito and Kakashi and felt that the interns could be promoted more. Obito, who had teamed up with Kakashi during the internship, obviously cooperated much better than Nohara Rin. Obito and Kakashi could understand each other's ideas and execute them just by exchanging glances. You finished the training earlier than I thought. Take a break today and practice the cooperation in battle. I will take you to carry out the mission tomorrow. Minato thought about it and said the next arrangement. This cooperation training is mainly for Nohara Rin. Obito and Kakashi have no problem at all. Great. I can go on a mission again. Obito cheered. He couldn't wait to defeat all kinds of enemies in front of Nohara-Rin and enjoy Nohara-Rin's praise. Ninja's mission. Nohara-Rin recalled the mission experience that Obito had told her about, and felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Kakashi wanted to tell Obito not to be too happy too early, but seeing that Nohara-Rin seemed to be a little excited, he didn't say anything. Now his experience is a little insufficient. Today is also 8K. Chapter 267 Konoha's strongest physical technique. I didn't expect to become teammates with you, Kai. I'm really lucky. On the way to the training ground, Shiranui Genma said to Might Guy, who met by chance. Compared with classmates with ordinary strength, Shiranui Genma naturally wanted to become teammates with strong people like Obito and Might Guy. On the one hand, there is a reliable teammate when performing tasks in the future, and on the other hand, he can ask questions from each other during daily training. Can I ask you about physical skills in the future? Shiranui Genma asked with a smile. Of course, no problem, Might Guy responded with a thumbs up. He is a person who is willing to share. Then the two arrived at the training ground and saw Ebisu standing there waiting. Good morning, Sha'u. Shiranui Genma raised his hand and greeted his old acquaintance Ebisu. Ebisu also responded to Shiranui Genma. Strange, where is our instructor? The gathering place should be here. Shiranui Genma looked around and said puzzledly, the gathering place is here. Maybe something delayed him. Ebisu nodded and replied, youth should seize every minute and every second, exercise while waiting. Might Guy began to do one-finger push-ups and invited Shiranui Genma and Ebisu to join him. Haha, I'd better forget it. My physical strength is not as strong as yours, Akai. Let's wait for the instructor to come and see the situation. Shiranui Genma declined Might Guy's proposal, although there is no harm in exercising. After all, it is the first time to meet the instructor, and he doesn't know what kind of training will be conducted. He thinks it is better to conserve physical strength first. Ebisu's idea is similar to Shiranui Genma, so he also rejected Might Guy's proposal and waited on the spot. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a yellow sports jacket and yellow tights came into their sight, eating rice balls and slowly walking towards them. Are you Shiranui Genma, Ebisu, and Might Guy? When he walked in front of everyone, the middle-aged man almost finished eating the rice ball in his hand and asked, I'm Shiranui Genjian. I'm Ebisu. I'm Might Guy. Guy did a somersault and stood up, showing 2 rows of white teeth and smiling. Do you guys know each other? The middle-aged man asked again. The 3 nodded. They were friends. Then let's skip the self-introduction. My name is Chen Long. You can call me Teacher Chen. I won't say more, because if you can't pass my training next, you will go back to the ninja school to study. Teacher Chen said directly. Ah, go back to the ninja school to study again? Shiranui Genjian was confused. When he graduated, the class teacher didn't have such training. How could a qualified official genin go back to the furnace to be retrained? Teacher Chen? Ebisu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes under the sunglasses were a little surprised. Unlike other students, although Ebisu was a student, he liked to pay attention to things outside the school. If he remembered correctly, there was a teacher named Chen who seemed to be the strongest in Konoha's physical skills. It can't be the teacher Chen. If it is, he must pass the training. Ebisu was a little excited. He believes that birth can largely determine strength, and having a good teacher can affect the future. Although he is only the strongest in physical skills, he is much better than an ordinary teacher. Yes, if you fail my training, I will cancel your ninja status and send you back to the ninja school. This is my right as an instructor. Teacher Chen said lightly. He has not been an instructor for a long time. He only occasionally accepts a disciple to teach him in case there is no one to inherit his physical skills. But Sarutobi Hiruzen said that there was an unprecedented physical skills genius in his ninja school this time, so he agreed to let Sarutobi Hiruzen be the instructor again. Teacher Chen is not a young man. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen said it very nicely, he is still ready to try this so-called physical skills genius himself. What level is it? If it doesn't work, he will send him back to the ninja school and resign from the position of instructor. What is the training? Might Guy asked calmly. He has sufficient confidence in his own strength. Even his close friend who has long been a chunin was defeated by him. Training for genin is not difficult for him. Grab the bell. As long as one of you can grab the bell in my hand, then everyone will pass. If you don't grab it before dark, then prepare to go to the ninja school for another year. Teacher Chen took out a bell and said, he was too lazy to play that kind of trick to scare people. As long as they can show their strength to his satisfaction, he will let them see that they are qualified. If not, they will all be retrained. You can use all means to attack me. But I remind you in advance, don't attack casually. I am best at physical skills, and it hurts a lot when I hit people, Teacher Chen said leisurely after sitting on the ground. After speaking, Teacher Chen took out a book with a cover of a cool big sister and began to read. Shire Anui Genma pulled Ebisu and Might Guy to the other side to discuss countermeasures. What should I do? I don't think he is joking. If he doesn't finish, he might really be revoked as a ninja and return to the ninja school, Shire Anui Genma said with a serious face. Although Mr. Chen did not look serious when he spoke, but looked relaxed and casual, Shire Anui Genjian felt that Mr. Chen would really do what he said. Do your best to complete it. If you can become Mr. Chen's disciple, we don't have to worry about our future. He is known as the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha. Ebisu revealed the information he knew to the two. Ah, the strongest taijutsu ninja? Shire Anui Genjian looked at Mr. Chen, who was reading a book not far away, and laughed at an unknown laugh, showing a doubtful expression. He didn't think Mr. Chen looked like a taijutsu ninja. First of all, his height was not much taller than these 9-year-old children. He looked only about 1.5 meters and didn't have muscles that could hold up his clothes. Konoha's strongest taijutsu. Unlike Shire Anui Genjian, Might Guy's face instantly showed an excited expression when he heard it. His dream was to become the strongest taijutsu in the ninja world, and Mr. Chen was the strongest taijutsu in Konoha, so his taijutsu must be very difficult. Ebisu raised his sunglasses with his fingers and said, it's not wrong. Let them call him Teacher Chen and say that he is good at physical skills. That's even worse. If he is really the strongest ninja in Konoha's physical skills, how can we snatch the bell from his hand? Shire Anui Genjian said with a frown. Although it is a good thing that the instructor is strong, it is not necessarily a good thing when this happens. Just fight with all your strength. Even if you fail, it just means that your efforts are not enough and your youth is not burning hot enough. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and encouraged. Looking at Might Guy, Shire Anui Genjian regained some confidence in his heart. Although the instructor is very strong, they also have a companion who is beyond common sense. That's right, but shouldn't we formulate some tactics or something? Shire Anui Genjian thought for a while and said, the error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar first published this novel. Set up some traps to lure him over, and then Akai will take the lead, and we will assist Akai in the battle. Ebisu thought for a while and answered. He knew that this training still depended on Kai. Although Shire Anui Genma was stronger than him, he was only so strong. Might Guy had the ability to kill them in seconds, and was the undisputed super thigh of this training. Then, several people set up traps while exchanging their own strengths. Shire Anui Genma was good at using ninja tools and instant body skills. Ebisu was well developed, and all his abilities were at the same level, while Might Guy was good at physical skills. When they were almost ready, the three of them went together to attract Teacher Chen to the trap area. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark! Ebisu and Shire Anui Genma took out their shurikens and threw them at Teacher Chen. Finally, we're ready. But it took so long. Teacher Chen closed the book in his hand slowly and put it away. When the shuriken was about to reach him, he burst out at a speed and dodged the attacking shuriken. What a fast speed! Shire Anui Genma began to believe that this middle-aged man who looked neither tall nor strong was really the strongest in Konoha's physical skills. Run! Ebisu's pupils shrank and he shouted hurriedly. He was worried that Teacher Chen was too fast and would catch up before they reached the trap area. Although Might Guy wanted to learn Teacher Chen's strength, he also knew that this training was very important. So he didn't make a move casually. He followed Ebisu away and stared at Teacher Chan's figure with his peripheral vision. It was fine if he didn't become a ninja, but if his rash move caused his teammates to lose their ninja status, Might Guy couldn't accept it. Let me see what tricks you have prepared. Teacher Chen didn't chase them with all his strength. but kept a subtle distance and followed. After arriving at the location, Ebisu immediately activated the trap, and a large number of shurikens shot at Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen ignored the attacking shurikens and looked around with a disappointed expression. "That's it, Konoha Dragon God." Teacher Chen burst out his whole body of chakra to make himself spin at high speed. A huge whirlwind appeared out of thin air and gradually formed a thick green dragon. Under the powerful force of the dragon-shaped tornado, Might Guy and others' shuriken traps were easily solved, and the huge whirlwind was still raging everywhere, destroying all the traps on the field at a very fast speed. Snap! Shire Anui Genjian's kunai fell to the ground, and he looked at the messy trap area with a shocked face. "What is this? How can I get the bell in this case?" Shire Anui Genjian looked at the huge green dragon in front of him that was more than 20 meters long, and was ready to explain to his former juniors why he returned to school. He didn't think he could break through this terrifying hurricane with a senbon or a kunai to get Teacher Chen's bell, and he even thought that Might Guy couldn't do it. "Is this the strongest physical skill of Konoha?" Ebisu looked at the terrifying tornado in great surprise. He had never seen such a big scene. What a strong physical skill, worthy of being the strongest physical skill of Konoha. Might Guy's face was also a little surprised, but more excited. He was looking forward to the next battle. Might Guy silently changed his breathing rhythm and concentrated his breathing to the most concentrated state. Since the trap is useless, it's the turn of the physical skill beast to appear. Might Guy was ready to fight with a face full of fighting spirit. Teacher Chen is an original character from the animation, but I used him because I thought he was pretty good. After all, Might Guy has shown such strength, and it doesn't make sense for the third generation to let an ordinary jonin teach him. Chapter 268, The Strongest and Irresistible Ninjutsu. If that's all, then you can pack up and go back to school. After destroying all the traps, Teacher Chen stopped the Konoha Dragon God and said disappointedly, "The world of ninja is crueler than you can imagine. People with poor skills should practice more before coming out. Maybe our trap-making skills are not very good, but it's too early to deny us." Might Guy clenched his fists and said, "Focus on rock breathing." Might Guy stared at Teacher Chen, inhaling a large amount of oxygen into his body to increase his physical strength. At the same time, the chakra in his body combined with the flowing chi to strengthen his body, allowing Might Guy's whole body strength to be further enhanced. Konoha Tornado. Might Guy poured his strength into his legs, rushed towards Teacher Chen at full speed, and kicked out his best whirlwind kick. Whoosh! The strong wind driven by the powerful force blew Teacher Chen's hair slightly, and Teacher Chen couldn't help but show an interested look on his face. Bang! Teacher Chen caught Might Guy's whirlwind kick steadily with his hand, then threw Might Guy out and commented, "The speed of this kick is okay, but the power is not good enough." Might Guy, who was thrown out, quickly adjusted his body balance to land steadily. "But it's much better than the two people watching the show next to you. Have you read too many weird novels? Your companions are trying hard to attack, but you are indifferent?" Teacher Chen said with a smile to Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu, who were still shocked by the power of Konoha Dragon God. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu came back to their senses and felt very embarrassed. They immediately threw ninja tools at Teacher Chen, but they were easily dodged again. "Not enough power? How about this attack?" Hearing Teacher Chen's words, Might Guy laughed and rushed forward again, ready to use a more powerful whirlwind kick. Konoha Strong Power Whirlwind. Might Guy ran at full speed, exerting all his strength to kick out a powerful blow. Under the amazing power, the green grass next to him was bent, like a sudden gust of wind. Teacher Chen remained motionless, quickly condensed chakra on his arm and caught the blow steadily, without even retreating 0.1 centimeter. The strength is still not enough. Teacher Chen threw Might Guy out again, but this time he used more force, causing Might Guy to plow a 10-meter-long pit before stopping. After Might Guy rushed forward, Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu followed, but because their speed was much slower than Might Guy, they waited until Might Guy was thrown away before approaching Teacher Chen. Shire Anui Genma hit Teacher Chen's head with his fist, while Ebisu reached out to grab the bell on Teacher Chen's waist. Ebisu's thinking was very clear. The training goal was not to beat Teacher Chen, but to grab the bell was the most important thing. Bang bang! Exclamation mark! Teacher Chen directly kicked Shiranui Genma and Ebisu away with a whirlwind kick. Shiranui Genma hit the tree, and Ebisu fell to the ground. Damn, you're so quick. Shiranui Genjian felt a pain in his abdomen. His face turned ugly. He didn't even see how Teacher Chen attacked and he flew backwards in an instant. Ebisu was not feeling well either. He thought he was going to succeed, but he was kicked away in the blink of an eye. You are not strong enough and your movements are slow. None of your physical moves are decent. And you still want to take the bell from me? Teacher Chen retracted his foot and mocked. At this time, Shiranui Genjian felt his face burning. He was at least ranked among the top students in the grade in the ninja school, but he was degraded like this. Unconvinced, Shiranui Genjian took out his kunai and rushed towards Teacher Chen again. When he was about to get close, he immediately exploded his foot chakra and used the instant body technique to attack Teacher Chen. Shiranui Genjian's speed was good, but he was faster than Teacher Chen. Just when Shiranui Genma thought he was going to hit Teacher Chen instantly disappeared in front of Shiranui Genma, appeared behind Shiranui Genma, and kicked Shiranui Genma's butt, causing Shiranui Genma to fly out again. 8 gates of ninjutsu? Open the gate. Open. Might Guy opened the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, released the chakra in his body, enhanced his physical ability, rushed towards Shiranui Genma at high speed, and caught Shiranui Genma who flew out. Thank you, K. I was a little impulsive. The rescued Shiranui Genma calmed down a little and thanked Might Guy. The opponent was known as the strongest existence in Konoha's physical skills. He, a newly graduated genin, was undoubtedly giving away his head by charging alone. Haha, it's nothing. How can I be happy if I'm denied? Might Guy laughed and expressed his understanding. Ebisu stared at Teacher Chen cautiously and quickly joined Might Guy. Teacher Chen did not stop him. Among the 3 people, only Might Guy could make him a little interested. The remaining 2 were too average. It's Mai and Genma's turn to attack first this time. Okay, you are fast. See if you can grab the bell. Ebisu thought for a while and said. Teacher Chen's attack speed was too fast. Even if he and Shiranui Genma attacked together, they would be knocked away in an instant. Then give it a try. Might Guy nodded and agreed. He was only good at fighting, but he didn't know much about tactics. Okay. Shiranui Genma also agreed. Clone technique. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu used the clone technique together, and each of them created 4 clones. Then 5 Shiranui Genma and 5 Ebisu ran forward in an interlaced manner and rushed towards Teacher Chen, trying to use the clones to interfere with Teacher Chen's sight. But for an experienced old ninja like Teacher Chen, how could this clone without a physical body be hidden from him? Although Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were trying their best to exchange positions with the clones, Teacher Chen still found the real bodies of the 2 at a glance. After the 2 teammates took action, Might Guy also approached Teacher Chen from different directions, ready to burst out with power to grab the bell at the critical moment. You two's intentions are too obvious. Teacher Chen flashed and accurately found Shiranui Genma's body, then punched Shiranui Genma to the ground, and then kicked Ebisu into a tree. Before Teacher Chen made a move, Might Guy gathered a lot of chakra in his legs in advance, and then used the shave to burst out at a very fast speed, grabbing the bell on Teacher Chen's waist. You can actually be faster. I am a little surprised. Teacher Chen grabbed Might Guy's outstretched arm and looked at Might Guy with some appreciation. Saratobi Hiruzen was not exaggerating. With Might Guy's current age and such physical ability, he can indeed be regarded as a physical genius. It's a pity that the gap between your 2 companions and you is too big. If they can cause me more trouble, maybe you can succeed, Teacher Chen said with a very fast elbow strike that knocked Might Guy away. He already had the idea of being an instructor in his mind, but he still wanted to continue to see the performance of the 3. If I had Obito's strength, maybe I could help Kai. Shiranui Genma thought unwillingly. At this time, he had to admit that due to the huge gap in strength, he couldn't even assist and would only hold Might Guy back. The basic ninjutsu learned in school is useless for ninjas of this level. What should I do next? Ebisu's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what he could do through training. What if my strength can be stronger? Might Guy quickly got up, his face still full of fighting spirit, without a trace of decline. He trained such a strong power not to wait for his teammates to save him, but to give himself the power to protect his companions. Today, he has secured the ninja identities of Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu. It depends on how much this is. Might Guy's words surprised Teacher Chen, but he still said calmly, 8 gates of ninjutsu, Shu gate, open. Might Guy opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, once again unlocking a restriction in his body, increasing the chakra in his body, and further strengthening his physical ability. Opening the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, coupled with the full concentration breathing of rock breathing, Might Guy's physical ability has reached the limit that can be achieved at present. Use all your strength. Let me see where your limit is, Teacher Chen said with interest, his hands behind his back. As you wish. Might Guy first retreated and pulled a certain distance from Teacher Chen, then suddenly ran at a very fast speed, and his speed became faster and faster, reaching the top when he was about to approach Teacher Chen. Noon leopard, Might Guy roared, pouring all his strength into his legs, and the chakra enhanced by the 8 gates of ninjutsu burst out together, using the multiple burst techniques of shave to the limit of what his body could bear. The next moment, Might Guy pounced on Teacher Chen like a hunting leopard, and his kick was the extremely sharp fangs of the leopard. Whoosh! Might Guy's attack exceeded any of his previous attacks. Under the powerful force, it was like a sudden strong wind, blowing the dust on the ground and making the leaves rustle, making Teacher Chen subconsciously narrow his eyes. Ukai actually has such a terrifying move. Shire Anui Genma showed a surprised expression on his face when he saw Might Guy kick out such a terrifying attack. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. He dared to guarantee that Might Guy had not used this move in the practical test of the ninja school. It turns out that Ukai has not used his full strength in the practical test. Shire Anui Genjian felt that he had learned in vain for the past 4 years. Might Guy easily beat a group of people without using his full strength and won the first place. Even Obito was defeated by Might Guy who did not use his full strength. However, he thought about it and felt that it made sense that Might Guy did not use his full strength. With such a great power, if he really used it in the practical test, he would probably die with one kick. He is not a wealthy ninja family, and he does not have a powerful father, but he can have such strength. Looking at the extremely confident smile on Might Guy's face, Ebisu was a little absent-minded for a while. Before, he thought that Might Guy's father would be a powerful taijutsu ninja, but after asking around, he found out that he was not. He was even a famous 10,000-year-old genin for a long time, and was only recently promoted to Chunin. Ebisu did not understand why Might Guy, who had nothing, could have such a strong strength. Sensing the power contained in Might Guy's kick, Teacher Chen's expression was no longer as calm as before. It's incredible that he has developed such a kicking power at this age. With a sigh in his heart, Teacher Chen's expression became serious, and a large amount of chakra condensed on his legs, kicking out a high-speed whirlwind kick. Boom! Exclamation mark. Under the powerful force of the two, the ground exploded, and dust flew for a while. The aftermath of the collision caused Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu, who had climbed up, to step back a few steps. This time the power and speed are very good, but it's not enough. We still need to practice. Although he was surprised, Teacher Chen did not say it, but slightly increased his strength. Bang! Might Guy flew backwards 5 meters, and Teacher Chen's body retreated a little imperceptibly. At this time, Teacher Chen looked at Might Guy with great admiration. He had decided to be a coach. It would be a pity not to teach such an excellent physical training seedling. Although Might Guy and the other two did not grab the bell, Teacher Chen did not care about this. The rules were originally set by him, and what he said was done. Oh, maybe that technique will work. Ebisu thought of the cover of the book that Teacher Chen was reading while sitting on the ground, and decided to take a gamble. Although that ninjutsu brought him a lot of bad reputation for no reason, as long as he could become Teacher Chen's disciple, it would be worth it. Confusing enemy technique. Ebisu quickly formed a seal and split into 5 cool-dressed big sister clones. Teacher Chen, look here! Ebisu shouted. Teacher Chen was originally thinking about Might Guy's training plan in his mind. When he heard Ebisu's words, he subconsciously looked over, and then his eyes were instantly attracted, and red liquid flowed out of his nose. Whoosh! Shire Anui Genma immediately spit out the senbon in his mouth and knocked down the bell on Teacher Chen's waist. Might Guy, who was not far from Teacher Chen and was in the state of full concentration breathing in the second gate of the 8 gates, seized the opportunity to fly over and catch the fallen bell. It really worked. Ebisu looked at Might Guy, who caught the bell with an incredible look on his face. He didn't know what to say. Just now, Might Guy's powerful physical kick failed, but he succeeded with the ninjutsu that once ruined his reputation. Could it be that this ninjutsu is really powerful? Ebisu was a little shaken. This ninjutsu brought him too many misunderstandings. He didn't want to use this ninjutsu. You did a good job, Shao. It's you. You are worthy of being our famous 4th grade ninja. Shire Anui Genma saw Might Guy seize the opportunity to grab the bell and laughed and praised Ebisu. You are the ninja. I said that this ninjutsu has nothing to do with me. It was developed by those 2 ninjutsu talents. Ebisu explained with a black line. Okay, I know. This is not developed by you. You just like to read swimsuit magazines. Shire Anui Genma came over and clamped Ebisu's neck and said with a smile. Ebisu. That's why he didn't want to use this ninjutsu. No one listened to his explanation, and the more he explained, the worse it got. Okay, I didn't expect you to retain so much strength during the practical test. If your opponents knew about it, they would be scared to death. Shire Anui Genma then walked over to Might Guy and praised his strength. This training is also thanks to your fast speed. Otherwise, even if Shao's technique can attract attention, it would be difficult to grab the bell. Haha. After all, I am a physical beast. Might Guy accepted Shire Anui Genma's praise and gave himself a thumbs up. Xoanjian, your hidden weapon is also very important. It's not that easy to grab it from someone. Might Guy also talked about Shire Anui Genma's contribution. Teacher Chen is too strong. Might Guy believes that this time they were able to grab the bell because the whole team cooperated perfectly at the last moment. Children nowadays really can't be underestimated. Teacher Chen took out a tissue to wipe the remaining nosebleed and sighed. He was deeply impressed by those cool sisters just now. Of course, Might Guy and his friends were able to grab the bell because he let them win. In a real battle, this trick would definitely not work on him. Ebisu, Shire Anui Genma, Might Guy, right? You 3 are quite interesting. If you pass the training, you will be my students. Teacher Chen announced that the 3 had passed the training. It's finally over. Shire Anui Genma breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was either being beaten or on the way to being beaten. Very good. One step closer to success. Ebisu nodded secretly in his heart. Being a disciple of Teacher Chen is much more promising than being a disciple of an ordinary instructor. Teacher Chen, is the tornado-like physical technique you used before a physical technique you created yourself? Might Guy asked curiously. Yes, that is the advanced physical technique Konoha Dragon God that I created. Teacher Chen nodded and replied proudly. How about it? If you want to learn, I can teach you, but you are not good enough now. You need to become stronger. Teacher Chen continued. Compared with his peers, Might Guy is already very good, but in Teacher Chen's eyes, Might Guy's desire to learn Konoha Dragon God is still a little bit short. Hearing Teacher Chen's words, Might Guy felt that he had one more reason to practice hard. Chapter 269 Progress in Life Mission. Although most of the disciples have graduated, Muyu's daily life has not changed much. It's just that he has changed from teaching 5 people to teaching 1 person. Of course, teaching 1 person is definitely easier than teaching 5 people, and Muyu has more time to practice his skills. On the afternoon of the first day after the disciples were divided into classes, Muyu sat down to rest after practicing the Great Waterfall technique for a while, and opened the Master-Disciple section of the system to check the information of the disciples' life tasks. When he is free, he will open it and take a look at the progress of the task. The last time he looked at it, Might Guy had the most progress, which had reached 0.5%, while Shisui and Obito had no progress for the time being. It has increased so much all of a sudden. Muyu looked at Obito's 3% progress and fell into deep thought. Is it because Minato is Jiraiya's disciple? Muyu instantly thought of the core point. Of course, not everyone can be Hokage. The first Hokage was selected by all Konoha ninjas together, and the subsequent Hokage basically has some relationship with the previous Hokage. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the disciple of Senjutsu Bairama. Minato is the grand disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fifth Hokage Tsunade is the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the sixth Hokage Kakashi is the disciple of Minato. However, it is also a hooligan to only look at the status and not the ability. They can become Hokage not only because of their status, but also because of their ability. For example, Minato's two teammates, they were also brought up by Jiraiya since childhood, but no one thought they could become Hokage because of their lack of ability. Muyu thinks that the status of the Hokage is equivalent to a buff with greater gains as the ability is stronger. When you have a Hokage status and strong strength at the same time, the probability of you becoming Hokage is greater. Only strength without status, or only status without strength is not good. He estimated that after Minato becomes Hokage, this part of the bonus will increase. At that time, Obito will be the grand disciple of the previous Hokage and the disciple of the current Hokage, which is a stacking of buffs. In addition to Obito's sudden surge, the progress of Shisui and Might Guy has not changed. After finishing dinner, Muyu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. It had been a while since he had consulted the Shrike Shadow clone. He wanted to consult Sarutobi Hiruzen about the Great Waterfall technique to further stabilize his image as a ninjutsu genius and pave the way for improving his strength in the future. Sandame-sama, do you have time now? I have encountered some problems in practicing the Great Waterfall technique recently, Muyu asked after greeting Sarutobi Hiruzen. I happen to be free. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was preparing to digest food after dinner, nodded in agreement. But the Great Waterfall technique cannot be performed in the yard. Let's go to the nearby creek. In order not to flood his house, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give instructions directly in the backyard like last time. I'm going to. Asuma also wanted to join in the fun. Why are you going? You don't learn water escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Asuma to follow him, because he knew that Asuma would most likely have to step on one and praise the other. And the one he stepped on was his old father. I didn't go there to learn water escape from you. What can I learn from you just releasing it once and talking about it a few times? I just want to see if Teacher Muyu's ninjutsu has become stronger, Asuma directly retorted. That's because I only talked about the essence and the key points. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to let Asuma know that his teaching ability is not worse than Muyu. He has mastered countless ninjutsu, and can skillfully apply the 7 types of chakra nature changes. He also taught 3 famous ninjas in the ninja world. He doesn't understand why he is not as good as Muyu when he goes to Asuma. I don't know if it's the key point or not. I just know that I learn things very quickly when I study with Teacher Muyu. Asuma said that he only recognizes facts. He knows that his old father has 3 very strong disciples, but Asuma has not been taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he is indeed not as good as Muyu. Asuma can rank the teachers who have taught him. The first is Muyu, the second is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the third is his Jonin teacher. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless, Muyu stepped out to smooth things over. First, he proved that Sarutobi Hiruzen's advice was indeed useful, and then he also said something for Asuma. Let Asuma come with you. I have made a big breakthrough in the change of wind attribute recently, so I can teach him, Muyu said with a smile. At this time, it was obviously not enough for him to just watch. The best choice was to ease the atmosphere and help both sides. After all, Asuma was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not be too angry. At this time, helping Asuma with a word could actually improve Sarutobi Hiruzen's favor. Since Muyu has something to teach, let him go with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and finally agreed with Muyu's suggestion. Muyu is indeed capable, and it is a good thing to let Asuma and Muyu learn more. Since you said that you can learn things quickly with Muyu, then you must study hard. The Chunin exam is not long away. If you are strong enough, your teacher will recommend you to take the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. Do you need to tell me that? I will definitely study hard. Although Asuma knew that his father was concerned, he still couldn't communicate with Sarutobi Hiruzen in a friendly manner. On the way to the river, Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen communicated in a similar way. Although the words were a bit harsh, the overall atmosphere was still good. It seemed that they were a bit like relatives who disliked each other but had a good relationship. After arriving at the location, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately asked Miyu to perform the Great Waterfall technique, and then asked Miyu's questions, answered them and demonstrated them. Asuma watched the two of them communicate quietly without interrupting them. After Miyu showed obvious progress in practicing, he shouted 6 out loud. "Teacher Miyu, you still said that you are not a genius, and you can learn so fast with the old man," Asuma said in surprise and excitement. The surprise was because Miyu performed too well, and the excitement was looking forward to Miyu teaching him the nature change of wind attribute chakra. Miyu, who is so humble, said that he had made a big breakthrough. Asuma felt that Miyu must have made great progress, thanks to the guidance of the third generation. Miyu smiled and gave the credit to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "It's mainly because your ninjutsu skills are very good, Miyu. My teaching is just a guide." Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and shook his head. Although he thought that his teaching ability was not weak, teaching Miyu was not like teaching a disciple. He could only give some pointers. Miyu was able to learn these 2 A-level ninjutsu in a short time because of his strong learning ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen had the idea of accepting a disciple. Although he had 3 disciples who were famous in the ninja world, it was a pity that none of these 3 disciples could inherit his ninjutsu and powerful combination ninjutsu. Miyu's performance was simply a weakened version of him. If he was taught by him personally, Miyu might be the next ninjutsu professor. "Let's wait until the war is over." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and temporarily gave up the idea of accepting Miyu as a disciple. Now the situation in the ninja world is chaotic and he is very busy. He doesn't have much time to teach Miyu. It would be meaningless to accept a disciple without teaching anything. After giving instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen went home. Before leaving, he asked Asuma to go home after learning and not to run around. "Really? I'm a ninja now, not a child. I have to tell you about this." Asuma couldn't help but complain. "It has nothing to do with whether you are a ninja or not. You are only 10 years old. The Sandame is worried about you." Miyu smiled and knocked on Asuma's head. "Let's not talk about this." "Teacher Miyu, please teach me how to change my nature quickly," Asuma said with anticipation. Miyu nodded and began to teach Asuma how to change the nature of wind escape chakra. There are still about 10 days before the start of the ninja school. He plans to take some time to teach Asuma and improve Asuma's strength. Lin, don't be afraid when you encounter an enemy, just stay by my side. I will protect you. On the way to the Hokage building, Obito, as a senior, taught Noharlin the mission experience. Since they performed well yesterday and passed the training once, Namikaze Minato decided to take them on the mission. How should I put it? I shouldn't get a mission that will encounter an enemy today. In order to prevent Obito from being too disappointed, Namikaze Minato decided to give Obito a shot of prevention. Generally speaking, a newly graduated genin like you can only accept D-level missions. Obito, you have been an intern and you should know the specific content of D-level missions. I know, D-level missions are all about doing odd jobs, picking up garbage, helping with farm work, etc. Obito nodded. He has also done a lot of D-level missions. But when we were interns, we all got permission for C-level missions. It's impossible for us to regress after becoming official ninjas. Obito felt that it should be no problem to accept C-level missions. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar released this novel for the first time. He has even completed S-level missions, so it's too unreasonable to only accept D-level missions. Minato thought about it and felt that Obito was still too optimistic. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave privileges to the Muayu class, but now they are Minato's class, and the rules of ninjas are very rigid. When Obito saw that one of the registered ninjas in the hall was his old acquaintance Kazuya Sawada, his eyes immediately lit up and he greeted Kazuya Sawada in a familiar manner. "Uncle Sawada, good morning." "Yes, good morning. Congratulations on becoming an official ninja." Kazuya Sawada smiled and responded, looking at the forehead protector on Obito's head. "Can you pick a better C-level mission for our team?" Obito asked with a smile. "No," Kazuya Sawada refused directly. Ah, then don't bother Uncle Sawada, we will choose it ourselves. Your team can only accept D-level missions, not C-level missions, Kazuya Sawada explained seriously, and then took out the scroll of D-level missions. Huh? Obito was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be so outrageous that he had to start from D-level missions again. Kakashi showed a look of as expected. He had guessed it would be like this before. After all, as a chunin, he had to do chores honestly when he joined the rookie team. Obito's resume was amazing to the students, but it was obviously not enough to break the rules. Uncle Sawada, didn't the Sandaime give us the right to perform C-level missions before? And we have even completed S-level missions. Isn't it a bit unreasonable that we can only accept D-level missions now? Obito asked with a puzzled look. On the way, he talked to Nohara Rin about how dangerous the missions were and how to deal with them. Now he was definitely not happy to do chores. That was an internship in the Muiu class. Now the class is different and the team members are different, so you can only follow the normal rules for new genin. Sawada Kazuya explained the reason. It was impossible to inherit the privilege unless the third Hokage said so. Even if you have the ability to perform C-level missions, you should also consider whether your teammates have the same ability. Obito recalled the scene where Nohara Rin used her super strength and felt that C-level missions should be no problem. Things developed as Minato expected. He began to look at the D-level tasks. Although he knew that his disciples were strong enough, he couldn't force Sawada Kazuya to give them higher level tasks. That would be too immoral. Obito looked at the scroll of D-level tasks and a good idea came to his mind. When they first started their internship, they could only perform D-level tasks. After they completed the D-level tasks, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave them C-level tasks to try. Minato-senpai, you can just help us take 10, we will do it quickly so that Zealand can get familiar with the tasks. Obito suggested. He decided to go all out to complete the D-level tasks. Then we will take all the tasks on this scroll. Minato looked at Sawada Kazuya and said, that's no problem. Sawada Kazuya agreed. He knew the efficiency of Obito and Kakashi, and it wouldn't take long for 10 D-level tasks to be completed. Kakashi, let's use the shadow clones to increase the efficiency of the tasks and finish the tasks quickly. After walking out of the Hokage building, Obito and Kakashi said, he was ready to bring Kakashi along. Obito can create 2 shadow clones to work together. Kakashi can also create 2, plus their original bodies. That means 7 people are doing the task together. What's the point of using shadow clones? It will be very tiring. Kakashi didn't know why Obito suddenly became so active, so he asked, have you forgotten that we had to complete D-level tasks before to have the opportunity to do C-level tasks? Maybe it will work this time. Obito told his brilliant plan. Not necessarily. Kakashi felt that this kind of thing was hard to say, and there was no specific standard. Then let's see who has completed more D-level tasks. You, a chunin, won't be afraid of me, a genin, right? Obito said provocatively. Kakashi, although it was a very low-level provocation, he had to admit that Obito's words made him very unhappy, so he agreed directly. The speed at which the two completed the task made Nohara Rin full of energy, and her hands and feet moved faster. With hard work, their team completed 30 D-level tasks in one day. After removing the shadow clones, Obito was exhausted, but in order to complete the C-level tasks that could get him out of the village faster, he decided to continue this mode tomorrow until there were no more D-level tasks to do. While Obito was doing the tasks, Miyu also received rewards from the system. Disciples Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission tasks and received growth rewards of chakra +5. Disciples Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission tasks and received growth rewards of chakra +4. Perhaps because of their stronger strength, Obito and his team now receive pitifully little rewards for completing D-level tasks. In the end, even the total of the two of them only added 2 or 3 points. Fortunately, the number of times was enough, and the total amount was actually okay, much more than the chakra in a day of class. Since he was not the leader of the team, Miyu inexplicably felt a sense of pleasure of getting something for nothing, and his chakra increased out of thin air while he was sitting at home. 4.2k, I feel a little unwell today. Chapter 270 The feasibility of returning home to Minato. Afternoon. Hokage building. Uncle Sawada, give us another 10 D-rank missions, Obito said proudly as he walked into the mission hall. In order to do C-rank missions, Obito also tried his best and prepared to do another 30 missions today. There are no D-rank missions for you for the time being. Sawada Kazuya shook his head and said, in fact, there are still missions, but they can't be given to Obito and his team to continue, because other genin also need to eat. At their current speed, some genin teams in the village will have no work to do. Great, it's finally done. Obito's eyes lit up and he smiled. Using shadow clones is efficient, but it's too tiring. Then can you give us C-rank missions? No, Sawada Kazuya answered decisively. He is not the Hokage and has no right to do so. Obito wanted to ask why, but he suddenly found that the Sandaime Hokage was sitting not far away and chatting with a ninja, so he walked over. After the third Hokage had finished instructing the ninja on his designated mission, he happened to see Obito walking over and asked with a smile, how does it feel to be a formal ninja? Not so good, not as good as when I was an intern, and I can only do D-level missions again, Obito replied sarcastically. Uncle Hokage, you know my strength, and Kakashi is a Chunin, and Zealand is also strong. There will be no problem for our team to do C-level missions. Obito tried his best to introduce the team members. If this was not indoors, he wanted to spit out a fireball with all his strength to prove his strength. You and Kakashi do have the strength to complete C-level missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, revealing a thoughtful look. Rules are set up for a reason. Not allowing new genin to complete C-level missions is to protect them. But if it is a team like Minato's team, Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks it's okay to break the rules a little. Minato, do you think their current strength is enough to complete C-level missions? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato and asked. Minato replied with a serious expression, I think there is no problem. They had already proved their strength when they were fighting for the bell. Not to mention the C-rank mission, Minato felt that the B-rank mission would be no problem. In the future, when Minato's class accepts missions, they don't have to follow the standards of new genin. Seeing that Minato recognized the strength of the three of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to the registered ninja and said, Lin, I said there is no problem. Obito ran to Nohara Rin with a smile on his face to ask for credit. Kakashi always said that he was stupid, but Obito felt that he was smart, but he was not good at learning theoretical knowledge. It's just as you expected, Obito, it's amazing. Nohara Rin praised with a smile. She didn't expect that doing D-rank missions quickly would actually be useful. She had already thought of the words to comfort Obito just now. What really worked was not doing a lot of D-rank missions, but the experience during the internship and Captain Minato. Kakashi expressed his own views. The only difference between their team and the internship period is that Might Guy was replaced by Nohara Rin. The captain, Minato Namikaze, is also very strong. Kakashi believes that these two are the reasons why they have obtained the privilege of C-rank missions again. I think Kakashi, you are just jealous of my intelligence. Why didn't you tell me before that you can take C-rank missions? Obito said with a smug look on his face, not caring about Kakashi's words at all. Kakashi, he didn't understand where Obito got the confidence to say this word. However, there were too many people here, and the Hokage was also there. Kakashi decided to give Obito a face and did not talk about Obito's intelligence and achievements for debate. Seeing that Kakashi didn't speak, Obito felt that Kakashi had acknowledged his words, and ran to Minato with excitement to choose missions with Minato. Is there a mission that will pass through a beautiful place? Obito asked curiously. This is work, not vacation. The registered ninja replied speechlessly. It was the first time he heard such a weird request. Scenery. Then let's take the escort mission to the land of hot springs. Minato thought for a while and pointed to a C-rank mission. The land of hot springs is located in the northeast of the land of fire. In Minato's impression, the scenery is no worse than that of the land of fire, and there are many natural hot springs. The registration ninja asked again to confirm, and after getting the confirmation, he helped Minato to complete the registration. The land of hot springs, it's a country I haven't been to. Obito's face showed a hint of curiosity. So far, he has only been to 3 countries, namely the land of fields, the land of grass, and the land of rivers. The most impressive thing for him is the desert in the west of the land of rivers. For Obito, who grew up in the land of fire, which is full of lush jungles, the endless yellow sand desert is really a bit shocking. By the way, Minato, there is news from the border reconnaissance team that there seem to be many cloud-hidden ninjas in the land of hot springs recently. Be careful when performing missions, the registration ninja reminded. Normally, you won't encounter ninjas in this mission, because it's just escorting an ordinary person to a very ordinary place. But now cloud-hidden ninja and Konoha are at war. If the ninjas of both sides accidentally meet, they will definitely fight to the death. Thank you, I will. Minato smiled and thanked. Next, Minato took Kakashi and the other two to find the client. You are the ninjas who will take over my mission, right? My name is Izumi Saju. I am ready to go and can leave at any time, Izumi Saju said with a smile. In that case, let's go now. Minato nodded and said that he never procrastinated on his mission. Izumi Saju did not prepare a carriage, and the five of them walked together towards the land of hot water. Their formation was that Minato and Obito were in front, Kakashi and Nohara Rin were on the left and right, and the client was protected in the middle. Captain Minato, I feel that your time and space ninjutsu is very powerful. If you put a kunai at home and put some more kunai on the battlefield, go back to rest for a while when you are tired, and then go back to catch the opponent off guard, wouldn't it be invincible? Obito said suddenly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this going home Minato tactic was very unsolvable. I am afraid that only the omnipotent Muyuzainrin can fight it. Minato was stunned after hearing this, and felt that Obito had a rich imagination. Although this idea is very good, Flying Thunder God is not as convenient as you think, Minato explained with a smile. Flying Thunder God's transmission is limited by distance. If the distance is too far, I can't use Flying Thunder God. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. His Flying Thunder God is not infinite distance, and the farther the distance, the more chakra it consumes. The enemy will not stay in the same place stupidly. During the time I use Flying Thunder God and leave, he can also go to other places. There is actually a solution to this point, that is, to leave the Flying Thunder God mark directly on the enemy. But this has derived a new problem. It is difficult for Minato to leave the Flying Thunder God mark on a strong opponent, and he can defeat a weak opponent without leaving the mark on his body. Of course, the main problem is that the first problem cannot be solved, so Minato's tactic at home cannot be realized. Then leave a few more kunai in the middle, and tie a few short lines together to increase the distance. After Obito finished speaking, he admired his own wit and solved the fundamental problem at once. Obito, the chakra of a ninja is not infinite, Minato explained with a smile. With all this tossing and turning, even if he rested for an hour at home, it would be useless. He had already consumed a lot of chakra before reaching the opponent. This long-distance transmission consumes a lot of chakra. Well, it seems so. Obito found that chakra was indeed a problem. For example, he could use the characteristics of the breath of fire to release ninjutsu with one hand at a very fast speed. Theoretically, as long as he kept releasing ninjutsu, no one could get close to him, but chakra didn't support it. When it was night, Minato found a relatively secluded place to set up a tent and prepare to rest. They, the ninjas, can travel day and night, but the client is an ordinary person and needs to rest well at night. Obito took this opportunity to continue to teach Nohara Rin his mission experience. Be sure to pay attention to Kakashi's words. If Kakashi says that there will definitely be no accidents, then be careful, because an accident will happen at this time, Obito said with a serious face. No way. Nohara Rin felt that Obito's words were like a joke, but Obito's expression seemed real. It's just a coincidence. Kakashi couldn't hold it anymore and explained, but it was like this every time we did the mission before. It's okay once, but how can it be a coincidence for 4 times in a row? Obito retorted. Well, tell me if you will encounter ninjas in this mission, Obito continued. Kakashi's mind was spinning rapidly, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Normally, sea-level missions would not encounter ninjas, but now it is a war period, and the registered ninjas said that Union in New Kingdom has appeared, so Kakashi couldn't say. Look, You are not confident yourself. Obito showed a winning smile on his face. There will be no accidents in this mission. Stimulated, Kakashi thought for a while and said an option with a higher probability. Although Union a new kingdom has union, it is a country after all, and the probability of the two sides encountering each other is still very small. The location of the commissioned mission is still in the south of U Kingdom, which is a city close to the Fire Kingdom, which further reduces the possibility of encountering enemies. Moreover, the first 4 sea-level missions all had accidents, and Kakashi felt that no matter how unlucky he was, he would not have accidents for 5 consecutive times. Really, Zealand, this is not a joke, be careful, Obito said solemnly. According to Kakashi's previous record, Obito felt that he would definitely encounter a ninja. Seeing the two fighting in a strange place, Noharin smiled helplessly and said, I will be careful, thank you for your reminder, Obito. The first C-rank mission of Minato's class was originally created in TV, but it was irrational. I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out how to make it reasonable, so I just didn't use it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Yellow Flash and Ab Combination. Until they left the Land of Fire, Obito and his companions had not fought a single battle, but Obito did not relax, because according to previous experience, enemies could only be encountered in foreign countries. Although Kakashi felt that there was a high probability that he would not encounter enemies, he was also very cautious. After all, he had encountered accidents 4 times in a row, and he was not very confident in his heart. Unlike the ninjas, because the journey was very safe, Izumi Saja gradually relaxed his vigilance and began to talk. If you have the idea of playing in the Land of Hot Springs, I strongly recommend you to try our country's natural hot springs, which are very comfortable. For attractions, I recommend you to go to Rose Street, where every household on the entire street has planted roses. When the roses are in full bloom, the beautiful petals will fly everywhere when the breeze blows, which is very romantic. If a street is planted with roses, it should be very romantic indeed. Noharin imagined the appearance of a large number of red rose petals floating in the wind, and said with a twinkle in her eyes. Obito, who was worried that Noharin would be injured, had been paying attention to Noharin. He noticed Noharin's expression and secretly remembered the name of this attraction in his heart, and had the opportunity to take Noharin with him. Everyone stop. There is something going on. Minato turned on his senses and found many chakra ores nearby, one of which was extremely powerful, so he quickly reminded Kakashi and the other two, there are many ninjas nearby, but it should be just a coincidence. Let's hide first. Minato thought for a while and then said, during the mission takes priority. They only need to send the client to the mission, and there is no need to engage in additional battles. If it was just Minato himself, he might check to see which ninja village the ninja is from and whether it would be detrimental to Konoha, but he still has 3 young students here, and Minato doesn't want to cause trouble. Although Obito didn't understand why he had to hide, he didn't disobey the order, but hid in the tree with Noharin. Minato continued to sense the ores of those ninjas, but soon he found something strange. The ninjas who were not on the same route as them suddenly sped up and ran towards them. Oh no, the other side also has sensing ninjas. Minato instantly thought of the reason. He can sense the enemy, but he has no way to hide his aura, so the other side's sensing ninjas can also sense them. Kakashi, take this. Minato handed the Flying Thunder God kunai to Kakashi. Kakashi performed the best in the last bell-snatching training, so Minato currently trusts Kakashi the most. You 3 protect the client well. Don't act rashly. I will deal with the enemy, Minato said with a serious face. He could sense that the chakra was very strong, and it would definitely not be a simple enemy. It turned out to be a Konoha ninja. That's just right. The 4th generation. I arrived at the location and nodded after seeing the forehead protector on Minato's head. The Iwagakure side was too useless. Even 2 of the Choriki were suppressed by Konoha, The high-level leaders of Kumagakure discussed for a while and prepared to increase their efforts to deal with Konoha. "My lord, be careful, this guy's chakra is not weak, and it seems that he should be the Nimike's Minato who is called the Yellow Flash by Iwagakure. It is said that he is very fast." Modem said the relevant information about Minato. In addition to being responsible for perception, he will also record a lot of information about ninjas. The name Nimike's Minato was collected by him some time ago. He performed well in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure. "It's very fast. I want to see how fast it can be." The fourth eye had a calm expression. He didn't think that the so-called Yellow Flash could be faster than him. His speed had surpassed his father, the third Raikage. The fourth eye thought that he was the second fastest in the ninja world. The first was the Kirigakure who disguised himself as Sand Village. "That's not." Obito saw the fourth eye and Killer Bee showing shocked expressions. He immediately recognized that this was the powerful enemy who had needed Miyu to cover their retreat. Among them was the candidate Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, Obito. Kakashi called Obito's name and communicated with him with his eyes. Obito shut up instantly. Miyu had told them several times that they couldn't tell anyone about the encounter with the candidate Raikage during that mission. They could only say that they encountered the killed Hidden Cloud Village Jonin. "It's actually the new ab combination of Hidden Cloud Village." Minato frowned slightly. This was not an easy enemy to deal with. Compared to Minato, the fourth generation Eye and Killer Bee became famous earlier, because the battle between Kumagakure and Sand Village started earlier, and the new ab combination has already become famous in the ninja world by stepping on the corpses of the famous predecessors of Sand Village. Although Nohara Rin was the only one present who didn't know the strength of the fourth generation Eye, she could tell from the atmosphere that they had encountered a strong enemy, and stared at the enemies not far away with great caution. "I heard that you are very fast, but I don't think you are as fast as me. What do you think?" The fourth generation Eye said and directly entered the lightning chakra mode, and his whole body was wrapped in dazzling blue lightning, as if he was wearing a lightning armor. Swish, swish, swish. Minato threw out 3 flying thunder god kunai, 2 of which were shot at the big tree on the side, and 1 was shot at the Kumagakure ninjas. Bang! Killer Bee pulled out his short blade and easily knocked the kunai shot by Minato to the ground. "What kind of accuracy is this? 3 kunai can be bent like this." A Kumagakure ninja saw this scene and complained, thinking that the Yellow Flash might not be very strong, and ninja throwing is a basic skill of ninja. "I don't want to compete with you to see who is faster, but I have a good suggestion. You should leave quickly. I don't want to waste energy on places other than the mission." Minato answered without a trace of fear on his face. Although the ab combination is very famous, Minato is very confident in himself. He is mainly worried that Obito and his men will be affected. Although there is no mission, there is no reason to leave when you see the enemy. After saying that, the fourth generation Eye burst out with all his strength and rushed out. He burst out a large amount of chakra to activate his body, and his physical ability was greatly improved. Even his nerves were activated and his reaction ability was improved. In the eyes of others, the fourth generation Eye's body had disappeared, and only a blue light rushed towards Minato. "I won't bet with Kakashi next time. This is too dangerous." Feeling the terrifying breath rushing towards him, Obito regretted letting Kakashi say that. If Miyu was there, Obito would not panic at all, and he would even be in the mood to joke with Kakashi, because Miyu could gain an advantage in the battle with the fourth generation Eye and lead them to a successful retreat. Obito was not sure about Minato. He didn't know much about Minato's strength. He only knew that he was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. Kakashi was speechless. This was the 5th time in a row that an accident had occurred, and he had encountered a tough character like the candidate Raikage. He felt that he had encountered all the accidents that other people would hardly encounter in their lifetime in just a few months. Facing the fourth generation Eye who was rushing up at high speed, Minato did not panic. He had a very strong reaction and perception ability. Before the fourth generation Eye officially attacked, Minato did not know if he could react to the fourth generation Eye's attack. After the fourth generation Eye attacked, Minato knew he could. At the moment when the fourth generation Eye was about to rush up, Minato threw out a flying thunder god kunai again. This time he did not use force, but just gently threw it upwards. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar published this novel for the first time. Stay still, see how you can withstand my ninjutsu charge. The fourth generation. I seem to have seen Minato's body being broken into two by him. The next moment, something that the fourth generation I did not expect happened. Whoosh! Minato used Flying Thunder God to reach the big tree on the side. The fourth generation. I only felt that Minato's figure flashed in front of him, and disappeared in front of him at a speed he could not understand, dodging his charge. The fourth generation I's face showed an extremely stunned expression. He did not understand how Minato left at this moment, how he dodged his attack, and at this moment his heart was full of doubts. But something more confusing happened. The Namikaze Minato, who had disappeared before, suddenly appeared above him, holding the throne Flying Thunder God Kunai, and a large amount of chakra burst out in his hand to strengthen the power and pierce the fourth generation I's body. The fourth generation noticed the attack of Namikaze Minato, but the attack was too sudden and too fast. Even if he reacted, he could not dodge or defend. At this critical moment, Minato suddenly felt a blade carrying a powerful thunder escape stabbing at him, and immediately gave up the attack and used Flying Thunder God again to return to the tree. Brother, that guy can use kunai to move through space. Killer Bee quickly told the fourth eye what he had discovered. Just now, he saw Minato suddenly appear on the tree to avoid the fourth eye's attack, and he had an idea, so he shot a thunder knife directly above the fourth eye. Originally, he was just guessing, but Minato's three moves were all around the kunai, which made Killer Bee directly confirm this information. You performed very well this time. The fourth eye used his speed to return to the side of the Kumagekure team and praised Killer Bee. At the same time, he quickly scanned the surroundings and memorized the positions of all the Flying Thunder God kunai. With his speed, he could reach this distance in an instant. Next, he just needed to force Minato Namikaze to use Flying Thunder God again. As if seeing through the fourth eye's thoughts, Minato shot 3 Flying Thunder God kunai again, increasing the number of points he could move. Seeing that Minato Namikaze was not simple, the fourth eye's men decided not to cause trouble for the fourth eye and went to fight with other Konoha ninjas. Motem led 3 Kumagekure ninjas to rush towards Obito and his 4 companions. Before, Miyu asked Obito and the others to hide their appearance with transformation techniques, so Motem did not recognize Kakashi and Obito, but this did not prevent him from preparing to kill Obito and the others to disturb Minato. It's probably 1 Jonin and 3 Chunins, which is beyond their ability to deal with. Minato sensed the chakra of the Kumagekure ninjas rushing towards Obito and the others, and prepared to find an opportunity to help. With the strength of Obito and the other 2, dealing with 1 Jonin is already the limit. If there are 3 more Chunins to help, then Obito and the others will definitely be defeated. Their first battle was brought forward a little here, just as the butterfly effect of the protagonist. At this point in time, Killer Bee has not yet become a Jinchuriki, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 272 The Second Suffering of the Raikage. Zealand, take the client back a little. Kakashi and I will stop them. Seeing that the Kumagekure was rushing towards them, Obito said hurriedly. Nohara Rin was the weakest among them, and Obito subconsciously assigned her a safer job. Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi nodded. It was impossible to just focus on the battle and ignore the client. Letting Nohara Rin, who was the weakest, take care of the client and assist in the battle was the best choice at the moment. With a unified opinion, Nohara Rin took the somewhat frightened client back a distance, while concentrating chakra to be ready for support at any time. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal, gathered chakra in his throat to change the nature of fire attribute chakra, and spit out a large amount of flames to form a 3-meter fireball, smashing it towards the Kumagekure. Although the great fireball has many disadvantages, its 2 advantages of low consumption and high power make it a magical skill to start with. In the case of not knowing the enemy's details, it is best to use the great fireball to make a tentative attack. Swish, swish, swish! Kakashi threw out a large number of shurikens, trying to use ninja tools to interfere with the few people, making it difficult for them to dodge. The four people did not resist, but dispersed and used the instant body technique to dodge the fireball attack. At the same time, they drew their weapons to block Kakashi's shuriken, and then continued to move forward. Such actions, their strength is not weak. Kakashi exhaled, feeling the pressure. Although he did not have the identification technique and could not directly see through the enemy's chakra and ninjutsu, from the reaction of the four people to the attack, Kakashi knew that these people would not be simple. None of them was a genin. However, this was also within Kakashi's expectations. After all, it was a team led by the alternate Raikage. The last time they met the alternate Raikage, only two Kumage Cure forced them into a desperate situation. If Might Guy and Obito had not broken through their limits, he might not have been able to hold on until Mingwu's heart. Holding the White Fang short blade tightly in his hand, Kakashi thought about countermeasures in his heart. If his teammate was Might Guy, he would let Obito suppress the firepower and then rush with Might Guy. But now his teammate is Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin obviously does not have the same suppression power as Might Guy. She can solve the enemy stably and quickly. The power of the strange force is considerable, but it has to hit the person. Let's see their strength first. If there is no Jonin among them, there will be no problem. The enemy gradually approached, and Kakashi decided to test it first. Thunder breathing, full concentration. Kakashi inhaled a large amount of oxygen into his body to strengthen his physical ability. Chakra condensed in the lower body and then quickly changed its nature to activate the cells in the legs. Then Kakashi rushed directly towards Modem, who seemed to be the leader. If the leader was not a Jonin, then the others were even less likely to be. Clang! Kakashi's White Fang short blade and Modem's sharp sword collided with each other, making a huge metal collision sound. The speed is good, but it's still not enough in front of my perception. Modem burst out with power to push Kakashi out, and then a large amount of chakra condensed in his hand, turning the sharp sword in his hand into a thunder sword and stabbing Kakashi. Although he was a perception ninja, his strength was also a real Jonin, but he was not outstanding among the Jonin. At this time, a burning kunai stabbed at him, forcing Modem to give up the attack and dodge the flame kunai. Kakashi returned to Obito's side again with the high speed of thunder breathing, and said with a serious face, "The leading Kumage Cure should be a Jonin, and the remaining three Kumage Cure may be three Chunins, but there may be other Jonin." Listening to Kakashi's speculation, Obito felt a headache. He had experienced the strength of the Kumage Cure Jonin. He had a 2 Magatama and the second gate of the 8 gates. Might Guy had a very difficult battle. It's okay to have a Jonin, and he and Kakashi can't kill them together. It's okay to hold on, but if there are 3 more Chunins, it will be unbearable. You can't let Nohara Rin fight those 3 Chunins alone. This is obviously not possible. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito tried his best to use the great fireball to prevent the opponent from approaching, and then kept retreating. There is a huge gap in combat power. Kakashi frantically searched for a solution to the current dilemma. When he thought of the Flying Thunder God Kunai in his ninja tool bag and Minato who was playing a game with the candidate for Raikage, Kakashi thought of the only way to solve the problem. Although it is not good to rely on others, Kakashi currently thinks that Minato is the only one who can solve this dilemma. At this moment, Kakashi saw Minato looking over here. Minato has been waiting for an opportunity. The two looked at each other, and Kakashi decided to trust Minato. Kakashi took out the Flying Thunder God Kunai and shot it at Modem. Because it was a kunai shot by Kakashi, Modem didn't pay much attention. He didn't notice the Flying Thunder God technique on the kunai, and dodged sideways and continued to rush forward. Whoosh! Minato appeared behind Modem with the Flying Thunder God Kunai, stabbed Modem's body with the Flying Thunder God Kunai, and then grabbed Modem with his hand, leaving the Flying Thunder God mark on his body and threw it towards the 4th generation Eye. The 4th generation Eye didn't expect that Kakashi still had a Flying Thunder God Kunai. He stared at Minato with a cautious face, and quickly caught Modem and pulled out the Flying Thunder God Kunai and threw it away, letting the cloud-hidden ninja heal him. For the 4th generation Eye, there are 2 people in his army who he cares about very much. The first one is Killer Bee. Although they are not brothers, They are better than brothers. The second one is Modem, a very rare perception talent, and he is very loyal to him. The fourth generation I will feel sorry and sad for the death of other people, but if Modem dies, it will not be as simple as a little regret, and he will be very angry. Don't continue to act, stay next to be honestly. The fourth generation I said with a serious face. Yes, Modem accepted the kindness of the fourth generation I. Modem was severely injured in one blow. Minato continued to focus on the fourth generation I to prevent the fourth generation I from using extreme speed to attack Obito and others. Seeing Minato take away a Jonin, Kakashi instantly breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the white fang short blade and burst out at the nearest Kumage-cure ninja. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. In this critical situation, Obito could not care so much, and directly activated his two Magatama Sharingan, and at the same time entered the full concentration breathing state of flame breathing, pushing his strength to the peak that he could reach at present, holding a kunai and blocking two Kumage-cure ninjas by himself. Sharingan. Seeing Obito's eyes turn bloody, the two Kumage-cure instantly recognized that this was the bloodline limit of the Konoha Uchiha clan, so they gave up the idea of attacking Nohara-rin, and the two worked together to deal with Obito. Obito was glad that Muyu had given them special training to dodge. With the powerful observation power of the Sharingan and excellent positioning, even if the two Kumage-cure ninjas used ninjutsu together, they could not touch the corner of his clothes. However, Obito did not have a good opportunity to attack. The saying that two fists cannot beat four hands is indeed true. Obito, who was fighting 1 against 2, could only maintain his upper hand, but could not defeat any enemy quickly. However, Obito was not in a hurry, because there was only one enemy on Kakashi's side. He would wait until Kakashi dealt with the enemy and then come to help him. By then, the two Kumage-cure would not be able to hold out for a few moves. Before Kakashi dealt with the enemy and came to help Obito, Nohara-rin saw that the surrounding environment was temporarily safe, so she ran towards the besieged Obito. Obito and the Kumage-cure ninjas noticed Nohara-rin's arrival at the same time. This Uchiha is not easy to deal with. You hold on first. I will capture his companions to threaten him, one of the Kumage-cure said decisively. He felt that Nohara-rin must be very weak. If she hadn't used ninjutsu to help her long ago, how could she have been watching the show all the time? Without waiting for his companion to answer, the Kumage-cure ninja rushed out directly. Although the other Kumage-cure ninja cursed in his heart, he also knew that only in this way could there be a possibility of victory. If they continued to fight normally, their defeat would only be a matter of time. Seeing the Kumage-cure ninja rushing straight towards Nohara-rin, Obito knew in his heart that the Kumage-cure ninja must have underestimated the enemy, so he only used his peripheral vision to observe over there and concentrate on dealing with the remaining Kumage-cure ninjas. Originally, they were at a disadvantage in a 1-on-2 fight, not to mention a 1-on-1 fight. The remaining Kumage-cure ninja instantly had several bloody marks on his body. Hold on. Silently cheering for his teammates in his heart, the departing Kumage-cure ninja punched Nohara-rin's head with his fist, trying to knock Nohara-rin unconscious. Super Strength Punch. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Nohara-rin concentrated a large amount of chakra on her arm and then exploded, waving her slender fist to meet the fist of the Kumage-cure ninja. Since it was the first real fight, Nohara-rin was worried that the power was not enough, so she directly used half of her chakra in this punch. Looking at Nohara-rin's white and slender arms, the Kumage-cure ninja was extremely disdainful in his heart. This little girl whose thighs were not as thick as his arms wanted to compete with him, a ninja who had been practicing physical skills for a long time. Bang! A figure flew backwards at a high speed and hit the tree hard, breaking the tree. Looking at his teammates flying backwards, the Kumage-cure ninja who was fighting with Obito was dumbfounded. Is this how you catch people? His teammates were dumbfounded, and the Kumage-cure who was beaten flying was even more confused. He couldn't believe that his strength was lost to a little girl who looked thin, but the severe pain and blood on his palm reminded him that this was the fact. It was extremely difficult for him to move his fingers. He felt as if all the bones in his palm were broken. Bang! Obito seized this opportunity and kicked the remaining Kumagekure away with the Konoha whirlwind. The Kumagekure on Kakashi's side already had several exaggerated wounds with blood gushing out, and his condition was extremely poor. Just as the fourth generation I continued to attack Minato, Minato used Flying Thunder God again. The fourth generation I looked around at a very fast speed. He had memorized all the points and could use the speed to attack Minato at any time. But once again, something unexpected happened. This time, Minato actually appeared directly next to Killer Bee and aimed his kunai at Killer Bee's head. There shouldn't be any kunai with spells engraved on it. The fourth generation I's face turned extremely ugly. Could he have engraved that kind of spell on a person? The fourth generation I thought of Motem, who was injured by Minato, and a possibility instantly came to his mind. The Flying Thunder God kunai stuck in Motem's body had been pulled out by him, and only Motem and Minato had direct contact there. Killer Bee had an extremely fast reaction speed and decisive action. Almost instantly, he immediately pointed his knife behind him. Unlike I, who was attacking before, Killer Bee was always in a state of preparation, and his extreme reaction gave him the opportunity to counterattack. If you want to lose both sides, come on, I'm not afraid, Killer Bee said calmly without looking back. Although he is not very old, Killer Bee knows the cruelty of ninjas, and he believes that his elder brother will avenge him. At that time, the injured Namikaze Minato will not be his elder brother's opponent. Although we are opponents, I admire you very much. Your reaction and decisiveness are enough to be called a ninja killer, Minato praised. From seeing through Flying Thunder God's intelligence at the beginning to reacting to his attack to the extreme now, Minato believes that there must be a place for Killer Bee in the future ninja world. How about everyone stop and take a step back? We don't have a conflict of missions, and we are not fighting on the battlefield, Minato continued. He did not intend to kill Killer Bee, because this would make the fourth generation I fall into a rage. The fourth generation I is too strong. If the fourth generation I suddenly kills Obito now, it will be difficult for Minato to protect him. He did not kill Motem before, but injured him severely. On the one hand, it was for the next attack, and on the other hand, he did not want to tear his face during the negotiation. He was optimistic about the future of Killer Bee, and also optimistic about the future of Obito and Kakashi. They have really grown up, and it is not certain who is stronger. The fourth generation I thought about it, and also spoke to suspend the battle, letting the three Kumagekure ninjas support each other and walk back, and not to attack again. Killer Bee was willing to exchange his death for injury to replace Minato Namikaze, but the fourth generation I did not want his good brother to die like this, even if he could kill the injured Minato Namikaze afterwards. The words of Minato and the fourth generation I were like the pause button that was suddenly pressed. The enemy stopped attacking. Minato spoke again, and Obito and the other two also stopped, and then stood together to protect the client. Namikaze Minato, I will remember you. You are very good, the fourth generation I said in a deep voice. Before meeting Namikaze Minato, he had never suffered a loss in his life except for the loss in front of the Mist Ninja, who also knew the lightning release chakra mode. This was the second time. I will not forget you either, Minato said seriously. He had a hunch that this would not be the last time they fought. Kumagekure and Konoha were at war. With their strength, they might meet again when a war broke out. In the end, the two parties went their separate ways. The fourth generation I took his men to find a place to heal their wounds, while Minato and others continued to complete the escort mission. Because of this encounter, Minato quickly took Obito and others back to the Land of Fire as soon as the mission was completed to prevent encountering such a dangerous situation again. I want to finish writing it in one breath, so it's a little late. I'm going to bed. Good night everyone. Chapter 273 Teacher Chen and Muyu. You guys should take a good rest for the next 4 days. You don't need to train or do missions. After returning to Konoha, Minato told the three about the next arrangements. Minato felt that this mission was too dangerous for Obito and his team. They had just become official ninjas and encountered such a powerful enemy and experienced such a level of battle. If Obito and his team had not just joined the team not long ago, Minato would have wanted to give them a week off to rest and adjust. You have to rest for so long all of a sudden. Obito scratched his head and felt that this vacation was a bit too long. He was a little uncomfortable with resting for 4 days in a row, because Miyu usually rested on the same day after completing a mission and continued training the next day. Sometimes he would take a day or two more when he was tired, but he basically never took 4 days in a row. It's normal. After all, we encountered that level of enemy. Kakashi felt that resting for 4 days was nothing. When he was in other teams before, he would usually rest for a few days after completing a C-level or above mission out of the village. But Kakashi felt that resting for a few days didn't matter. If every instructor could be like Miyu, he felt that it would be okay not to have extra vacations. Although the pace of Miyu is relatively tight, students are not forced to practice. Students even practice there on their own during holidays. In short, everyone should rest assured for the next few days. You don't have to worry about the mission. I will report it soon, Minato said with a gentle smile. The new ab combination appeared in the land of hot water. Minato had to report this news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a bad signal for Konoha, which means that the Cloud Village may gather forces from the land of hot water to attack the border of the land of fire. Then goodbye, Minato teacher. Obito smiled and waved goodbye to Minato. Goodbye, Minato teacher. Kakashi also said goodbye, Minato teacher. Remember to rest well too. Noharlin smiled and said with concern. At the beginning, due to the previous impression, Obito and Kakashi always called Minato senior or captain, but in this mission, they got to know Minato again, and felt Minato's concern for them. They noticed the change in identity, so they called Minato teacher. I will. Minato smiled and waved goodbye and walked towards the Hokage building. 4 days of vacation. I don't know what to do in these 4 days. What are you going to do, Zealand? Obito asked Noharlin with a curious look. Today and tomorrow, I should take a break and read some information about medical ninjutsu. In the next 2 days, I may go to Miyu teacher to ask some training questions. According to the schedule, the ninja school will start soon, and Miyu teacher may not be so free in the future. Noharlin thought for a while and answered. Obito's eyes lit up, and he felt that what Noharlin said made sense, but he didn't plan to look for Miyu in the next 2 days, but planned to go to the South Forest to practice tomorrow. This is not the first time he has met the alternate Raikage, and Minato protected them very well, so Obito didn't feel tired, both physically and mentally. If I go to Miyu teacher to practice for these 4 days, Kakashi will be even less likely to catch up with me, Obito thought to himself. In theory, he is destined to not win Kakashi, and he doesn't want to be surpassed by Kakashi in strength. What about you, Obito? You don't want to sleep at home for 4 days, do you? Noharlin asked jokingly. I don't need to sleep for 4 days. I must practice. Obito did not tell his specific training plan, but answered vaguely. What about you, Kakashi? Obito looked at Kakashi and asked. Practice. Kakashi answered concisely. Now Kakashi's desire to become stronger is really strong. Whether it is Obito, Might Guy or Shisui, he wants to surpass them and defeat them in actual combat. Noharlin's words reminded Kakashi that they happened to be on vacation and Miyu was also free at this time. It would be best to practice with Miyu for these 4 days. Seeing Kakashi's crazy look of training, Obito changed his mind. He would not rest today. He would go home first and then go directly to the South Forest to practice. If Kakashi worked hard for a day and he rested for a day, the gap would be narrowed. After reaching the intersection, the 3 of them separated and went back to their own homes. After becoming Might Guy's instructor, Teacher Chen finally understood why Might Guy had such a strong body at this age. When dealing with other disciples, Teacher Chen always taught them that they did not train enough, which led to their lack of strength, and they should practice more. After seeing Might Guy's training, he told Might Guy not to overwork himself, which would damage his body. Because according to Teacher Chen's somewhat harsh standards, Might Guy's training volume has exceeded the standard by a lot. Haha, Teacher Chen, don't worry, I have always trained like this. Teacher Miyu has helped me adjust it. There will be no problem. Might Guy laughed and explained. Teacher Miyu, who is he? This kind of strength may not be a problem when you are young, but there will be problems after middle age. Teacher Chen said seriously. He was worried that Might Guy was deceived by someone who pretended to know something. Teacher Muyu's full name is Hanyu Muyu. In my eyes, he is a ninja whose physical skills are no worse than yours, Might Guy said proudly. Although Ebisu said that Mr. Chen was the best in Konoha's physical skills, Might Guy felt that if Muyu used the 8 gates and the breathing pattern at the same time, Mr. Chen would definitely not be able to beat Muyu. Of course, because of Muyu's request, Might Guy did not say it too exaggeratedly, but just said that he felt Muyu was no worse than Mr. Chen. Hanyu Muyu, the Hanyu Muyu that was in the Konoha newspaper some time ago? Mr. Chen, who had read the newspaper, had a slight impression of this name. Well, that time, Mr. Muyu led us to carry out the grain transportation mission and an accident occurred. When we arrived at the battlefield, we happened to encounter the large-scale raid launched by Iwagakure, and then Mr. Muyu took us to support the battlefield. Might Guy nodded and said, when Mr. Chen heard this, he could basically rule out the suspicion that Muyu was a liar. After all, he was a ninja who contributed to the battle with the Jinchuriki, and his strength was not that great. How about this? You find time to talk to Hanyu Muyu. I want to talk to him. Mr. Chen thought for a while and said. He saw that Might Guy had a respectful look on his face when he talked about Muyu, so if he wanted to solve the problem the fastest, he must find Muyu. Teacher Chen was also a little curious about what level of Muyu's physical skills was that made Might Guy say these words. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Then I'll go to Teacher Muyu to ask after training. Might Guy nodded and agreed. After talking with Might Guy, Teacher Chen told Might Guy to rest more before starting to practice. So Might Guy walked to a big tree, where Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu were also resting in the shade. What did Teacher Chen talk to you about? I saw that his expression was so serious. Shire Anui Genma asked in a low voice with curiosity. Ebisu also looked at Might Guy when he heard Shire Anui Genma's question. He also wanted to know. Nothing, just worried that I would be tired, so I asked him to reduce training and rest more, Might Guy answered honestly. Shire Anui Genma's mouth twitched, and he felt the disparity of the world. Not long ago, he was scolded by Teacher Chen for not training seriously enough. In order to motivate him, Teacher Chen also performed 30 years of skills on the spot and kicked a big rock to pieces. But what Mr. Chen said does make sense. Akai, your training volume is indeed a bit exaggerated. It feels tiring just listening to it, Shire Anui Genjian said with a look of agreement. Now he no longer asks why Might Guy is so strong in physical skills, because he has seen with his own eyes that Might Guy is constantly doing various exaggerated exercises. As a disciple of Mr. Chen, physical training is naturally indispensable. After all, although Mr. Chen knows ninjutsu, physical training is his strong point. But Shire Anui Genjian feels that Might Guy's training is not training, it has reached the level of self-abuse. He can imagine how tired he is just by listening. Shire Anui Genjian feels that if he were to do it, he might collapse before he finishes. It's okay, I don't feel anything. I have been training like this all the time. If I can't compare with those geniuses, I have to work harder to become a hard-working genius, Might Guy said with a bright smile and a thumbs up. Hard-working genius. Ebisu read it and found that it really fits Might Guy. If hard work is also a kind of talent, then Might Guy is definitely one of the top geniuses. Ebisu thinks so. Before, he didn't understand how Might Guy, a student who was not from the ninja clan and had no powerful ninja father, became so powerful. After training with Might Guy for a few days, Ebisu had the answer in his mind. If I could work so hard in school, could I also defeat Uchiha Obito? Ebisu couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Unfortunately, he will never know the answer, because they have graduated and become a formal genin. But fortunately, Ebisu found a new path in Might Guy. As long as he works hard enough and keeps going, he will have a day to come out. Okay, I admire you the most. You will definitely be the strongest student in our class in the future. Shire Anui Genma patted Might Guy's shoulder and smiled, because Might Guy used a powerful physical technique that he had never used in the exam. Shire Anui Genma thought that Might Guy was far ahead of Obito now. Akai will definitely be very strong in the future. You should worry about yourself. You haven't started practicing after resting for so long? Teacher Chen appeared behind Shire Anui Genma silently and said, "Why is there no sound when walking?" After complaining in his heart, Shire Anui Genma quickly got up and exercised. Before Teacher Chen could speak, Ebisi got up and started practicing. The past could not be changed, but he could start working hard from now on. Yesterday, the dog kept barking at home for some reason and I didn't sleep well. Today, I'm not in a good state, so I'm a little late. There's another chapter later. Chapter 274. A short separation is more conducive to gold coins. Grandma, I'm back, Obito shouted impatiently as soon as he entered the yard. Welcome home. Grandma walked to the door and smiled kindly. You must be hungry. I'll go cook for you. It was noon now. Grandma thought Obito should not have eaten yet, so she turned to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Obito. Obito smiled and nodded, then sat down in the living room. When Obito sat on the chair in the living room, his body and mind were completely relaxed, and he even felt a little sleepy. I didn't feel tired before. Why do I feel tired when I sit down to rest? Obito scratched his head and was a little puzzled. Although he didn't understand, sitting on the chair at home was still very comfortable, and he could sit as comfortably as he wanted. Obito, the Uchiha 8th generation came to see you yesterday and took a lot of things. He said that if you have time after completing the mission and come back, you should participate in the Youth Ninja Exchange meeting of the clan. Grandma remembered what happened yesterday while cooking, so she spoke. Youth Ninja Exchange meeting? What is this? Are you getting together to chat? Obito asked aloud. He didn't quite understand. It's about the same. It seems that there will be sparring and fighting, and there will be rewards for winning. Your father also participated in it before. Obito's grandmother recalled. What reward did Dad get? Obito looked at the kitchen with curiosity. He rarely heard his grandmother talk about his father. I don't remember this, but your father was very happy at the time. He told me a lot about how strong the predecessors were and how hard he tried to defeat an opponent. Grandma paused and then answered. When she recalled the past, she realized that she was really old and had forgotten so much about her children. The time is in 2 days. If you don't want to go, don't go. Anyway, they don't know when you will complete the task, Grandma said while cooking. She knew that Obito couldn't play with ordinary people of the same tribe since he was a child. Why not go if there is a reward? Anyway, there is no registration fee. Obito replied with a smile. He was not interested in communicating with people of the same tribe, but if there was a reward, he could go and see what was going on. Hurry up and eat. You will have the strength to fight after you have eaten enough. Obito's grandmother brought the prepared food to the table and said with a smile. Obito nodded quickly and prepared to eat. Obito, how are you getting along with Zealand? Have you let Zealand know your feelings? Obito's grandmother asked with a smile on her face. Ahem. Obito choked on the rice and coughed twice. Grandma immediately walked to Obito's side and gently stroked his back to help him breathe. What's the meaning of the meaning, Grandma? You should know that we are only 9 years old. Obito replied with a blushing face. Grandma smiled but said nothing. She could see Obito's little thoughts at a glance. Grandma, you should eat quickly too. It won't taste good if it gets cold. In order to prevent Grandma from saying anything that would make him blush, Obito hurriedly said. After eating, Obito shared with his grandmother what he heard about the land of hot water from the client, and then went to the South Forest to practice. When he was about to arrive, Obito met someone he didn't want to see. Didn't you sleep at home? Kakashi asked calmly. He felt a little bit sorry in his heart. If Obito didn't come today, he would have worked harder than Obito for 1 day, and could also receive more teachings from Miyu. What sleeping? Why should I sleep in broad daylight? Of course, I have to practice with teacher Miyu. Since they had already reached the South Forest, Obito said directly. Obito was glad that he didn't rest because of a little fatigue, otherwise Kakashi would secretly work hard for a day and he wouldn't know. The two looked at each other and walked into the South Forest together. At this time, Miyu was developing water breathing, and Shisui was practicing. Why are you here at this time? Didn't Minato take you to practice or perform tasks today? Miyu asked when he saw the two coming. Miyu was pretending. He knew that Obito and Kakashi followed Minato out to do the task, because he saw the reward for completing the task. Disciple Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned mission and received a growth reward of chakra plus 700. Looking at this reward, Miyu knew that Obito and his team probably encountered an accident during the mission again. There were only 2 disciples, and there was no bonus for him to lead the team. 700 points of chakra was already a considerable number. Is it not my problem? But Obito and Kakashi's luck is really bad, Miyu thought in his heart. He thought that he had deliberately selected so many accidents, but he didn't expect that even if he didn't select the mission, Obito and Kakashi still performed steadily. We just came back from the mission, and Minato teacher gave us 4 days off, Obito explained. This mission was really dangerous. Kakashi's mouth seemed to have the effect of ninjutsu. Once he said there would be no accidents, there would be accidents. Obito couldn't wait to tell Miyu about their mission experience. It's just a coincidence, Kakashi emphasized. Didn't you hear the reminder from the registered ninja? There is a Kumage cure in the land of hot springs. We just happened to run into them. I only know that there have been 5 accidents in a row. Obito said that facts speak louder than words. When Obito said this number, Kakashi was speechless. 5 accidents in a row, and even 2 of them encountered the candidate for Raikage, which was indeed a bit weird. Then Obito continued to share the mission experience with Miyu, saying, Mr. Miyu, you will never guess who we met this time. Fortunately, Mr. Minato's Flying Thunder God is powerful enough, otherwise you might not see us. Obito really felt that this mission was very thrilling. He didn't see Miyu's battle with the 4th generation Eye last time, so he didn't know the specific strength of the 4th generation Eye. Although Minato was in front this time, the distance was not very far, and he could see the details of the battle between the 4th generation Eye and Minato. Is it that candidate for Raikage again? Miyu thought for a while and said, it was Kumage cure again, and it was powerful again. The first thing he thought of was the 4th generation Eye and Killer Bee. After all, the 3rd Raikage is not so easy to find. Generally, you can only meet him on a very important battlefield. Teacher Miyu, you are so amazing. You can guess this. Obito looked at Miyu with a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect Miyu to guess it so easily. Miyu smiled and replied, maybe I am lucky. Okay, let's talk after we finish training and rest. Let's train first. Miyu continued. Obito and his friends must be preparing to practice in the South Forest at this time. If you want to chat, you can go to his house to find him at night. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 6 = 9 plus Book Bar released this novel for the first time. Kakashi, you start practicing the breathing method. As long as you have physical strength, you should always maintain a state of full concentration. Obito, learn a new fire escape from me first, and then practice the breathing method after you have learned the fire escape ninjutsu. Kakashi's top priority is to solve the reaction problem. The state of thunder breathing is more important to Kakashi than other abilities. There is a limit to the training of strengthening reaction. There is no way to fundamentally solve the problem with this kind of training. As long as the reaction problem is not solved for a day, Kakashi's thunder breathing will be limited. To fully stimulate the speed is to gamble that the opponent cannot react to this speed. As for Obito, Miyu felt that Obito still lacked a powerful and large-scale fire escape. In order to prevent the fire from setting the forest on fire, Miyu took Obito to the river for training. Teacher Miyu, what kind of fire escape are you going to teach me? Is it the one that looks like a sea of fire? Obito asked excitedly. He still remembered Miyu's head when he first performed a sea-level mission. No, but in terms of power, this ninjutsu is not worse than that one. Miyu shook his head and said, what he was going to teach Obito was the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, which was a ninjutsu scroll given by Danzo. Miyu first explained the release principle and various key points, and then demonstrated it. Fire Escape Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Miyu quickly formed a seal and then concentrated chakra and opened his mouth to spit out a large amount of violent flames. The flame of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb is different from that of ordinary fire escape techniques. Because of the fierce fire, it can attack from many directions at the same time. Of course, Ninjutsu will not be powerful for no reason. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the flame of the fire dragon flame bomb is very difficult to control. If it is used improperly, let alone attacking the enemy from multiple directions, it is good not to burn yourself. Under Muyu's control, the extremely fierce flame split into 3 flames and rushed into the river, evaporating a large amount of river water, and white mist continued to rise. Because too much water evaporated in an instant, in Obito's eyes, the river surface became extremely uneven for a moment. This ninjutsu is very powerful, but it also consumes a lot of chakra. Don't use it like a fireball, Muyu reminded. Yeah, I know. Seeing the fierce fire of the fire dragon flame bomb, Obito's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice and replied. After demonstrating it once, Muyu carefully disassembled the fire dragon flame bomb and explained it for demonstration. He would teach different people differently. If it was Shisui, he would not explain it in too much detail, because it would be a waste of time. Shisui could draw inferences from many things as soon as he heard them. You taught your disciple fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Because of your disciple's gratitude, he rewarded you with a critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu water style, water prison, proficient level. It has been a while since we last met. Although Muyu did not deliberately stir up the mood, Obito also showed off a little. Water prison is indeed a good ninjutsu. It can be used to trap the enemy, and sometimes it can also be used to protect yourself and resist attacks. When the training was over, Muyu invited all 3 disciples to his home for dinner. Great, we can eat Muyu teacher's food again. Obito readily agreed. Shisui and Kakashi were also happy to go and agreed directly. When Muyu was cooking in the evening, Minato and Might Guy also came to his house. Chapter 275, List of famous strongmen in Konoha. The first to come was Minato. Whenever he had time, he would basically come to help Muyu with some work, so as not to eat for free. When Minato came in, he was slightly stunned when he saw Kakashi and Obito sitting in the living room, but soon he smiled and greeted them. Minato teacher. Obito and Kakashi were not surprised to see Minato. Although this was not their home or Minato's home, they always ran into each other here, without any surprises. After simply greeting the disciples, Minato went to the kitchen to help. A few minutes after Minato entered the room, Might Guy also came. Seeing Kakashi and others also showing a surprised expression, he smiled brightly and greeted them. My dear friend, although we are not in the same team anymore, our bond is stronger. Do you want to have a pleasant physical battle? No, it's time to eat. Kakashi refused decisively. That's a pity. Might Guy felt a little regretful. He felt that his physical skills had become a little stronger recently, and he wanted to confirm it on Kakashi. Okay, who will be your teammate after the class division? Obito asked curiously. Xoanjian and Debisu. Might Guy glanced at Muyu who was busy in the kitchen, sat down and answered. Since they were here, Might Guy decided to ask Muyu if she was willing to meet Teacher Chen after dinner. They are not bad. Their strength is considered strong in the 4th grade, and they are also very nice. Obito thought for a while and said, well, they are reliable as companions. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and laughed. If Ebisu hadn't used the confuse enemy technique to confuse Teacher Chen at the critical moment, and Shiranui Xoanjian hadn't spit out the Senbon in time, he probably wouldn't have been able to grab the bell. After reminiscing with Might Guy for a while, Obito suddenly thought of the Uchiha exchange meeting that his grandmother mentioned, so he asked Shisui, Shisui, have you received an invitation to that Youth Ninja Exchange meeting? Shisui nodded. Youth Ninja Exchange meeting? What kind of event is this? Why haven't I heard of it? And isn't Shisui still in ninja school? Kakashi asked in confusion. Kakashi felt that the words youth and ninja had nothing to do with Shisui. This is an event within our Uchiha clan. In theory, only those who become ninjas should be invited, but the clan leader thought that the Uchiha should have more contact with each other, so he also sent me an invitation. Shisui explained briefly. Hearing that it was an event organized by the Uchiha themselves, Kakashi instantly lost interest. This kind of event was not allowed to be seen by outsiders. I heard that there seemed to be rewards for this exchange meeting. Shisui, do you know what the rewards are? Obito asked curiously. If the rewards were ordinary, he would not go. After all, It would waste some training time. Shisui recalled what Fugaku said to him, and then replied, if you perform well, it seems that you will have a chance to obtain advanced fire escape, and then ninja tools, secret medicine, etc. Hearing about advanced fire escape, Obito instantly became energetic. Although he had just learned a powerful fire escape from Muyu, there was no such thing as too many ninjutsu. Moreover, if Muyu still didn't know it, he could practice with Muyu, which was also a way to give back to Muyu. Then will you go, Shisui? If you do, we'll go together. I've been invited, too. For the sake of advanced fire escape, Obito decided to go and see what the exchange meeting was like. Well, then we'll go together. Shisui nodded and agreed. He was ready to go when Fugaku invited him before, but he wasn't going for advanced ninjutsu, but wanted to get in touch with the younger generation of Uchiha ninjas. After doing a lot of questions about Konoha's history and listening to Muyu's history, he found a problem. The Uchiha became what it is today, and it has a lot to do with many Uchiha members. Not long after the village was built, the clan leader rebelled against Konoha, and later came back to make a big fuss in Konoha, and finally fought with the first generation to create a famous scenic spot in the Land of Fire, the Valley of the End. This is not the end. After Hashirama Senju died and Obirama Senju became the second generation Hokage, Uchiha got into trouble again. Regardless of the nature of the destruction, this time was worse than Uchiha Madara's, because the Hawks of the Uchiha clan wanted to launch a coup to usurp the position of Hokage. Therefore, Shisui wanted to observe whether there were more doves or hawks among the younger generation of Uchiha. If there were more hawks, he was worried that the coup d'etat during the second generation would happen again. When the food was almost served, Muyu called the disciples to the table to prepare for dinner. Minato said goodbye to Muyu and Obito with a lunchbox. Minato, teacher, why don't you eat here directly? Aren't you not going to do any missions in the next few days? Obito asked puzzledly as he looked at Minato, who was packing up and taking away. He felt that Minato was really strange. He came to Muyu's place to help cook every day but always took it away to eat. Minato showed a thoughtful look, thinking about how to reasonably explain his actions. Snap! Muyu sent out a stream of energy and hit Obito's forehead accurately, making a crisp sound, and said, it's not only missions in the world that make people busy, and Minato can eat the food in the box at any time. If you don't hurry up, the delicious food will be eaten by others. Muyu's reminder made Obito realize that Kakashi, Might Guy, and Shisui had already started to eat without saying a word. Obito quickly opened his Sharingan to enhance his insight and started eating intensively, no longer caring about Minato's meal. Minato smiled and looked at Muyu, then took Muyu's food to find Kushina. After dinner, several disciples helped Muyu clean up, and then it was time for a casual chat after dinner. Might Guy and Muyu talked about Teacher Chen. Mr. Muyu, are you free recently? My instructor, Mr. Chen, wants to talk to you about training. Mr. Chen, no problem, tell him tomorrow, I'm free this week, and he can choose the time to meet. Muyu thought for a while and replied, in the previous life, there was no information about Might Guy's instructor in either the animation or the comics, so after the class division results came out, Muyu also used his authority in the ninja school to get it in his hands and take a look at it as soon as possible. What he didn't expect was that Might Guy's instructor would be Mr. Chen, who developed the Konoha Dragon God. However, Muyu quickly realized that this was the result of his butterfly effect. In the animation, Might Guy didn't look like a master and apprentice when facing Mr. Chen. He speculated that it was because Might Guy's physical talent was too strong that the result of the class division was changed. This kind of physical talent must not be taught by just any jonin. I can use this opportunity to show some of my physical strength. Muyu thought to himself, it is reasonable for physical ninjas to discuss training, so if Teacher Chen uses the Konoha Dragon God, it can also pave the way for Muyu to use the Konoha Dragon God in the future. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. Well, I know, Might Guy nodded and said. So, your instructor is Teacher Chen, Kai. If he is, He is indeed very suitable to be your instructor. Some information about Teacher Chen appeared in Kakashi's mind. Teacher Chen is known as the strongest physical ninja in Konoha and is proficient in various physical skills. Who is Teacher Chen? Is he strong? I have never heard of this name, Obito asked curiously after hearing Kakashi's words. He had no impression of this name. How many names of powerful ninjas do you know, besides Muyu and Minato? Kakashi glanced at Obito and said calmly. Kakashi thought that except for Obito's strength in single combat, other aspects were hard to describe. Seeing Kakashi despising his knowledge, Obito was not convinced. He thought for a while and said, "The third Hokage, Uncle Toad," and Obito got stuck after saying the second one. He couldn't think of the third name even after thinking frantically. Kakashi stroked his forehead with a speechless face and said, "You can say that you don't know any of them. The name of the third Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya is not called Toad, Tsunade." Obito suddenly thought of a name. This is the ninja that Nohara Rin admired. Like Jiraiya, she is a Sannin. You know one. And then what? Kakashi asked calmly. Obito scratched his hair and couldn't think of any other strong people worth mentioning, so he said unconvincedly, "Then how many can you name?" "Don't say what I said." Shimura Danzo, the village's assistant Hokage, is the disciple of the second Hokage and is very powerful. Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, is one of the three ninjas like Master Jiraiya. Kakashi listed many powerful Konoha jonins. As expected of a close friend, "You know a lot." Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. He was about the same as Obito in this regard. So how strong is that Teacher Chen? Realizing that he was completely at a disadvantage, Obito could only turn the topic back to the strength of Teacher Chen. "I heard Ebisa say that he is the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha, but I feel that Teacher Muyu's taijutsu should not be inferior to Teacher Chen," Might Guy said honestly. He is a relatively knowledgeable person and has witnessed the battle between Six Gates Might Guy and Muyu with his own eyes. Neither side used their full strength in that battle. Might Guy did not use all 7 gates, and Muyu only opened 2 gates and concentrated his breathing, but it also gave Might Guy enough shock at that time. "Teacher Muyu, can you beat Teacher Chen with only physical skills?" The straightforward Obito chose to ask Muyu directly. "Teacher Chen is very strong in physical skills, but I shouldn't lose," Muyu replied with a smile. "Then I will definitely win." Obito translated Muyu's words into his own words. Bang! Muyu knocked on Obito's head. Obito chuckled twice and felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. The other disciples also felt that Muyu had the ability to do it, especially Might Guy. He practiced the 8 gates and rock breathing at the same time, and knew how terrifying the power of these 2 forbidden techniques could be when used together. He has only practiced for a year and has such strength, and how strong Muyu, who has been practicing for who knows how long, should be. There is another chapter later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.